Chapter 1. Why Sensei? A small blonde boy stared up into the cold, hateful eyes of his sensei. He couldn't move as his entire world was crashing down around him. He now knew why the village hated him. He now knew why they would beat him or kick him out of stores. It was because he was the nine-tailed fox in a human body. Mizuki smirked. That was easier than I thought it would be. You should give up now, brat, he yelled. No one ever cared for you, so just die so I can take the forbidden scroll and take it to my master. Naruto Uzumaki looked up with tears dripping from his eyes as Mizuki pulled one of his large shuriken off of his back and threw it. Naruto just closed his eyes, glad that the suffering was going to end. He opened his eyes when no impact came. He saw his sensei and surrogate brother Irika Umino with the large shuriken protruding from his back. Why, sensei, you should have just let me die. It's my fault that your parents are dead, he cried. Irika just looked up and smiled before whispering, Naruto, you aren't the fox, you are the hero that stops it from killing more innocent people. With that, Irika fainted. Mizuki simply laughed before yelling, What a fool! Now that he is out of the way, I can get rid of you once and for demon. With this, he pulled off his remaining shuriken before throwing it at the small boy. He was shocked when Naruto disappeared in a red flash, before appearing almost instantly on the other side of the small clearing with a feral snarl on his face. I am not a demon, he screamed at the top of his lungs before making a cross-hand sign, Shadow Clone Jutsu. He exclaimed as 200 Narutos suddenly appeared around him, a puff of smoke. How could he make so many shadow clones when this morning he couldn't even make one ordinary clone, thought Mizuki. Naruto suddenly yelled Uzumaki Flash Barrage. As he finished saying this, all the clones started disappearing in red flashes and reappearing next to Mizuki, landing hit after hit until he was barely recognizable as human. Once Mizuki was taken care of, Naruto proceeded to faint. He awoke the next morning lying in a hospital bed with a Konoha Hittite forehead protector, resting in his lap with a note from the Hokage on the bedside table. It read, Dear Naruto, I saw what happened last night with Mizuki. I am truly impressed by what you did and the skills you have shown. Please come to my office as soon as you get this. I wish to tell you some important information regarding your parents and clan heritage. Signed, Hiruzen Sarutobi, Sandaime Hokage. Naruto quickly got up, looked around for his jumpsuit, but found it was falling apart at the seams from the amount of stress put on the fabric while he was trying to learn the Shadow Clone Jutsu. He quickly pulled it on and placed the Hittite on his forehead. He then looked in the mirror. Maybe I should get some different clothes, seeing how I probably won't survive long as a ninja in orange clothing. He then screamed at the top of his lungs, 'Cause I am gonna be the Hokage? Believe it! Chapter 2. Explanations. Hiruzen Sarutobi, the Sandaime Hokage, sighed. Today he had to have a conversation with his favorite blonde knucklehead. A conversation he was hoping not to have until Naruto was at least Chunin. Getting up from his desk and walking over to the portraits on the wall. Well, Minato, your son has grown up so fast, already unlocking your bloodline, and learning a B-rank Kenjutsu in an hour by himself, he said to the portrait of his blonde successor turned predecessor. I guess there's no hiding his heritage now, so I may as well give him his inheritance too. He channeled his chakra to a seal on the back of the portrait and watched as it slid away from the wall, revealing a safe with an intricate lock on it. Reaching into his Hokage robe, he pulled out a small scroll which clicked into place at the top of the lock, before slowly unraveling, revealing more seals which unlocked the safe. Inside was a sealing scroll, a jutsu scroll, a journal, and a key with intricate seals carved into the metal. Line break. Naruto was amazed no one was staring at him. Usually when he walked down the main streets of Konoha, people would glare at him like he carried a disease. Now he realized they stared at him like he was a demon. These people wouldn't know the difference between a kunai and the scroll it was sealed in. He thought. He couldn't help but think he heard a giggle after he thought that. Who would have thought that a change of clothes would make people ignore him completely? Naruto had simply transformed into a random genin from his class that was roughly the same size as himself and just walked into a store and bought new clothes. For once they were normal prices, not unbelievably high. He was now wearing black ANBU-style pants, blue ninja sandals, a gray shirt, and a black trench coat with a large black hood that covered his hair and left his face in shadow, and an orange Uzumaki swirl on the back. His Hittite tied around his neck and poking out from the shadows. Right now he was walking into the Hokage Tower with a smile on his face, although no one could see it because of the hood. He walked up to the Hokage's office and was about to barge in when an idea for a prank came to mind. He walked up to the door and knocked before politely saying, "Hokage-sama, may I enter?" Hiruzen, not knowing who it was seeing as he had cancelled all appointments today, so that when Naruto showed up he wouldn't barge in and embarrass himself by yelling in front of a clan head or something, answered calmly, "Come in, but be quick, I have an appointment and I have to get some things ready." Naruto smirked, knowing that he was the appointment. It was at this point that Naruto kicked the door in and yelled, "Hurry up and give me the hat, old man." Sarutobi looked like he was going to have a heart attack, and all the hidden ANBU in the room were about to attack the intruder until he fell to the floor laughing, causing his hood to come off, revealing his spiky blonde hair and whisker marks. The look of shock on the Hokage's face turned into a small smile, knowing that Naruto was still himself, not some self-loathing child who believed his sensei when he was called a demon, although his was shocked by the sudden change in clothing. When Naruto stopped laughing, he looked up at the Hokage and smiled his big cheesy grin before saying, "You wanted to talk to me, old man?" "Yes, I asked you to come here so that I could tell you about your family. I wasn't going to tell you this until you were older and stronger, but now that you have unlocked your father's bloodline and possibly your mother's, I have to explain so that you don't accidentally teleport into a wall. But first, why did you change your outfit? I thought that orange suited you." "Oh, that's simple," he replied. "I had an epipha? An epiphany," supplied the Hokage. "Yeah, that," exclaimed Naruto. "I was thinking that when I wore orange I could hide from ANBU. Well, except Irika-sensei, he could always find me. But if I wore black it would be so much harder to find me. And my jumpsuit kinda ripped apart," he added sheepishly while scratching the back of his neck. "Well, I should have expected that it was because he just plain broke it. Now, Naruto, it's time that I explained your bloodline limit. It is called the Flash Step. It is from the Namikaze clan, which was wiped out a long time ago. Your father was the last member and he decided to hide his bloodline by simply saying it was a jutsu. It can teleport you to anywhere you can see unless you find a way around that, like a marker seal attached to a kunai. The Flash Step is just wind chakra moving every molecule of your body faster than the speed of light, whilst a second nature chakra creates a flash to hide the deconstruction and reconstruction. Your secondary is fire, based on the color of your flash. Your father's was lightning, which caused a yellow flash. The Hokage put a lot of stress on yellow flash, hoping that Naruto would get the hint. He wasn't disappointed when Naruto suddenly looked to the portrait of the yondaime, then over to a mirror on the opposite wall. "You mean," he said hopefully as he pointed to himself, then at the portrait multiple times. The Hokage just nodded before saying, "Your father was my chosen successor, Minato Namikaze, the yondaime Hokage." That little bombshell left Naruto stunned before he said in a small whisper, "Are you telling me that my own father sealed the most powerful demon in the world into his only son?" Hiruzen could only nod in sadness before saying, "He couldn't ask another family to do what he wouldn't. Now would you like to hear about your mother and her clan?" This caught the blonde's attention and turned his mood from sad to excited instantly. "Please tell me," was heard all through Konoha. The Hokage just smiled again before explaining, "Your mother was Kushina Uzumaki, the Red Death of Konoha. She was an ANBU captain and previous host of the QB. She died giving birth to you, making you the last of two clans. The Uzumaki clan were the leading clan of one of our allies, Yuzushiogakure no Sato, the village hidden in the whirlpools. It was a ninja-only village with few civilians. The country was wiped out as well as the Uzumaki clan. You see, the Uzumakis were seal masters. They were the only people who used seals in battle other than exploding tags. They could beat any opponent with simply a brush and ink. This scared the other nations, which resulted in Kiri, Kumo, Iwa, and a group of minor villages to attack Yuzu. The Namikazes were the first there obviously, but they were wiped out at the same time. The Uzumakis had an unusual bloodline. Their chakra was different from other people. It allowed them to heal quicker as well as being able to combine elements together without the need for a bloodline. Naruto was dumbfounded. He couldn't believe that he was from not just one but two clans. That meant he had to twice as good as Sasuke. "Now Naruto, do you want this information to go public or do you want to wait?" The blonde took a few moments to think before saying, "Wait a bit. We can tell everyone at a better time, like when I get promoted to Chunin." Hiruzen smiled as he too thought that would be the best time to tell the world. Hiruzen got up, grabbed a box off his desk and then sat back down with Naruto. This box contains your inheritance, Naruto. He gave the box to the hyperactive blonde and watched as he opened it. Tears welled up in Naruto's eyes as he saw the journal and the key. He looked up to the Hokage. The clan compound is next to the Hyuga estate. I will have an ANBU show you the way. The blonde smiled to his surrogate grandfather before getting up to leave. I'll see you soon, old man, said Naruto as he left with the ANBU. Chapter 3, Teams. All the potential Jounin sensei were sitting in the Hokage's office arguing over who would get who on their genin teams. The Hokage sat there rubbing his forehead. He could feel a migraine coming. Will you be quiet? Shouted the Hokage. The Jounin all stopped talking immediately. Now let me get this right, every team but 7, 8 and 10 have been decided. When most of the Jounin nodded in agreement, he continued, then the senseis of the completed teams may leave. They all filed out, leaving only the Hokage, Kurenai Yuhi and Asuma Sarutobi. Kakashi is late again, was the thought running through all their minds. Yo, sorry I'm late, but I got lost on the road of life, said Kakashi as he walked through the door. The contents of the room were too annoyed to even bother calling him a liar. So what are your preferred genin? Asked the Hokage. Kakashi straight away said, I wish to train the last Uchiha. I don't care who else. If I have to, I will apprentice Sasuke and train only him. Well, if you have the Uchiha, we'll have to have Sakura Haruno and Kiba Inuzuka, stated the Hokage. But Hokage-sama, I wish to have Kiba on my team. I will need him to complete my tracking and espionage team, objected Kurenai. Kurenai, I will admit that Kiba's nose would make him invaluable to your team, but I have someone who would be better, replied the Hokage. Oh, and who would that be? And what can they do? Replied Kurenai sarcastically. The Hokage just smiled before answering. Well, he is probably the fastest genin in the village, can learn information from a distance and has enough chakra to perform several high-level jutsu in a row, so that if your team gets caught or surrounded, he can be the protector and help your team escape quickly. How does that sound? You still didn't answer my first question, stated Kurenai. That's simple, it's Naruto, continued the Hokage. This caused Asuma and Kakashi to burst out laughing, and Kurenai had an angry look on her face. That's not funny, Hokage-sama. I wasn't joking when I said Naruto should be on your team. Just give him the teamwork test with Hinata and Shino, and then if he doesn't meet your standards, you can switch Naruto for Kiba. The entire time this was going on, Asuma just sat there, laughing in his head at the other two Jounin, knowing that he would get the next generation of Ino Shikacho, and was guaranteed an easy ride as a sensei, a lazy genius who would rather watch clouds than train, a chubby powerhouse who will just eat, and a blonde fangirl who won't take training seriously. So all in all, Asuma was looking at some serious relaxing time instead of training. Awesome. Now that the teams are organized, make sure you are at the academy at 10 in 1 week's time, said the Hokage. Kakashi just disappeared in a puff of smoke, revealing it had been a shadow clone. Kurenai left looking like she wanted to hit someone, and Asuma just left with a smile on his face. The Hokage watched as they walked out. Once they were out of sight, he pulled out his pipe and little orange book before opening to his page and releasing a perverted giggle. Line break. Naruto sat in his new house reading his father's journal. He had explored the grounds when he first arrived, and he was impressed. He had gone from living in an apartment that only had 3 rooms to a compound with over 10 different houses. He explored the full compound in the morning. It had about 15 different houses, each one with 5 bedrooms and fully furnished. There was what appeared to be a large park with playgrounds and sporting fields. A large fountain dominated the center of the compound. Directly opposite the gates that led into the compound was a large building with a hall, presumably for clan meetings, an armory containing special marker kunai and several short swords, as well as 2 blood-red katana hung on the wall. There was also a library containing hundreds of jutsus and information about almost anything you can think of. Out the back of the compound was a large training field with seals on the fences and targets to prevent damage. When Naruto had finished his little tour, he had gone to the largest house on the grounds and went inside. He had found pictures of the yondaime with a red-haired woman, who he could only assume was his mother. He had explored this house in detail and had found his father's study, and that was where he had stayed reading his father's journal and was trying to understand all the information on the flash step. When he finally thought that he had figured out his bloodline, he looked at a clock on the wall and saw that it was about midnight. So he decided to go choose a bedroom. When he was looking around, he found a room that had been decked out as a nursery. The walls were blue and had little stars painted around the room randomly. There was a crib in one corner with a little plush fox resting on the pillow. A bookshelf was on one wall. A picture frame was resting on the middle shelf. It was a picture of the yondaime with a very pregnant Kushina. Both were smiling. The room made a few tears slowly track down his cheeks. He picked up the picture and the fox toy and left the room. He then went into the master bedroom and set down the picture next to the bed before lying down hugging the fox toy. It didn't take long to fall asleep in his exhausted state, mentally and emotionally. Well, it seems the boy has decided to take things seriously for once. Maybe he will be worthy of my power. But he will have to take it, thought the QB from his prison in Naruto's mind. Line break. 1 week later. All the graduating students were making their way to the academy for their team assignments. Sakura and Ino were racing each other to sit next to Sasuke. Hinata was quietly sitting in the classroom hoping that Naruto was given a second chance, and the rest of the new genin were either sitting bored or rushing to get to there. Hinata's hopes were almost gone until she noticed a boy sitting across the room from here trying to hide under his hood. A quick look with her Byakugan showed it to be Naruto. She was so happy and she liked his new look. The orange hadn't been the best of choices in the first place, so anything was an improvement. For Naruto, he was really hoping no one would notice him, but it seems his luck was against him today because Sasuke, being his normal obnoxious self, came over to Naruto and simply said, "Get out of my seat." Naruto replied by saying, "I don't see your name on it." After he said this, he realized that it was probably a bad idea, seeing as he wanted to remain unnoticed by his class. Sasuke simply hit Naruto, causing his hood to come flying off, showing his face to everyone. "Naruto, what are you doing here? This is for genin only," asked Shikamaru. Naruto held up his Hitai 8 before replying, "Sensei let me take a retest and I passed with flying colors." "I don't care, you're still in my seat, so move," grunted Sasuke. It was at this point that the boy sitting in front of Naruto bumped Sasuke, causing him to fall into Naruto. Before the two could collide, Naruto had stood up and in a burst of speed moved to the other side of the room and put his hood back on, leaving behind a dust trail. Sasuke fell and landed face first on the chair. Ino and Sakura entered the room at the same time and started arguing over who was first and who would get to sit next to their precious Sasuke-kun. And I'm not going to write the argument because these two annoy the living daylights out of me. Then they saw Sasuke still face down on the chair. They both rushed over and picked him up, causing him to grunt in annoyance before sitting down with Sakura on one side and Ino on the other. Before anything else could happen, Irika walked in, albeit a little stiffly, seeing as how he was bandaged from the waist up to prevent spinal damage. He began a speech on how it had been an honor teaching them and that they should go on to do great things. He then began reading off the teams, going through all the no-name genin before leaving only the best and brightest. Everyone listened as he started reading off the names of the clan heirs. Team 7, led by Kakashi Hatake, will consist of Sasuke Uchiha, Sakura Haruno. At this, Sakura screamed out, "True love wins overall." Irika waited for her to be quiet before continuing, "And Kiba Inuzuka." This caused both Sakura and Kiba to slam their heads on their desks, yelling, "Oh." Team 8, led by Kurenai Yuhi, will consist of Hinata Hyuga, Shino Aburame, and Naruto Uzumaki. Hinata was ecstatic. She would be on the same team as her Naruto-kun. Sakura and Ino were confused. They thought Naruto had failed. Ino decided that Naruto must have done a retest or something. Unfortunately, Sakura wasn't that bright. She yelled out, "Irika-sensei, you made a mistake. That Baka didn't pass. And he never will pass, because he is nowhere near as good as Sasuke-kun." When Sakura finished speaking, she had love hearts in her eyes. Naruto felt something break inside his heart, knowing that Sakura would never love him. Irika then said, "Actually, Sakura, Naruto did a retest and passed with flying colors. Now then, back to what I was trying to do. Team 9 is still in circulation from last year, so Team 10, led by Asuma Sarutobi, will consist of Ino Yamanaka, Shikamaru Nara, and Chuji Akimichi. Finished, Irika. Now go eat lunch." Get to know your teammates and then meet back here in an hour to meet your senseis. With that, the class all left. Chapter 4, Teams Part 2. Hinata, Shino, and Naruto were sitting at a bench eating their lunch. None of them were talking. Hinata wasn't talking because she was afraid she would faint the second Naruto started talking to her. Shino was just being himself and Naruto was just sitting there awkwardly. He had never really met Hinata and Shino, so he didn't know what to say. I believe it would be beneficial to the team if we talked to one another, came the monotone voice of Shino. I would talk, but I don't know much about you guys, so I didn't know what to talk about, stated Naruto. Well then it would be logical to introduce ourselves and tell each other about our abilities, said Shino. I shall go first. I am Shino Aburame. I employ insects for my ninjutsu. My clan do not focus too heavily on taijutsu or jinjutsu. I believe that with logic any situation becomes easy to solve. Where do you keep your insects? Inquired Naruto. Inside tunnels in my body, replied Shino nervously, showing emotion in his voice for the first time since he started talking. Cool, was Naruto's simple reply. Shino was shocked. Most people avoided his clan because they were turned off by the fact that the Aburames had bugs crawling inside them. But Naruto seemed to think that it was cool. This concept was new to the stoic bug user. Naruto went second. I am Naruto Uzumaki. I use the Shadow Clone Jutsu and my bloodline, the Flash Step. I also started learning some Fuinjutsu. I am horrible at Jinjutsu, and I started learning a new taijutsu style from my mother's clan. I have abnormally large chakra reserves, so I can utilize high-level jutsu but not low-level. Hinata was shocked. She didn't know he was from a clan. Neither did she know he had a bloodline. Hinata went last. I am HHH Hina Hinata HHH Hyuga. I use my Baya, Byakugan to S, C long distanks and Teich, through objects. I use my clan's taijutsu, the G gentle fist. I do N, not use ninjutsu or jinjutsu, but my Byakugan can be break most jinjutsu. Hearing this, Naruto screamed out, "Wow, that's awesome, Hinata-chan." Upon hearing Naruto add the chan honorific, Hinata blushed bright red. Naruto looked on worried. Are you feeling alright, Hinata-chan? And with that, the white-eyed princess promptly fainted. Does this happen a lot? Asked Naruto with a worried expression on his face. Shino just shrugged before replying, only when you're around. This caused Naruto to look even more confused because even if he had seemed to mature, he still had no idea when it came to women. Line break. When Hinata eventually woke up, they made their way back into the classroom. Once they were seated, they looked around at the other teams. The mainly civilian teams were all just sitting around. The girls were all just staring at Sasuke with hearts in their eyes, and the guys were all looking at Sasuke enviously, mainly because he was the most powerful guy in the class. With the clan ninja, things were slightly different. From Team 10, Ino was like all the other fangirls, staring at Sasuke with hard eyes. Shikamaru was sleeping on the desk and Choji was simply eating yet another bag of chips. Naruto found this team to be altogether boring. When he looked at Team 7, he couldn't help but laugh. Sakura was trying to get Sasuke to go on a date with her. Sasuke was trying to ignore Sakura with all his willpower, and Kiba was, well, he was trying to hit on two girls sitting behind him, and sadly for him they had eyes only for Sasuke. Line break. After waiting for a while, a red-eyed woman walked in. Team 8, follow me. And with that she left, with Naruto, Shino, and a still blushing Hinata close behind. They kept walking until they made it to a small cafe. When they walked up to the counter to order, the man looked them over before stopping to look at Naruto and saying, I'm sorry, young man, but hoods are not allowed in the cafe. Kurenai looked at Naruto before making hurry-up gestures with her hands to get him to comply. Naruto was acting really apprehensive about taking off the hood, but in the end just took it off. As soon as the hood came off, the man behind the counter started yelling, Don't worry, ladies. I shall protect you from this monster. You must leave, you blonde-haired menace. When he finished this mini-rant, he looked over to find that the Jonin was holding back the small Hyuga. Her face was bright red and chakra was visibly leaking from her fingertips. The Aburame was audibly buzzing and the blonde menace, as the man put it, was slowly walking out. By the time Kurenai had calmed down her two genin, she realized that Naruto was no longer with them. They walked out to see him sitting on a bench seemingly crying. Kurenai walked up to him to comfort him. "Naruto, what's wrong?" she said almost lovingly. She couldn't bear to see such a young child so sad. "It's nothing, Kurenai-sensei. Just go enjoy whatever you were going to order. I'll just wait here. Stores like that don't let me in, all because of my condition. The only store I can actually go to is Ichiraku," said Naruto, sounding rather depressed. Kurenai looked up at her other two students. They both nodded to her. "Looks like we're having ramen." Naruto looked up with hope shining in his eyes. "Thanks, Kurenai-sensei," he whispered quietly. Line break. At Ichiraku's ramen bar. Team 8 looked on in shock as Naruto ate bowl after bowl of ramen. There was about 15 bowls stacked up in front of him. Hinata was finishing her first, Shino and Kurenai were finishing their second. As everyone finished their ramen, Kurenai started talking. "Okay, now that we are done eating, why don't we tell each other a little about ourselves?" "Well, sensei, we all know each other, so it would be logical for you to go first," said Shino. "Well, okay then. My name is Kurenai Yuhi. I like Genjutsu and my friends. I dislike perverts and people who think kunoichi can't be proper ninja. My dream is to become the greatest Genjutsu mistress in the world." "Then Shino, you go next." "Okay, sensei, I am Shino Aburame. I like my clan's insects and people who treat me fairly. I dislike people who kill insects and people who avoid my clan because we hold insects inside us. My dream is to become a logical and just clan head, like my father." Hinata went next. "I am HH Hinata Hyuga. ILO like people who don't give up and someone special." She looked at Naruto and blushed. Again he was oblivious. She then continued with a determination visible in her eyes that one would never associate with Hinata. "I dislike perverts and those who look down upon others because they think they are weak and those who unfairly judge good people. My DR dream is to be SS seen as STR strong by my clan and to TT tell the percentage that I like my fey feelings." She finally finished with a large blush. Naruto went last. "I am Naruto Uzumaki. I like ramen." This caused the two Ichiraku that ran the stand to smile. "And people who treat me fairly like you guys. I dislike the time it takes to cook ramen and people who treat me badly. My dream is to become the greatest Hokage ever and to master my bloodline and my family's different specialties." When he was finished, Kurenai began talking again. "Now tomorrow we will have your genin test." Sensei, we already had a test," Naruto pointed out. "That was to see if you were capable of being genin. This test is to see if you will stay genin. 66% of the new genin will fail this test. Only 3 teams will stay as genin, the rest will go back to the academy. So meet me tomorrow at Training Ground 9 at 9 o'clock sharp." This was met with a round of "Yes, sensei" from the genin. Line break. The next morning at 8:30 all 3 genin were at the training ground. When they arrived, they looked at each other, before all asking at the same time, "Why did you come early?" Shino answered first. "I came to see if there was any interesting insect life here." Hinata was next. "Well, I was just being cautious in case I got ST stopped." Naruto went last. "Well, I woke up about 3 minutes ago and saw the time. I didn't want to be late, so I sprinted here." "But Naruto, it is not possible to run from your house to here in 3 minutes. It would take 40 minutes to get here," came the monotone voice of Shino. Naruto just smirked before disappearing in a burst of speed, appearing on the other side of the training ground in the blink of an eye. "Please explain, Naruto." This voice made all 3 genin spin round to see Kurenai materialize out of a tree. "Well, that was the second stage of my bloodline. The first is simply my body adjusts to high-speed motion. The second stage, which is what you just saw, is basically wind manipulation at an extremely high level. It moves the air molecules out of the way when I move, drastically increasing my speed. The third stage is moving my molecules instead of the air, allowing me to teleport. I can't use the third stage properly until I raise my fire affinity. I was able to use the third stage when I first activated it because of a special condition." "What is the condition, Naruto?" asked Shino, showing actual curiosity. Kurenai then, but in saying, "That is not allowed to be revealed at this time." Shino and Hinata both nodded in understanding. "Now let me explain this test. Kurenai pulled out a chalkboard and 3 pieces of colored chalk. The chalkboard attached to the back of her dress, and she handed the chalk to the 3 genin. You each have until midday to mark the board with your chalk. The first 2 people to mark it will pass, the other will fail. If you don't get a mark on it, you will fail. When I say go, you may begin, and don't forget, come at me with all you've got. Use lethal force if you want to, otherwise you will have no hope. And go! As soon as she said go, she disappeared. I believe this is a teamwork exercise, stated Shino. What makes you think that, Shino? She said only 2 of us would pass. If it was a teamwork exercise, then why would 1 person have to fail? It is to try and make us split apart. Think logically, there has never been a 2-man genin squad. Naruto thought for a minute before flashing Shino a thumbs up. They spent the next half hour devising a plan. Hinata only talked when her opinion was asked. The thought going through her head was as so, I hope I don't make Naruto-kun and Shino fail. As they were planning, Kurenai watched them with a proud smile on her face, knowing that her team would pass. Unfortunately, she couldn't hear what they were planning. If she got any closer, they would notice the genjutsu hiding her. When the genin stopped planning, they all spread out into a reverse triangle formation, with Naruto and Shino leading and Hinata at the back. All 3 put their hands into the ram seal. Shino's insects flowed out of his sleeves. Hinata's Byakugan flared into life, and Naruto just seemed to be channeling chakra. Whatever Naruto was planning to do, it didn't work, thought Kurenai, thinking that Naruto was the student she needed to work with the most. Uzumaki style, genjutsu destruction. And with that, Naruto released a wave of condensed chakra, disrupting the genjutsu that was concealing Kurenai. Before Kurenai could even react, Shino's bugs were rushing toward her. When the insects reached her, she performed a substitution with a nearby log. But as soon as she had escaped, Hinata was attacking her with a flurry of gentle fist strikes. She was hard-pressed to dodge them all, knowing that even one could end the fight. She quickly placed a genjutsu on Hinata. It didn't last long, but it was merely meant as a distraction. Kurenai quickly disabled Hinata with a chop to the neck. Shino started launching his insects again, but this time Kurenai was ready. After performing a few hand signs, Shino just stopped moving. Shino tried to break the genjutsu, but couldn't. That genjutsu has multiple levels. With your insects constantly draining your chakra, you can't build up enough chakra to dispel it, stated Kurenai matter-of-factly. Kurenai got confused when Shino suddenly stopped trying to dispel the jutsu. It seems you have gotten cocky now that the 2-clan ninja have been disabled. But you have forgotten Naruto's explanation of how his bloodline works, stated Shino, still with a monotone. Kurenai then felt wind rush past her, and the sound of chalk on a board was heard. When she looked back, she saw 3 perfectly parallel lines on the board. When she looked at Naruto, she saw him holding all 3 pieces of chalk and a smug look on his face. So Kurenai-sensei, how are you going to tell which chalk line was drawn first? Questioned Naruto. Kurenai sighed in defeat. She didn't think that they would outsmart her so quickly. She released the genjutsu on Shino and went and woke Hinata up. Hey Kurenai-sensei, are you going to tell us if we passed or not? Yelled our favorite loudmouth blonde. Kurenai smiled before responding. Yes Naruto, you all pass. Not because you drew all 3 chalk lines at the same time, but because you thought up a plan and worked together to move me into a position where I wouldn't see Naruto move until too late. Well, that was the plan, sensei, stated Naruto. While this whole conversation was going on, Shino and Hinata were silently laughing, seeing Naruto trying to explain to Kurenai that everything was intentional. They would back him up, but wouldn't tell Kurenai that they weren't expecting her to knock Hinata out. It had made Naruto's job even harder. Without the added distraction of Hinata, he had to increase his wind manipulation to an incredibly high level to mask all traces of movement. And because of this, he now succumbed to something he had little experience in: chakra exhaustion. Naruto collapsed mid-sentence. He had been trying to tell Kurenai that the entire fight was planned but didn't get the chance to. Kurenai sighed before dismissing Hinata and Shino. Hinata was a little worried about leaving Naruto unconscious, but Kurenai reassured her. When they had left, she picked up Naruto and carried him to the where she thought he lived, only to find that the building had been demolished. She took Naruto to the Hokage's office instead. When she arrived, she attempted to go see the Hokage, but the 2 ANBU guarding the door wouldn't allow her to enter. unless she left Naruto outside the tower. Hearing the commotion, the Hokage opened the door to see what was going on. When he saw what was going on, he straightaway signaled to one of the trusted ANBU that guarded the inside of his office. An ANBU wearing a tiger mask came forward and tapped the door guards on their shoulders. When they turned around, he grabbed them and body flickered to the T&I department. Ibiki was going to have a fun appointment. Well, that's the last time I allow new Jounin to be promoted into ANBU, sighed the old Hokage. The Tiger ANBU came back at this point. Tiger, can you take Naruto to his house now? Asked the Hokage. Well, Kurenai, I can't wait for the team reports tonight. Line break. At the team report meeting, everyone was shocked. Kakashi was on time. Now they knew that something was going to go down. The Hokage walked in with the elders of Konoha behind him. They sat at the front of the room before the Jounin senseis started to list off which teams had failed and which passed. Team 7. Passed, said Kakashi lazily. This shocked everyone. Kakashi had never passed a team. At the front of the room, the elders all smirked, knowing that the last Uchiha had passed. Team 8. Pass, stated Kurenai. Again, the population of the room was shocked that a team with Naruto Uzumaki could pass. Team 10. Pass, said Asuma, looking like he didn't want to be in there. And thus the Rookie 9 had been born. Chapter 5. Training. Naruto walked into his team's training ground 10 minutes before his first team training session, intent on asking his sensei for help. When he arrived, he saw his sensei leaning against a tree reading a small book. Kurenai sensei, Naruto called out to her. She looked up and seemed surprised at first but quickly hid it. That was close. It's a good thing he couldn't see what I was reading, she thought as she hid the small orange book in her kunai pouch. So what do you want, Naruto? She asked, wondering why he would be here early. Well, I need some help. When I buy new kunai and shuriken, only one shop will sell them to me. I need some new gear, but the stuff I want isn't stocked at my usual place, Naruto explained, with tears brimming in the corners of his eyes from thinking about the treatment he gets in the village. What do you mean only one store sells to you? Questioned Kurenai. That isn't what's important right now. I just need to buy some scrolls, sealing tags, paper and ink. They don't sell those at the ninja supply store, said Naruto, trying to change the subject before more bad memories show up. Well, okay. After training and missions we can go to a store that I go to, said Kurenai. I'm gonna ask Hokage-sama about this later, she thought. Line break. Team 8 had an interesting day, to say the least. Their team training had involved telling Kurenai what they thought their biggest weakness was, and she helped think of ways to correct these weaknesses. She still left them to figure out the best way and just gave them gentle nudges in the right direction. After training, they went for their first mission. Naruto was extremely depressed when he found out he wouldn't be saving a princess or something like that. Instead, they chased the devil in feline form, also known as Tora the cat. With Naruto's speed, it was easy to catch. Hinata then carried it back. When the boys attempted to carry it, it showed that its claws weren't just for show. But when Hinata picked it up, it simply lay back and enjoyed the ride. After this, teammate went their separate ways. Hinata and Shino had clan training and Naruto was going to get supplies with Kurenai. She was thoroughly disgusted at the way people would look and treat Naruto. She took him to a small out-of-the-way bookstore. He was able to find everything but sealing tags, but that was good enough. He could get the tags at his normal store. Thanks, Kurenai-sensei, you are awesome, yelled Naruto as he was about to leave. Naruto, why do you want that stuff anyway? Questioned Kurenai. Well, I've been looking into seals, and the beginner-level exercises are all done on tags except for the basic storage seal, which is usually done in a scroll, explained Naruto. Well, I gotta go, Kurenai-sensei. See you at training tomorrow, yelled Naruto before vanishing in a burst of speed. Now that Naruto was gone, Kurenai headed straight for the Hokage's office to talk to him about stores not letting Naruto in. Naruto's house. As soon as Naruto got home from his training session, he quickly made a shadow clone to go buy some takeout ramen from Ichiraku's. While the clone was walking out, he pulled out a book titled Fuinjutsu for Beginners. He was practicing making sealing scrolls when he suddenly flinched. For some reason, he could remember being punched in the head by Sakura while on his way to Ichiraku's. But my clone was getting ramen all right, he yelled in his mind as he created a bunch of clones to test his theory. Half an hour later found a Naruto clone reading the Fuinjutsu book, another 10 clones practicing making sealing scrolls, 20 clones in the training ground making exploding notes, and 40 clones going through the library to find scrolls on chakra control and elemental control. The real Naruto was running laps around the compound to increase his speed. With his normal speed increasing, his speed while using his bloodline would increase as well. Naruto was well known for training himself into the ground, and that was just what he did, almost literally gouging a trench with all his repetitive running. Naruto looked around at the training field, seeing the trench he was in and the craters his clones making exploding tags made. He sweat dropped and pulled himself out of the trench. He dispelled his clones and staggered a bit from the sudden influx of information. "Okay, next time the clones pop 10 at a time," he said as he started to walk inside. He paused to look back at the damage and was amazed to see a complex seal array appear on the ground, filling in the craters with earth and collapsing the walls of the trench. "Now that is useful," he said before walking inside. The next few weeks went by without incident. Team 8 would train in the morning and then do a D-rank mission in the afternoon. The team training was focused on basic skills and fixing weaknesses. Naruto was increasing his chakra control. Shino was practicing taijutsu katas, and Hinata was working with Kurenai on her confidence. They would do the individual training from 9 until 11. They would train together and spar until 1. At 1 they would eat lunch and then get their mission. After the mission they would go their separate ways. Kurenai would go hang out with other jonin at a shinobi-only bar. Shino and Hinata would train with their respective clans, and Naruto would destroy his training ground with hundreds of clones. He split the clones into groups of 50. There were 2 groups in the library, one looking up jutsu and the other reading through clan scrolls. Outside there was a group practicing Fuinjutsu, another practicing jutsu. One group was working on taijutsu and a final group was working on fire manipulation. They were currently trying to set fire to leaves using chakra. They had some luck and would only improve with time. Naruto himself would read his mother's kenjutsu scrolls and practice using her katanas. When he finished training, he would go to bed and the clones would dispel gradually through the night. Mission Center. It had been a month since her team had graduated and Kurenai couldn't be happier with their progress. Shino was now high genin in taijutsu and a prodigy among his clan for control over his Kikai beetles. Hinata didn't stutter anymore unless alone with Naruto. And finally Naruto, he had grown the most. He could now teleport fully but only a few times. He now carried swords in a sealing scroll and could beat her in taijutsu. His ninjutsu consisted of mainly high-level techniques. In chakra control, all 3 could all walk on water at such a level that they could have a 3-way spar on top of the water and not have to concentrate on the chakra in their feet. Kurenai was pondering asking for their first C-rank mission, especially after Kakashi took his genin on one a few days earlier. As she was about to ask the Hokage for the mission, he spoke first. "Kurenai, I would like your team to go back up Kakashi's team. They appear to have run into a bit of trouble, and I have decided to send you as aid." "Are you sure, Hokage-sama? I don't mean to be disrespectful, but Kakashi won't like another team intruding into his mission. He doesn't like someone sitting next to him at a bar, so sharing a mission is something he would never do," said Kurenai. "He will accept you aid or he will be demoted to Chunin," said the Hokage with finality, before handing her a scroll. "These are the mission parameters. There is also a letter inside for Kakashi to let him know the situation." Kurenai read the scroll and turned to her team, confident that they could handle whatever this mission threw at them. "Okay team, we are leaving on a C-rank mission. Pack for a month tops. We leave in half an hour." "Yes, finally a proper mission," yelled out the resident loudmouth, also known as Naruto. The other members of Team 8 just smiled before they all darted off to pack. They all met at the gate exactly half an hour later. "Now Naruto, I need you to send clones to scout ahead. It takes a civilian 3 days to get to our destination in the Land of Waves. It should take 2 hours for us and half an hour for your clones," said Kurenai as they started to tree run. After an hour running, Naruto suddenly stiffened, almost missing the next branch. "Sensei, Kakashi and his team have encountered enemy ninja but seems to have won the encounter," said Naruto with a surprising level of maturity in his voice. "Okay, double time everyone. We need to be there to back them up in case of more attacks. Naruto, I want your swords to be at the ready," said Kurenai, and was answered by a chorus of "Hi Sensei." Team 8 made it to the small dock that Team 7 had gotten onto a boat from. Naruto, we need to get across here fast, and Hinata and Shino don't have a large enough chakra supply. Think you could give them a lift? Asked Kurenai. Naruto just smirked before making 3 shadow clones. Kurenai raised an eyebrow before one of the clones grabbed her and the others grabbed her other students. A sudden rushing sensation surrounded her as they sped across the water. Looking behind them, Kurenai saw the trails they were leaving in the water. She looked down and saw that Naruto wasn't channeling chakra to his feet. He was running fast enough that he wasn't even sinking. Shortly they were on the shore, a light mist covering the ground. Naruto was sitting down catching his breath. That was the furthest he had run in a straight line in a single go, and he had gained the memories and fatigue from the clones as well, making it worse. When he had caught his breath, he got up. Sensei, Kakashi and his team were attacked by the enemy Nin up here, he said as he led them towards the battle site. Thank you, Naruto. Hinata, can you see where Team 7 is now? Questioned Kurenai. Hinata activated her Byakugan. They are this way, Sensei. But Kakashi-san has little chakra and his team doesn't look much better, said Hinata. Kurenai just nodded before they darted off to where Hinata had spotted Team 7. Chapter 6: Arrival in Wave. One look into the house of Tazuna, the bridge builder, would show 3 young genin, and a small white dog collapsed all over the house. Kiba was on the ground, his Nin dog Akamaru curled into a ball inside his jacket. Sakura was on a couch fast asleep, and finally Sasuke was leaning against a wall, keeping watch, but his eyes betrayed how tired he really was. They had only just survived the fight against Zabuza. Kakashi would have been down here as well, but he was upstairs unconscious in the only spare bed in the house. This was the scene that Team 8 found upon arriving. Naruto would have laughed at them if it weren't for the fact that had his team been in the same situation as theirs, they would probably look the same. When they had arrived, Sasuke had launched a kunai. Luckily, Sasuke had a really bad aim whilst tired, and Team 8 could dodge high-speed projectiles as well, thanks to a little help from their sensei's friend Anko. The kunai was lodged in the doorframe before Sasuke realized who it was. A look of relief crossed his face before he promptly fell unconscious. Kurenai surveyed the room before looking to her team. Naruto, I want some clones surrounding the building. Shino, send some bugs out to search the surrounding area. Hinata, check over the members of Team 7 and flare your Byakugan every few minutes in case any enemies get past the Naruto's and Shino's bugs. She was met with a chorus of "Hi Sensei" from her genin. As each genin went about their tasks, Kurenai went to check on Kakashi. Upon arriving in the room she found him completely out cold. From what she could tell, he wouldn't be up for a while. Team 8 watched over Team 7 and the house that night. They introduced themselves to Tazuna and his daughter Tsunami when they got the chance. Kiba was the first to wake up. When he saw Team 8, he was at first shocked but then glad. If Gato had any more shinobi working for him, they wouldn't survive. Sasuke woke up next, acting like he wasn't asleep in the first place. Naruto smirked under his hood, knowing that no one could see it. The look on Sasuke's face had been hilarious, like he was trying to make sure he wasn't caught sleeping when he had been clearly knocked out. The 2 teams minus Sakura had eaten dinner together with Tazuna and Tsunami. Halfway through the meal, a small boy came in, grabbing a plate of rice before walking upstairs. That's my son Inari. He doesn't talk to many people, explained Tsunami, seeing the confused expressions worn by the genin. After the meal, Sasuke and Kiba carried Sakura up to the spare room before they settled down there for the night. Kurenai looked to her team, who had each set up a sleeping bag in a position which gave them a clear line of sight to an entrance. She set herself up on a couch facing the door before signaling to each member of her team when they would be keeping watch. Next morning, Naruto had been up last keeping watch, so he woke his teammates up at the crack of dawn before looking to the staircase to see Kakashi stumbling down. Kurenai, what are you doing here? Questioned Kakashi. In response, Kurenai just handed over the scroll from the Hokage. Kakashi had a quick look over it before handing it back to Kurenai. Kakashi, can you tell me what happened to your team? Questioned Kurenai. On our way here, we encountered 2 Chunin-level missing nin from Kiri, known as the Demon Brothers. They weren't a problem, but shortly after arriving on the shore here, we were attacked by the infamous demon of the mist, Zabuza Momochi. Flashback. As Team 7 started walking up the shore, a thick mist rolled in. Kiba suddenly sniffed before throwing a kunai towards a bush. A small rabbit came flying out, terrified from the sharp blade almost killing it. Sakura proceeded to hit Kiba over the head. Wait, that rabbit is white. It shouldn't still have its winter coat unless it was raised indoors. Shit, thought Kakashi. Down now. Sasuke grabbed Sakura while Kakashi grabbed Tazuna. Kiba was already down from Sakura's almost manly strength. As soon as they got below waist height, a large cleaver shot past where they had been standing. When the sword collided with a tree, a man appeared standing on it. He was wearing camo pants and dark blue ninja sandals. He had no shirt on and bandages wrapped all around his mouth. His slashed kiri hitayate worn on the side of his head. Zabuza Momochi, Demon of the Mist, stated Kakashi. The great Sharingan Kakashi knows my name. I'm touched, said the large man. Hand over the bridge builder and this won't get messy. I'm afraid I can't do that, Zabuza, replied Kakashi as he lifted his headband, revealing his fully matured Sharingan. Zabuza just shrugged in response. Sharingan, could he be of the Uchiha clan, thought Sasuke. More fun for me, Zabuza said with finality before forming a hand seal. Ninpu, hidden mist jutsu, he whispered, his voice still carrying throughout the clearing. There are 8 points on the human body that kill instantly. Larynx, spine, lungs, liver, jugular, subclavian artery, kidneys, and the heart. Which one should I attack first? Zabuza flooded the air with his killing intent. It was so great that Sasuke raised a kunai, ready to plunge it into his own heart. Sasuke, I'll protect you, Kakashi said, using a bit of chakra in his voice to clear the ki from the air around the genin. Kakashi prepared to be attacked before realizing that Zabuza would aim for Tazuna to avoid a prolonged fight. Zabuza tried to slash Tazuna but was stopped by a kunai to the stomach courtesy of Kakashi. Kakashi looked shocked as water came from the wound instead of blood. Water clone, stated Kakashi before he was bisected by Zabuza's blade. But instead of a corpse, there was only water. Kakashi appeared behind Zabuza and kicked him out onto the water. So the Sharingan can copy my jutsu even through this mist. Its power is truly formidable. As Zabuza finished saying this, Kakashi shot onto the water and fought him, kunai to cleaver. The fight was going well for Kakashi until he dropped under the water to avoid a slash. It wasn't until he was under the water that he realized the water was too thick. But by that time he was trapped. Suetun, water prison jutsu. Success. Kakashi looked around to see that he was trapped. He could use a burst of Raitun chakra to escape, but there was a chance that he would fry himself in the process. He watched as Zabuza made more water clones to attack his team. He weighed up the options before yelling to his team. Run, you guys have no hope of beating Zabuza. He had hoped the genin would listen, but when dealing with Sasuke and Kiba, there was no such thing as running away. Sensei, you told us that those who break the rules are trash, but those who abandon their teammates are worse than trash. We won't let some 2-bit trash like this stop us, yelled out the ever-brash Kiba. Kiba looked to Sasuke before both boys nodded to each other. Sasuke shot forward and attacked the clones, taking them out, but once they were gone, Zabuza made more. The new clones knocked Sasuke and Kiba to the ground. Suddenly Kiba erupted into smoke, revealing Akamaru. While the clones were confused, Sasuke took them out. Out on the water, Zabuza heard a cry of Tsuga as a tornado of claws and fangs shot toward him, forcing him to jump away from the water prison, releasing Kakashi. Kiba was left floating in the water watching the fight between the two jonin. Zabuza and Kakashi were now standing opposite each other, staring each other down. Zabuza started to do hand seals with Kakashi copying them. They finished the jutsu at the same time, both calling out, Suetun, Water Dragon Jutsu. The two dragons coiled around each other, fighting for dominance before both dragons collided and collapsed. Zabuza started to sweat a bit before he started another series of hand seals. Kakashi started copying them. You're just a copying monkey, laughed Zabuza before he saw an image of himself behind Kakashi. Seeing this caused him to pause for a second. That second was all Kakashi needed to finish the jutsu. Suetun, Great Waterfall Jutsu, Kakashi yelled as an orb of water rose up on front of him. It started to swirl before launching towards Zabuza, knocking him back into a tree. Kakashi walked forward, ready to finish the job. Flashback end. When I went to finish him, he asked if I could see the future. I said yes, and your future is death. Before I could kill him, a group of Sanbon pierced his throat. I checked for a pulse and found none. A hunter Nin dropped down and thanked me before taking Zabuza's body. Kakashi trailed off. Shit, he's still alive. Kakashi cursed. Kakashi and Kurenai then went to another room to talk strategy and schedules for the week over some coffee. With Team 8, each member of Team 8 watched their sensei walk off talking to Kakashi. They shrugged before pulling out a few small items. No point wasting good training time. Shino had a scroll on taijutsu styles open in front of him. Hinata was reading a scroll on basic first aid, and finally Naruto was balancing a kunai on the tip of his finger using his chakra. Hey, what do you think Team 7 have learnt since the famous copy Nin Kakashi started teaching them? Questioned Naruto. Shino just shrugged. Ano, I don't know Naruto-kun, but they must have learnt several new jutsu, said Hinata. Oh well, do you think Kurenai-sensei will teach us anything new? Questioned Naruto. This time he got 2 shrugs in response. He shrugged as well before adding a kunai to another finger, while waiting for Kurenai to return to tell them what they were going to do. Chapter 7 Wave Goodbye to Innocence. Kakashi led Team 7 out to a clearing in the forest the next morning. Sakura was still a little sore from the day before, but Kakashi figured a bit of training would do her good. Team 8 trailed behind them, curious to see how far along they were in their training. When they arrived in the clearing, Kakashi leant against his crutches before telling his team what to do. Today we will be learning to climb trees, started Kakashi before being interrupted by Kiba. But sensei, anyone can climb a tree. That is true, Kiba, but can everyone climb trees without using their hands? Questioned Kakashi as he channeled chakra to his feet and walked up the tree. All the genin present were amazed. Team 7 at seeing Kakashi walk vertically up a tree, and Team 8 because this was the first thing they had learned. Ano-sensei, but how does this help us? Questioned Sakura. Without missing a beat, Kakashi answered. Well, Sakura, this is a chakra control exercise. The better your chakra control, the easier it will be to do jutsu and to perform more advanced skills. Use these to mark your progress, he said as he threw a kunai to each of them. Sakura got it on her first try. Kiba slipped off the tree after his second step, and Sasuke broke the bark and fell when he overloaded it with chakra. After a few attempts, Sasuke realized that Team 8 were walking away. Hey Dobe, how come you're not doing this too? Yelled out Sasuke. Team 8 just looked back and shook their heads before running straight up the trees before launching themselves off the top branches and landed standing on the water of a river that flowed alongside the clearing. Team 7 just looked on amazed before Sasuke and Kiba ran back to their own trees to continue. Sakura was currently resting on a branch, her chakra reserves almost depleted. Kurenai took one last look at Kakashi's genin before shaking her head and walking off with her team. When they were far enough away from Team 7, Kurenai turned to her team. Naruto, make some clones to protect the bridge, and some to protect the house. Shino, send some beetles with them. Her 2 male genin nodded before doing as she asked. Now today we will be sparring, no holds barred. First I will spar with Shino while Naruto and Hinata spar. They nodded before moving to 2 different areas to spar. With Naruto and Hinata, the 2 genin bowed to each other before springing into action. Hinata launched forward, her Byakugan already active. She charged chakra to her fingertips and launched a series of quick strikes to a stunned-looking Naruto. But instead of hearing the sound of Naruto screaming in pain, she was greeted with the popping of a shadow clone. Using her Byakugan, she quickly located Naruto and threw a handful of shuriken. When the shuriken landed, Naruto was long gone, already standing at the opposite end of the clearing. Your speed is increasing every spar, and Naruto-kun, Hinata commented. Even with her Byakugan active, she had only seen the trail of wind chakra left in his wake. Naruto just smirked before he vanished from his spot in a blur. Hinata barely brought her guard up before Naruto was upon her. He was nothing but a blur of fists and feet as he attacked Hinata with a taijutsu style based around his bloodline. It was called the Flash Fist. It utilized quick strikes and retreating before a counter could be made. He was only just beginning, but even with the basic katas, he could beat a low Chunin level ninja without having to use the second stage of his bloodline. Hinata had been sparring with her teammates for a few weeks now, and was starting to get a handle on how to predict and block the sequence of Naruto's strikes. A lot still made it past her guard, but she could block a lot of them and even land a few Juken strikes. After a few minutes of the back and forward of the intense taijutsu match, Naruto moved back, rubbing his arm. Round bruises could be seen running down the length of his arms. He tried to flare his chakra but found he couldn't get it to run through his arms. "You're getting faster yourself, Hinata-chan," Naruto commented as he concentrated harder, causing small whirlwinds to dance around his shoulder and gradually down his arms. Hinata gasped in shock. She had never seen someone force open chakra points before, but Naruto's futon chakra had acted like a needle, piercing through the chakra point and widening until they had popped open again. He flexed his muscles before saying, "How about we kick things up a notch?" As he said this, he channeled chakra to the inside of his sleeves, or more specifically the seals inscribed into the sleeves. Hinata pulled out 2 kunai as 2 katanas slid out of Naruto's sleeves. The blades were almost identical, with the hilts being blood red and the blades themselves black with golden kanji on each one. On one blade it had the kanji for bloody, and on the other it had whirlpool. Hinata gulped. She knew how efficient he was with the blades. Naruto smirked before charging at Hinata without his bloodline. When moving at those speeds, he didn't want to be wielding swords or he would lose an eye. When he clashed with Hinata, she blocked his swords with her kunai. She felt herself getting pushed back, so she quickly jumped back. "This is unfair. Hang on a moment, Hinata-chan," said Naruto as he lodged one of his swords into a nearby tree. "Now that's fairer." He charged again, and this time when they clashed, Hinata could hold him back better, that is, until he started to use his proper kenjutsu style. His attacks became more random and unpredictable, making a counter almost impossible and leaving Hinata using her flexibility to avoid the slashes she couldn't block. Suddenly Hinata found she couldn't move anymore. Behind her was a shadow clone holding a hand seal. That's when she realized there were streams of futon chakra wrapped around her arms and legs. Naruto's katana was resting on her shoulder, inches from her throat. "You did really great, Hinata-chan." Naruto beamed at her. She blushed at the close proximity of her crush. "Hey Hinata-chan, why are so red? Did I push you a little too hard?" questioned Naruto. "Ano and Naruto-kun, it's nothing," stuttered Hinata. Naruto just shrugged before walking to his sword and pulling it out of the tree. "Hey Hinata-chan, should I leave the swords out of the seals, or should I put them back?" Naruto asked. "It looks good when they shoot out of your sleeves," answered Hinata. "So Hinata-chan, do you want to train together until Shino and Sensei are done with their spar?" questioned Naruto. Hinata just nodded before starting to practice some katas for the Juken. Naruto reached into his pocket where he activated a seal. When he pulled his arm out, he was holding a scroll. He unrolled the scroll and unsealed several plates of metal. He attached the plates to various parts of his body with chakra and started walking up a tree. He had to constantly practice his chakra control because of the rate that his reserves increased daily. He trained for about 10 minutes in his chakra control before he realized something was wrong. He could feel the air around him moving and there was a large disturbance coming near. Hinata was practicing without her Byakugan. She wasn't using any chakra right now in case she was needed quickly. Behind her, a group of thugs had found their way into the clearing. There were 5 in total. They spotted Hinata straight away and snuck up behind her. Normally Hinata would have noticed them coming, but she was still thinking about how much Naruto cared for her. Before she even realized what was happening, the thugs had grabbed her. Up in the tree, Naruto turned in time to see the thugs grabbing Hinata. He could feel the Kyuubi's chakra slowly feeding into his system. The Katan-based demon chakra flowed side by side with his futon chakra. A low growl escaped his lips before the metal plates dropped to the ground, red-hot and steaming. His swords appeared from the seals and he vanished in a flash of red, appearing in the center of the group, his blades flashing around him. In a split second, the thugs were dead on the ground. Naruto's sword still lodged into the heart of one man. Naruto was holding Hinata. She was clutching his shirt like it was a lifeline. The blood of the thugs stained the ground around, leaving a perfect circle of dry ground around Naruto. Both of the genin sobbed gently. Hinata from the terror she felt when they had grabbed her, and Naruto was looking at the bodies around him. "I'm a monster, the villagers were right. I killed them all without batting an eye," Naruto thought. Thank you, Naruto-kun." Hinata managed to force out. "Am I a monster, Hinata-chan? I killed all these men without any remorse." I felt good that I killed them after they grabbed you. Naruto sobbed. He was not expecting what came next. You are not a monster, Naruto. You saved me. They deserved it after what they did. You are a kind and caring and definitely not a monster. A monster wouldn't act like you do. And I know you aren't a monster because I like you and I know what you're like. Hinata suddenly slapped her hands over her own mouth, realizing what she had just said. You like me? Stuttered out Naruto, not really understanding the concept of someone caring for him, especially after he had just slaughtered those thugs. Yes, I do. I've liked you for a long time, and I like you even more now that you saved me from these men. She spat out the word men like it was a disease. Naruto jumped over the corpses and sat down against a tree, Hinata still clutching his chest. He wrapped her in a hug before they fell asleep. With Kurenai and Shino. Shino was puffing on the ground. He had been able to break out of his sensei's genjutsu fairly easily, but she had kept him on his toes, stretching the spar out for a good hour. Come on, Shino, we should go find the other two, instructed Kurenai. Shino just nodded as he pulled himself to his feet and swallowed a soldier pill to boost his chakra supply to prevent his beetles from getting too hungry. Shino led the way using the female beetle he had placed on Hinata as a beacon. When they arrived, they saw the mess that was once a group of patrolling thugs. They looked around and found Naruto and Hinata asleep. Kurenai walked over and woke up the two genin, after committing the scene to memory for embarrassment purposes later. She got a quick brief from Naruto, who seemed to sob a bit when he talked about what had happened, but he regained his confidence when Hinata grabbed his hand and squeezed. All right, you guys head back to Tezuna's house and I'll clean up here. When I return, we'll go to the bridge to aid Kakashi in guarding Tezuna. The genin nodded and darted off. Kurenai turned to the bodies and was about to laugh when she saw that Naruto's swords were still lodged in a body. Naruto appeared in a red flash, looked at the bodies and almost threw up before composing himself. Almost forgot these, he choked out before darting off again. The rest of the day Naruto and Hinata couldn't look at each other without blushing. This was noticed by the members of Team 7 who were wondering what had happened. When they arrived back at Tezuna's house that evening, Naruto grabbed Hinata's hand before she went inside. He gestured to the roof. She nodded and both jumped up. Did you mean it, Hinata-chan, when you said you liked me? Asked Naruto. A blush that was only rivaled by Hinata's adorned his face. Hi, Naruto-kun, I really like you, she stuttered out. Then Hinata-chan, would you like to? I dunno, maybe go out sometime? Asked Naruto, his blush intensifying as he slightly flinched, expecting a punch after the way Sakura used to treat him. He was pleasantly surprised when Hinata answered him by kissing him on the cheek. Hi Naruto-kun, she said before she started to sway before fainting. She then muttered in her sleep, if this is a dream, I hate you, Kami. Naruto chuckled before carrying her inside and setting her in her sleeping bag. He pulled out a piece of paper from his Fuinjutsu kit and wrote a small note. It wasn't a dream, Hinata-chan. He placed the note in her hand before heading into the dining room for dinner. Where's Hinata? Questioned Kurenai. She was really tired after her ordeal today and is asleep, Naruto replied. Kurenai nodded but eyed him carefully like she knew what had really happened. Naruto smiled before digging into his food. Chapter 8: Downfall of a Demon. The next day, Kurenai took her team to the bridge to guard Tezuna. She figured Kakashi's genin needed more training than hers did. Upon arrival, Naruto created a veritable army of shadow clones that spread out around the bridge and surrounding area. Many of the clones transformed into rocks or small animals, leaving only a few clones still in their normal appearance. Shino spread some beetles around the area to fill any gaps left in the security after Naruto's clones settled. Kurenai surveyed her team's work and was happy with the way they had set up the defenses. Okay, you guys can do some training within the perimeter setup. We don't want another incident occurring, instructed Kurenai. Her team nodded before walking off to train. Kurenai herself found a high vantage place so she could watch her team, while also reading a certain orange book that Kakashi was so openly fond of. With Shino walked over to a tree and concentrated, causing insects of all kinds to come flowing out of the forest. He then spent the rest of the day sorting through the bugs for anything that could be added to his colony or bred back at his family's compound. /n boring, right? With Naruto and Hinata. The budding young couple walked down under the bridge for their training. Hinata was meditating, trying to increase the size of the tenketsu behind her eyes to improve her Byakugan. Naruto looked at her for a moment, admiring her beauty and serenity. How did I never notice how amazing she is before? He thought as he prepared to train his fire manipulation. So far he could only really teleport short distances unless using Kyuubi's chakra. He grabbed a leaf from off the ground before sitting in a lotus position. He held the leaf in his palm and started channeling his keton into the leaf. At first nothing happened, until the center of the leaf started to turn brown and smoke. Slowly a hole was burning through the leaf, spreading towards the edges until all that was left was ash. Good, that one is all but perfect now. Time to practice the harder one, stated Naruto with satisfaction. He pulled out an old shuriken that looked too blunt to pierce the skin. He held this one between both hands, holding onto a spike with each hand. A glow of chakra surrounded it. As the glow started to spread into the metal, the shuriken started to heat up, until it was white-hot and almost melted. Now to apply some wind, he said as he channeled futon chakra to his hands, causing small blades to whip along the edge of the now soft shuriken. When the wind had done its work, Naruto plunged the shuriken into the water under the bridge. The water hissed for a second as it rapidly cooled the hot metal. When Naruto pulled his hand out of the water, he was holding a small metal sculpture, a simple leaf. When the metal had been softened by the heat, he had shaped it with the wind. The heating part was the actual exercise for improving keton control, but he had a small moment of genius with the shaping part. Blushing, Naruto walked over to Hinata to give the leaf to her. When he was halfway to her, he stopped. If I'm going to give her a gift, the first gift I'll give her, it has to be better than just a simple leaf. He thought before walking back to where he was practicing before and pulling out another of the old shuriken. He had stocked up on old busted tools when he saw that heating metal to almost melting was the next part. Naruto sat back in the lotus position and started to channel the different elements to start with his little sculpture making. If I shape it with futon while I'm still heating it with keton, it should be easier to shape it without the metal cooling and becoming brittle, he thought as he started using both elements at once. 10 minutes later, Naruto was concentrating as hard as he could, trying to use his chakra on the old shuriken, but for some reason he couldn't get the shuriken to even glow. He knew he wasn't out of chakra or not using chakra because he could feel a slow pull signifying that he was using it. He just didn't know what was using the chakra. A gasp drew his attention away from the shuriken. He looked up to see Hinata staring at him with her Byakugan active. She looked shocked. At first he was confused until he looked around to notice that the grass around him had turned brown and small fires had started up. Looking to Hinata again, he noticed a shimmer in the air showing heat waves slowly drifting off of him. He stood up and walked to the water to see if he was burned at all. But when he got close, the water started to bubble and boil, causing a thick curtain of steam to rise up. That's when Naruto realized his chakra was still flowing out of him. He closed his eyes and gradually the pull faded until he was certain that no more chakra was leaking out. He looked back to Hinata to see the shocked look still on her face. He scratched the back of his neck and laughed to ease the tension. Seems I got a bit out of hand with my keton training, huh, Hinata-chan? He commented offhandedly. Hinata just nodded before asking, "What were you doing anyway, Naruto-kun?" He just continued to scratch the back of his neck before explaining how he was trying to make her a gift. He then showed her the leaf he had made. She took the leaf and put it in her pocket. But Hinata, that's not good enough for a first gift in a relationship, Naruto protested, a fierce blush spreading over both of their faces. Naruto-kun, anything made by you would be the best gift I could ever receive, she said without stuttering once, although neither of their blushes decreased. So Hinata-chan, what was it that made you look so shocked? Questioned Naruto, changing the subject to get rid of his blush. Hinata thought for a second before replying. I think we should tell Kurenai-sensei, so I'll explain what I saw to both of you at the same time. Naruto just shrugged before the two went off to find their sensei. Kurenai was enjoying her book when she glanced down to have a quick check on her students. When she saw Hinata and Naruto coming towards her, she hid her book in her kunai pouch and jumped down to greet them. Why are you coming back here? Want some training in genjutsu? Questioned Kurenai. Her students shook their heads before Hinata stepped forward, a slight blush still present on her face. Kurenai figured it was from standing next to Naruto. Well, Kurenai-sensei, while Naruto-kun and I were training, he tried to use fire and wind at the same time to speed up an exercise. He seemed to be having trouble with it. When I looked over to him, he was surrounded by dead grass and small fires. I activated my Byakugan and saw that his chakra was acting strangely. The only way I can think to explain it would be to use an image, said Hinata before continuing. I saw 2 different elemental chakras running through Naruto, one wind and one fire. They started side by side. The futon chakra was white and the katan was red. But every time they passes a tenketsu, the amount of red and white would decrease, but a new color was added. It was a sort of orange-yellow. This new chakra was then being expelled around him in a bubble, creating heat waves and fire. The chakras were like food dyes in a river, following the current until they reach something to mix them like a whirlpool. The colors are dragged into the whirlpool and mix in the middle before being pushed out as a new color. Naruto looked thoughtful for a minute before he clapped his hands. I know what it is. The whirlpool comment made everything fit. I accidentally used the Uzumaki bloodline, stated Naruto like it was obvious. The 2 women were confused. Ano, Naruto-kun, I thought your bloodline was your speed and teleportation? Asked Hinata. No, that's my father's clan. I can't tell you his clan name. It's a secret. The bloodline you saw was my mother's clan, the Uzumaki. It allows me to mix together different elements to form new sub-elements. Gigi understands it better than I do, Naruto said before reaching into his coat to pull out a scroll with a whirlpool design on it. Hang on a second while I figure out what I did, he said as he unrolled the scroll to reveal a picture showing the kanji for all 5 main elements in a circle. Naruto channeled chakra to his fingertip before touching the kanji for fire and wind. In the center of the circle, the kanji for scorch appeared, as well as some information. Scorch release, an extinct bloodline from Suna, can create incredible heat in an area or focus to a point. When focused to a point, this bloodline can melt through any material. Read Naruto out loud. Sounds cool. I'll have to mess around with this when we get back to Konoha. Kurenai and Hinata were shocked that he would brush off something like this. Come on, Hinata-chan, let's get back to training. I'll see if I can get it right this time, said Naruto with a smile which caused Hinata to blush slightly and walk back with him. Later that day, at the end of the day, Team 8 and Tazuna arrived back at Tazuna's house to find Team 7 all exhausted from their training. Shortly after walking in the door, Tsunami called out from the kitchen. Dinner's ready. Come and get it. Everyone got up and went to the dining area, Inari included. Throughout the meal, Inari would glare at the ninja. That's it, why don't you just quit? You'll all die. Why you train just so you can walk to your deaths against Gato? I hate people like you, raised in your big village. You know nothing of our suffering. We have been through hell and you people act like you know us. I bet you haven't even, Inari said before Naruto cut in. Will you shut up, you annoying little Gaki? You grew up with family. You have food. You have never been beaten by most of the population of your village. You have never known my suffering. Naruto almost growled this out as his features became more feral. I'll be out training, sensei. And with that, Naruto disappeared in a red flash. Kakashi's jaw hit the floor, which is quite entertaining with the mask remaining on. That was sensei's bloodline, Kakashi thought in shock. But sensei's son died. I thought Naruto was named after Kushina in her honor. But that was definitely his bloodline. Meanwhile, Inari ran from the room crying. He sprinted up the stairs to his room, Kurenai following him to try and help him through the confusion he was feeling. Sensei, why did Naruto lie to Inari? Surely his life wasn't like that? Questioned Sakura, snapping Kakashi out of his thought. He did lie. Kakashi started making the people in the room relax. His life was much worse than what he suggested. Naruto grew up with no one to help him. He had to scrounge through trash to get food and hide whenever a villager saw him, or they would chase him away or attack him. I know this because I used to be an ANBU captain and I would have to save him from mobs of villagers, especially on his birthday. The people in the room all had varying reactions. Sasuke looked surprised, or at least as surprised he could while retaining an impassive look. Kiba and Sakura looked a little green. Tazuna and Tsunami were almost in tears, and the remaining members of Team 8 showed no outward reaction. They both knew already. With Naruto. Out on a small clearing, Naruto appeared in a flash of red. This was where he had killed the thugs and was the first place he could remember perfectly that was within his range. The only evidence of his fight was a scorch mark on the ground where the bodies had been and a few red stains on the nearby trees. Naruto, still annoyed, reached into one of his pockets and pulled out a scroll with the kanji for seal on the front. He threw his coat over a branch and prepared the scroll. When he unrolled it, he applied chakra and several small paper slips. An inkwell and a calligraphy brush popped out in a puff of smoke. He started to draw on the slips, his hand a blur as he drew out 10 identical sealing arrays. Once done, he attached them to several trees and sat in the middle of the clearing in the lotus position. He concentrated on the area around him until one seal glowed and he vanished in a flash. When he appeared, he was sitting below the seal. He smirked before standing up and starting to flash around the clearing. The next morning, Haku was walking through the forest collecting herbs to help Zabuza heal faster. As he was walking, he came upon a blonde-haired boy asleep in a clearing. Upon closer inspection, revealed a Konoha Hitai around his neck. He wasn't one of the ninja that had attacked Zabuza, meaning that reinforcements had been called in. He walked into the clearing and reached for the boy's throat. He didn't like to kill, but to protect Zabuza he would do anything. As he was about to kill the boy, he instead shook the boy awake. "Huh, where am I?" "Oh right, training," Naruto said sleepily. "Who are you?" Naruto questioned. "Isn't it polite to give your own name first?" asked Haku teasingly. Naruto smiled brightly. "So it is. I'm Naruto Uzumaki, genin of Konohagakure no Sato, and you are?" "I'm Haku," he said while smiling. "Why are you out here in the forest so early, Haku?" Naruto questioned, already knowing that this person, he wasn't entirely sure of gender yet, was a ninja based on their chakra levels. "I'm collecting herbs for a friend of mine, so he will get better quicker," Haku said, trying to word it so he wouldn't reveal anything. "Why are you out here, Naruto-kun?" "I was training. I gotta get stronger so I can help the people here and protect my precious people while I'm at it," Naruto stated with conviction. "Then you will grow strong. Those who protect people close to them will always grow stronger, so they can protect their precious ones to the fullest," Haku said. Naruto smiled before he helped Haku look for herbs. When they were done, Haku started walking away. "Tell Zabuza I'm sorry it has to be this way." Haku spun around with a senbon out but found Naruto already gone. He looked around searching for Naruto before sprinting off. Naruto reappeared in a red flash before collecting the sealing tags from the trees and before putting them in his kunai pouch for later. This was the first time he had gotten the seal right, so he gonna save these for later examination. When he arrived back at the house, he found out that his team had already left to guard Tazuna. Kurenai had left him a note telling him to stay here and train whilst guarding Tsunami, so that Kakashi didn't have to watch the house and his team at the same time. He shrugged before creating a dozen clones and sending them to surround the house. Once he was done with his clones, he went and sat by the pier that was near Tazuna's house. He took a deep breath before pulling out one of his broken shuriken. He superheated it before shaping it into a kunai. He left a narrow tube inside the kunai, and while it was still hot, he placed one of the seal tags inside and reheated the metal to cover the hole before cooling it again. Once he was sure it wouldn't break, he created another clone with a lot more chakra than he usually gave them. He gave the clone some money. The clone nodded to him before concentrating and disappearing in a red flash. If we were to follow the journey of the clone, we would see it flash to several locations along the road to Konoha, always teleporting to the range of its vision. Naruto looked to where the clone went before sitting down in the lotus position, focusing on his Keton chakra. He built up Keton chakra into his palm before small sparks started to flicker around his fingers. He kept building the chakra until flames were resting above each finger. He concentrated and made the flames move slowly around the fingers, spiraling into his palm. Once in his palm, the flames spread outward, coating his entire hand without burning it. He smirked before charging forward and slammed his fist into a tree. At first, all that was there was a scorch mark, but slowly the mark started to turn red before the entire tree started to burn from the inside out. Slowly the tree collapsed in on itself, turning into a pile of burning splinters. That night, when Team 8 returned from the bridge, Naruto greeted them at the door. "Hey guys, what took you so long?" His team just looked at him before walking off to different parts of the house to pursue their own personal interests. Hinata and Naruto went outside and sat on the roof. Hinata couldn't figure out why Naruto seemed to be fidgeting and blushing. She figured it out when he pulled out a necklace. It was a small kunai on a silver chain. "I made it today while training. I sent a clone to get the chain from home. It's a beacon. If you channel chakra into it when you're in danger, I'll be there in a flash," Naruto explained. Hinata clutched it to her chest before putting it around her neck. "Thank you, Naruto-kun," she said as she leant over and kissed him on the cheek. He blushed and leant back until he was lying down on the roof. Hinata joined him, laying her head on his chest. End of the week. Naruto woke up and looked around. His team was gone, and judging by the lack of shinobi-sized chakra signatures nearby, he guessed that Team 7 was gone too. He shrugged before pulling on his gear. Crash. Naruto jumped and pushed his chakra into the air around him. He was feeling for people near him who didn't possess enough chakra to track by shinobi standards. He immediately recognized Tsunami and Inari, but there were two unknown people in the other room. Concentrating for a second, he found one of the ceiling tags he had placed around the house, sending out some chakra to activate the beacon in the seal. Once activated, he felt the pull at his chakra, signifying that the way was clear for him to teleport. As one of the thugs was going to slice Inari with his sword, he was blocked by a katana that had appeared in a flash of red. His vision cleared to reveal Naruto holding back his larger sword with only one hand on his katana. He yawned before a second katana shot out of his other sleeve and sliced the thug's ankles, causing him to fall to the floor howling in pain. He turned to see the other thug holding his sword to Tsunami's throat. "You take one step and I slash her throat," he called out. Naruto just smirked before vanishing in a flash, appearing behind the man and hitting him over the back of the head with the pommel of his sword. The man collapsed and Naruto created 3 clones, 2 to drag the thugs outside and tie them up and 1 to guard Tsunami and Inari. He nodded to them before racing off towards the bridge, his swords already back in their seals. At the bridge, Teams 7 and 8 minus Naruto had just arrived at the bridge to discover a thick mist had covered the area. All of Tezuna's remaining workers were either knocked out or dead. They couldn't be sure yet. "Haha, it seems the famous Sharingan Kakashi couldn't handle me alone. He had to call for reinforcements," taunted Zabuza from within the mist. "Look, one of your genin is even shaking in fear. How pathetic." At this, 10 water clones appeared from the mist. "You're mistaken. I'm not shaking in fear. I'm shaking in excitement," called Sasuke as he dispelled the clones in a blur of motion. Seems this one might be a match for you in speed, Haku," Zabuza commented. Hinata and Kurenai giggle a bit at this but hid it from Zabuza. The mist cleared to reveal Zabuza, Haku, and the demon brothers. Sasuke take the hunter Nin. Kiba, Shino attack the demon brothers. Hinata and Sakura guard Tazuna. "Kurenai, you and I are going to take down a demon," instructed Kakashi, becoming suddenly serious. The various battles raged for a few minutes. Kiba and Shino were at a stalemate with the demon brothers. Shino couldn't get his beetles close enough because of their teamwork, and Kiba and Akamaru could only just follow them by scent, but the mist was making it difficult. Kakashi and Kurenai were having a hard time. With all the mist, Kakashi's Sharingan was almost useless, and Kurenai couldn't get a lock for her Jinjutsu. They were barely dodging Zabuza's giant blade. Sasuke was doing the worst. He was trapped inside a dome of ice mirrors and riddled with senbon, his Sharingan blazing but ultimately not helping. Hinata was watching all this with her Byakugan when she noticed a chakra signature getting closer. She focused her eyes to see Naruto racing over at his fastest speed without teleporting. She knew he wouldn't make it in time to help Sasuke. That's when she remembered the necklace. She grabbed it and channeled chakra to it. In an instant, Naruto appeared in a red flash. He surveyed the battles before turning and giving Hinata a quick kiss on the cheek before placing a seal tag on the ground. He looked into the dome to see Sasuke collapse. He quickly flashed over and grabbed Sasuke before flashing out again and depositing him with Sakura. When he stood up straight, he felt a little woozy. He had used a lot more chakra than normal thanks to holding Sasuke. But still, he charged into the dome anyway to defeat the masked Nin. He knew it was Haku, but he wouldn't call him out just yet. You are a fool, rushing into your own demise like that. You should have run when you had the chance. Once I start attacking, you will have no chance of escape, came Haku's voice from all around. Naruto just smirked before lazily watching the senbon come flying at him from all directions. With a flick of his wrist, his sword shot out. Enhanced with Futon chakra, it blew all the senbon away from him. I'll admit, with your bloodline you're fast, but sadly, called Naruto as he disappeared mid-sentence. He appeared above Haku while she was moving between mirrors. I'm faster, Haku. And with a quick swing of his sword, Haku was sent crashing to the ground. He had made a mirror encase his chest to prevent damage. When he was getting up, he saw that the mirror was almost cut all the way through. How did you know it was me? Questioned Haku as he struggled to stand. Please, how many people have a chakra signature as unique as your own? Your chakra is cool like your ice, but comforting. That makes this so much harder. With his part said, Naruto charged again, his sword ready to sever Haku's head. Hayutan, frozen blade, called Haku as a blade of ice formed around his hand. He barely blocked in time, but he could see the ice wouldn't last. Naruto frowned for a second before he began to expel chakra. At first nothing happened until Haku noticed that the ice mirrors that were still up were starting to melt. Sorry, I'm new to this whole Shikutten thing. Scorch is difficult to use on purpose, and even harder to restrict to a small area like your ice. Haku was shocked that he was melting her ice, including her blade. With a quick strike from the blonde, her blade shattered, the force knocking her to the ground. End it, Naruto. I am a broken tool. Haku's voice was filled with sorrow. Naruto raised his sword ready to knock Haku out when a loud chirping sound filled the bridge. The mist had cleared significantly since the start of the fights, revealing Zabuza standing still in a sort of daze and Kakashi charging at him with lightning coating his hand. Sorry, Naruto-kun, but it seems I may have a use yet, said Haku as she struck a senbon into Naruto's stomach, causing him to stumble. Haku took off to intercept Kakashi. Naruto tried to follow but found his chakra not responding. He pulled out the senbon that Haku had struck him with and his chakra started to flow again, but it was too late. Haku was already dying, a hole where his heart used to be. Zabuza looked down at Haku and for a second a tear started to build in his eye. Well, it seems the demon of the bloody mist isn't all he's cracked up to be. Oh well, I wasn't gonna pay him anyway. Men kill them all, came the voice of Gato. Everyone looked to see Gato and an army of thugs standing on the bridge. Zabuza looked at the thugs before turning to Kakashi and Kurenai. Gato is mine, you two take out the thugs. And with that he charged forward, his cleaver leaving behind a pile of bodies and severed limbs in its wake. With him were the demon brothers who were taking down anyone stupid enough to attack Zabuza from behind. Kurenai and Kakashi both charged in as well and were soon joined by Naruto, who was nothing but a blur as he took down thugs left and right. They made quick work of the thugs who weren't taken down by the mist Nin. When Zabuza reached Gato, the little man was shaking in his boots. Even though Zabuza had wounds covering his back and could barely lift his sword as the demon brothers had fallen a little while ago. Zabuza, using the last of his strength, swung his sword downwards, cleaving the man in two. Using his sword as a cane, he slowly walked to the demon brothers before grabbing what was left of them and dragged them over to Haku's body. When he got there, he collapsed. I'm so sorry, Haku, but I know I won't see you again. I hope you're happy up there. And with that, the light left Zabuza's eyes. The last thing he saw was Haku's smiling face and snowflakes falling all over the battlefield. Chapter 9, Leaving Wave. Naruto stood in front of the grave that his clones had dug out for Zabuza and his accomplices. Four side-by-side graves with Zabuza's massive sword marking the area. He reached into his pocket, activating his seals and causing his Fuinjutsu scroll to poof into his hand. He unsealed his inkwell and calligraphy brush. He walked forward and started drawing seals on the sword and the area surrounding the graves. Once it was all done, he stepped back to admire his work. Preservation. Fuin, he called. The seals all glowed before swirling around until they converged in a single point in the center of the graves, forming a small mark on the ground similar to a scorch mark. He wiped away a single tear before turning away and disappearing in his usual flash of red. On the bridge. Where is the dobe? Screamed out Sakura, causing everyone present to flinch. and the whole population of Wave was there, which was quite the achievement for the Pinkette Banshee. Suddenly Naruto appeared next to Hinata in his now signature flash of red. "Sorry I'm late everyone, I needed to do something really quick," said Naruto sheepishly while scratching the back of his head. His team smiled. When it was a serious moment he was all business, but when there was no apparent danger he reverted to the attitude of a child. "Ah, good, now that everyone is here we can get going," said Kakashi, smiling. He had cut in to prevent his team from starting a shouting match with Naruto. He was still confused about Naruto. He was almost completely certain that he was his sensei's son now. Now that he had gotten to know Naruto, he could see the similarities between him and his parents. Being like Kushina when he didn't need to be serious and like Minato in battle. Although if he was honest with himself, he would have never noticed if Naruto hadn't let his bloodline show. Inari came forward holding back tears. "Please promise you'll come visit soon, Naruto-Nizan," he said while trying his hardest not to cry. "Hey, it's alright to cry in a time like this. Just remember to grow strong so that you can protect all that is precious to you. And I will definitely come visit you soon," said Naruto with conviction. "Alright kids, let's head out. If we run we'll be home by lunchtime. Naruto, can you run ahead and alert Hokage-sama that we will be arriving soon, and then come back and meet up with us," said Kurenai. Kakashi looked like he was about to say something so that Naruto would stay so he could talk, but he was too late as Naruto had already nodded and ran off. He sighed in defeat before heading out himself, the rest of the Konoha ninja following behind. As Naruto ran, he pushed his futon chakra to the limit. At the speed he was traveling, it would take a very experienced ninja or someone with a fully matured Sharingan to follow his movements. Once the gates were visible, he straightaway realized a major problem. At the speed he was traveling, he wouldn't stop in time to check in at the guard station. Thinking quickly, he performed a few hand seals. "Futon, Gale Wind Palm," he called as he aimed his palm at his feet. The resulting blast of air sent him flying straight up. Once he was up high, he used a burst of wind chakra to slow his descent and push him to the guard booth. Landing gently, he signed in at the booth and waved to Kotetsu and Izumo before darting to the Hokage's office at normal speeds. No use showing the villagers what he could really do. "Hey Gigi, Kurenai-sensei sent me ahead to tell you that Teams 7 and 8 will arrive sometime around lunch," said Naruto as he walked into the Hokage's office. "Ah, Naruto, good to see you. Did you make any progress with replicating your father's seals?" questioned the old man. Naruto smiled before pulling a tag out of one of his pockets and slapping it onto the Hokage's desk. He smirked before disappearing in a red flash, returning a second later with a small flower. "I finally figured out the seal and placed a couple in places in Wave. I overlaid the tags with a preservation seal as well," said Naruto, proud of his accomplishments. "Now if you'll excuse me, I need to tell Kurenai-sensei that I made it here safely," said Naruto as he put the flower between his teeth and flashed out again. Hinata jumped slightly when Naruto appeared next to her, passing her the flower before the others looked to him. He winked at her under his hood before taking it off to smile to everyone. "Gigi knows that we're coming," said Naruto, still smiling like an idiot. "Thank you, Naruto. If you want you can head back to Konoha now," thanked Kurenai. Naruto smiled before shaking his head. "It's fun walking with you guys," said Naruto. "Baka, we're sprinting as fast as we can," screamed Sakura. Naruto smiled sheepishly. "Sorry, sometimes I forget how fast my normal speed is, and FYI my team is moving at a steady jog compared to their full speed," said Naruto, going from his childish attitude to battle mode in an instant. Naruto started moving along next to Hinata. "Hey Hinata-chan, turn on your Byakugan and look at my feet," whispered Naruto. Hinata complied with his wish and focused her Byakugan to his feet. What she saw shocked her. He wasn't touching the trees. Every time it looked like he was going to land on a branch, he would send a jet of futon chakra out of his foot, creating a platform that he could step on instead, effectively flying along instead of running. "Naruto-kun, how are you doing that? You're flying," whispered Hinata, trying to avoid the others noticing. "Nah, not really. If I was flying, I would need to control the wind around me constantly, and I don't have the control to do that while holding myself in the air. This is just applying the tree climbing theory with futon training." Naruto smiled, still talking in a whisper. They continued on towards Konoha, Naruto and Hinata chatting the whole way. Kakashi was watching Naruto to find a time to talk to him but couldn't find a time. Kurenai was talking with Shino about the possibilities of using genjutsu to hide his bugs in a battle. And Team 7 were so tired and concentrating on where they were jumping to talk. Once the gates were in view, Naruto turned to his sensei. "Hey Kurenai-sensei, I should probably flash into the Hokage's office. It might get confusing trying to explain why I'm coming into Konoha a second time without leaving." Kurenai nodded and Naruto flashed away to the Hokage's office. Upon arrival in the Hokage's office, Sarutobi fumbled for a second before putting his little orange book away. "Gigi, you shouldn't read that kind of thing when there are children around," Naruto admonished his grandfather figure. Sarutobi smiled before poking his tongue out at Naruto and started smoking his pipe. A few minutes later, the rest of the ninja from the wave mission turned up. "Ah, good to see you all. Now Kakashi and Kurenai, you can stay. The rest of you can go," smiled the Hokage. Naruto cheered and darted off. The rest of the genin's sweat dropped before following him out. The Hokage's smile vanished as he looked at the jonin before him. "Now report," ordered the Hokage. Kakashi and Kurenai went on to report what had happened in Wave. When they were done, Kakashi asked a question. "Hokage-sama, why didn't you tell me Sensei's son was still alive?" Kurenai looked confused. Kakashi was trained by the Yondaime, but he didn't have a child. "The son of the yellow flaw ash," thought Kurenai. "Oh Kami, Naruto is the son of the Honorable Fourth," exclaimed Kurenai. Sarutobi glared at Kakashi. "Thank you Kakashi. Naruto didn't want anyone to know until he made Chunin and you go and blurt it out without asking if Kurenai knew yet. Well, seeing as the secret is out, I may as well say that Naruto is the clan heir to the once great Namikaze and Uzumaki clans, inheriting the Namikaze bloodline and apparently the Uzumaki bloodline as well according to Kurenai," explained the Hokage. Kurenai just stared dumbstruck. The Hokage's side, it was going to be a long night. A week later, Team 8 was standing in their usual training ground, waiting for Kurenai to show up. Naruto and Hinata were lying down side by side holding hands. When in public they acted like friends and teammates, but when in the privacy of their team meetings and anything where their team were the only ones present, they openly acted like a couple. Shino had guessed it after seeing how they had acted in Wave, and Kurenai had already known somehow. They weren't ready to go public with their relationship. Hinata's father would destroy Naruto. Naruto didn't want to face an enraged Hireishi Hyuga. Heck, he didn't want to fight Hireishi Hyuga at all. So they kept it a secret to all but their team and the Hokage. But the Hokage seemed to know everything going on in the village anyway. After the Hokage had explained Naruto's heritage to Kurenai, she had talked to Naruto and he had told his teammates. They didn't care who his parents were. It didn't change the Naruto they knew. He had smiled when Shino had said that, and blushed when Hinata had kissed him on the cheek. After waiting for a few minutes, Kurenai walked into the training ground. "Good, you're all here. I am entering you 3 in the Chunin exams. I think you are ready to try and advance, and even if you don't get promoted, this will still be a great learning experience," explained Kurenai brightly. Although inside she in turmoil, she knew her team was ready, but she thought it was too early for them to enter the exams. But with the exams being held in Konoha this time round, they would have the highest chance of making it to the finals and have a better chance at promotion. She handed each genin a form before saying, "Now you don't need to take the exam. I won't mind if you back out. Just show up at the academy at room 301 in a week's time." "Okay." Her team nodded before going off to think. She knew they would all enter anyway. Naruto was too headstrong not to, and Hinata always gained more confidence when Naruto was around. Shino knew his capabilities and he was around Chunin level anyway, so his own logic would drive him to participate. She smiled lightly and walked away, happy that her team had the highest chance of promotion out of the rookie groups. Kakashi hadn't taught his team enough for them to be proper contenders, except maybe Kiba with his clan training, but he was too brash to think anything through anyway, so he wouldn't last long. Team 10 had a high chance of passing too, but that was because their team format was a tried and tested team arrangement. The Ino Shikacho trio were devastating together, and hopefully their children was just as good. But their individual habits made their chance at promotion go down a bit as well. She shrugged before heading home for some well-deserved Ika time with Naruto and Hinata. As Naruto and Hinata were walking down the street, a box with eye holes that had been painted like a rock Hinata giggled and Naruto sighed. Konohamaru, rocks aren't square. How many times do I need to tell you? Hey, you're good, boss. Just what I expect from my rival, called out Konohamaru as the box exploded into smoke. 3 different sets of coughing were heard. Udon, you used too much cough gunpowder, called out a female voice. When the smoke cleared, it revealed 3 small kids wearing trench coats that looked a lot like Naruto's. Who are these cuties, Naruto-kun? Questioned Hinata. Hi, I'm Moegi, the sassiest kunoichi in the academy, called out the girl. I'm Udon, I like math, said a boy wearing glasses with a large glob hanging from his nose. And I'm Konohamaru, the future Hokage, yelled out Konohamaru. Hey boss, you promised to play ninja with us, pouted Konohamaru. Hinata giggled. A ninja who plays ninja? That's so adorable, Naruto-kun. Hinata giggled out. Hey boss, is she your, started Konohamaru, wiggling his pinky finger. Girlfriend? Yes, she is. But keep quiet, it's a secret. Her father would kick my ass if he knew, whispered Naruto. A cheeky grin spread its way across Konohamaru's face. Wow boss, you were such a wimp. How hard could it be to face an old man? Teased Konohamaru, completely disregarding his failed assassination attempts on his grandfather. A deathly aura surrounded Naruto as he cracked his knuckles and took a step forward. Konohamaru, seeing the aura, turned and sprinted away laughing. Naruto gave chase until Konohamaru ran around a corner and a loud thud was heard. Naruto and Hinata raced around the corner to see Konohamaru lifted off the ground by his shirt. Apologize now, Gaki, or I'll have to teach you a lesson, threatened the strange boy in a cat suit. Kankuro, put the kid down. We haven't even started the exams and you're causing us trouble, stated a blonde girl behind Kankuro. Don't worry, Temari. It's just one punk kid. No one will miss him, said Kankuro. I think his grandfather might. The Hokage may be old, but he remembers his grandson just fine, called out Naruto in his serious mode. Kankuro dropped Konohamaru like he was made of acid. The boy ran and hid behind Hinata. Now, if you two and your teammate in the tree don't want to be kicked out of the exams, then you should go back to your hotel. The two Sunagenin tensed when he said teammate. They turned to see Gaara hanging upside down in a tree off to the side of the road. Kankuro, you are a disgrace to our village. Step out of line again and I'll kill you, said Gaara in a monotone. Kankuro and Temari nodded before Gaara appeared next to them in a sand body flicker. They started to walk away before Gaara turned around. Who are you? He questioned Naruto. Isn't it polite to give your own name first? Replied Naruto. I am Gaara of the desert, he drawled. Boring. I am Naruto Uzumaki, future Hokage of Konoha, yelled Naruto, switching back to childish. Mother will enjoy your blood, stated Gaara with some form of sick satisfaction. And with that, the Suna team walked off. Naruto turned to Hinata and made a crazy gesture with his hand. Hinata had to stifle a giggle. Konohamaru fake retched before running off to play ninja with his friends. Naruto and Hinata laughed a bit before walking home together. If anyone asked why Naruto was walking towards the clan compounds, he could say he was walking Hinata home. Chapter 10, Welcome to the Exams. Team 8 all arrived at the academy at the same time. They looked to each other and nodded. Hinata, can you tell me where the most people are inside right now? Asked Naruto. Hinata nodded before activating her Byakugan. They seem to be on the 2nd floor, surrounding a genjutsu, informed Hinata. Then it would be logical for us to avoid the 2nd floor altogether, droned out Shino. The others nodded before they all jumped up onto the wall and ran to an open window on the 3rd floor. When they reached the door marked 301, they saw Kurenai waiting for them. Good, you all showed up. If one of you hadn't, then I wouldn't have been allowed to let you in. But that isn't the case, so go in and face the first portion of the Chunin selection exams, said Kurenai as she disappeared in a classic body flicker. Her team looked at each other before Naruto pushed the door open. As soon as they stepped through the door, they were bombarded with killing intent. They didn't even flinch after being on a battlefield with Zabuza. Killing intent of this level didn't affect them. Naruto shrugged before leaning against a wall, his team following him. They waited as the rest of the rookie teams showed up. When Team 7 showed up, Sasuke sent a glare at Naruto. He was covered in bruises, and his eyes kept flickering from his normal black to Sharingan red. Before he could do anything, he was jumped on by a blur of blonde hair. Naruto silently laughed as he saw Sasuke almost raped by Ino. Shikamaru and Choji came and sat with Team 8. "So troublesome," exclaimed Shikamaru before he sat down and tried to get to sleep. "Hey, you guys should keep quiet. There are a lot of hostile teams here, and you rookies being loud just make you targets," said a genin that none of them recognized. "Who are you?" questioned Sakura. "I'm Kabuto, and if there's anything you want to know about these exams, just ask," said the now named Kabuto. "Why would you know about the exams? Is this your second try?" asked Sakura. It's my seventh," replied Kabuto sheepishly. Naruto stopped listening after that. Shino would tell him if anything important was said, so instead he turned to investigate the assembled genin. Not many teams got his attention, but a few did. He saw the Suna team, the redhead giving off as much killing intent as Zabuza. He saw a Konoha team with a Hyuga, a girl who looked like a panda, and a boy with a bowl haircut and massive eyebrows. Even though they looked stupid, he could feel the power and confidence that they were exuding. And the final team to catch his eye were from IWA, the only team from IWA in fact. There were two boys and a girl. The first boy was tall and thin, wearing brown shorts and a gray t-shirt with maroon sandals. He had a pale complexion and bright blonde hair cut into a short ponytail. His arms were covered in burn scars from the elbows down, some fresh and some old. The second boy was short and stocky, his build reminiscent of a boulder. He had extremely tan skin, looking like he had stayed in the sun a little too long, and his hair was mud brown. He wore brown pants and a black t-shirt with the same maroon sandals. The girl was very different from her companions. She seemed to enjoy matching her clothing to her physical characteristics. Her hair was green and she wore a t-shirt that matched. Her eyes were purple and her shorts matched them. She had the same sandals as her team. She was about the same height as Naruto with an average build for a kunoichi. They were studying him as intently as he was studying them, and they were giving off as much killing intent as Gaara. Naruto shrugged it off to hear Sasuke. "I want to know about Rock Lee of Konoha and Naruto Uzumaki of Konoha." Kabuto started to reach for his cards. "And can you tell me about Gaara of the desert?" Naruto cut in. "You know all their names. That makes it so much easier," said Kabuto as he pulled out 3 cards. First up is Gaara of the Sand. Son of the 4th Kazekage, his teammates are his siblings. He has been on 40C rank missions, 20B rank and 2A rank. He has returned from every mission without a scratch. I don't know anything about his abilities because he's from another village. Next is Rock Lee of Konoha. His teammates are Niji Hyuga and Tenten. He has completed 200D rank missions, 50C ranks, and 1B rank. He graduated the last of his class and can't use Nin or Genjutsu, but his taijutsu is off the charts. And finally, Naruto Uzumaki. His teammates are Hinata Hyuga and Shino Aburame. He has completed 30C rank missions and 1A rank mission. His Genjutsu is non-existent, but his Nin and taijutsu are off the charts. It is also listed that he is the fastest genin in Konoha. Finished Kabuto, Naruto's eyes narrowed. Only the Hokage had called him the fastest genin, and it was never put on his record. Kabuto continued to talk while Naruto looked around the room to see if anyone had been listening. Apparently most of the room had been. Gaara looked intrigued or possibly hungry. The IWA team were doubling their killing intent, and the guy with the bowl haircut, Rock Lee, if that Kabuto kid was right, had flames burning in his eyes and looked like he was going to challenge him to a race or something. But before he could, the team from Oto attacked Kabuto with some form of sound wave attack. Before anything else could happen though, the front of the room was engulfed in smoke. "My name is Ibiki Marino and I'm the proctor of the first exam. And there will be no fighting unless told otherwise by a proctor," yelled out a scarred man in the middle of a group of chunin. "Now come and grab a number that will be your assigned seat. You have 30 seconds to get a number. Get to a seat and wait for the test to start," called out Ibiki. For a second, no one moved until he looked at his watch and tapped it twice. Almost everyone in the room made a mad dash for the chunin proctors. The IWA team, the Suna team, and Team 8 all calmly collected their numbers and found their seats. Naruto found himself sitting next to Sakura. Great, the Banshee. Couldn't I have been put next to Hinata-chan? Ibiki went on to explain the rules. Only losing 2 points for cheating, and these questions are way too hard for Genin to answer. This is for information gathering rather than book smarts. As Naruto finished this line of thought, he noticed Sakura was furiously writing down the answers. He looked around to see what had appeared to be a team of Genin before were really Chunin in disguise, filling out the answers slowly so they could be copied. He noticed Sasuke using his Sharingan to copy answers. He saw Niji using his Byakugan and assumed Hinata would be as well. Gaara had an eye made of sand giving him answers. Kiba had Akamaru getting answers. Shino was using his bugs, and finally Tenten and Lee were using mirrors to convey information. Naruto smirked and faked a sneeze. When he sneezed, he released a lot of futon chakra, causing test papers to fly into the air. During the confusion, he darted around the room and collected the answers before racing back to his seat and writing them down. Once everyone had gotten their papers, and a few were disqualified for blatantly reading other people's papers. Naruto looked around and was glad to see that no one had seen him move, not even Sakura. The kid is certainly fast. I barely tracked him as he moved through the papers, mused Ibiki. Naruto leaned back confident that he could pass. He sensed someone looking at him, but when he couldn't find who, he gave up on it. 2 rows behind Naruto sat Katamari Wakashima, the kunoichi from IWA. Her clan had a dojutsu, marked by their purple eyes. It allowed them a watered-down version of the Sharingan's predictive abilities. She had seen Naruto move, albeit only just, but she had definitely seen him disappear from his seat, then reappear shortly after. It confirmed her team's fear that he was somehow related to the Yellow Flash. She would have to tell her teammates later. The rest of the test went pretty smoothly. Kankuro had gone to the toilet near the end and had come back just in time for the final question. Ah, good. Did you have fun playing with your dolls? Asked Ibiki, making Kankuro sweat. Now time for the final question. We have a few new rules for this one. You don't have to answer the question. If you don't want to answer the question, then you fail. Why would we quit then? Yelled out Kiba. Ibiki grinned evilly. Because if you get the question wrong, then you fail and can never take the exams again, stated Ibiki. You can't do that. There are people who have failed before, yelled out Kiba again. I wasn't the proctor for those exams, said Ibiki, smirking like a madman. At first no one moved until one genin cracked. In reality, it was one of the disguised Chunin. Him and his team were kicked out and many followed. Naruto looked down to see Hinata slowly raising her hand. He raised his hand and slammed it onto the table. I don't care if you stop me from becoming Chunin. To become Hokage is my dream, and nothing says that I have to be a certain rank before I can achieve my dream. So stop wasting my time and give us the question, Naruto yelled. Ibiki looked around the room and saw looks of determination on everyone present. Well then, if none of you are going to quit, then you all pass the first exam, stated Ibiki calmly. What about the 10th question? Called out Kiba. There was no 10th question. Rather, the decision to stay was the question. As a Chunin, you will be given harder missions with little to no information. Can you say no thanks and live to fight another day? No, as a Chunin you must continue onwards and either finish the mission or die trying, explained Ibiki. Then what was the point of the first 9? Asked Temari. As ninja, our main profession is to lie and steal. Information is worth more than gold to a village. If you can't collect information without being caught, then you don't deserve to be a Chunin. But false information is even worse. When Ibiki said this, he untied the bandana around his head to reveal scars covering his head. This is the price of misinformation. Before he could say any more, a black ball shot through the window. Kunai launched from it and embedded the roof and walls. It unrolled to reveal a banner. It said, "The sexy and single Anko Mitarashi, proctor of the 2nd exam." Ibiki's sweat dropped. This is no time to be celebrating. It's on to the 2nd exam, exclaimed Anko. Most of the guys in the room were trying to contain nosebleeds directed at the scantily clad proctor. Anko read the mood. No one's celebrating. Ibiki stated. Anko's sweat dropped before counting the genin remaining. 78 left. Wow, Ibiki, you must be losing your touch, Anko said. Or we have an incredibly talented bunch this year, countered Ibiki. Oh well, I'll cut the numbers in half. Everyone follow me to your next exam at Training Ground 44. If you aren't there in 5 minutes, then you will fail," said Anko as she jumped out the window. For a second no one moved, then everyone except Team 8 launched themselves out the window. "Wow, Anko-sensei is being pretty nice. She hasn't made anyone bleed yet," said Hinata. "The key word is yet," said Shino in his monotone voice. Naruto just shrugged before creating 2 clones that picked up his teammates and sprinted towards the Forest of Death. Chapter 11: Danger in the Forest of Death. Team 8 were the first to arrive at the forest. Only a few people had seen them as Naruto ran past. The few people who had noticed were Anko, Niji Hyuga, and Akunoichi from Kusa. Once the majority of the contestants had arrived at the forest, Anko started to speak. "Damn Gaki, you got faster," she exclaimed in pride. "Now then, this is the Forest of Death. Each team will be given a scroll. It will be either a heaven or earth scroll. You must obtain a full set within 5 days in the forest." "5 days? What will we do for food?" exclaimed Choji. "There are plenty of plants and animals that are edible, as long as you eat them before they eat you," explained Anko with a barely controlled bloodlust. Choji gulped in fear. "Huh, this will be a walk in the park, won't it, Akamaru?" asked Kiba as he looked to his dog. Akamaru growled at the forest before hiding inside Kiba's jacket. Before Kiba could say anything further, a kunai shot passed his face, slicing a thin cut into the flesh. Before he could even flinch, Anko was on his back, running her tongue over the cut and drinking in the blood. Not the best I've had, but still the pedigree must be pretty well kept," said Anko as she savored the taste. As she did this, she pressed her body into Kiba's back. Kiba could feel her ample chest rubbing against him. With a lecherous smile and a stream of blood from his nose, he passed out. Anko looked down at the bloody mess before her. "Somebody wake up the mutt, then I can continue." Sakura seemed all too happy to accept the responsibility. With a quick strike of her fist, Kiba was sent flying into the air and then back down to the ground, now fully alert and awake. A few genin chuckled before paying attention to Anko again. "Now, seeing as this forest has the lowest survival rate of any training ground in Konoha, you all have to sign these waivers. This way, if you die, I won't be held responsible," said Anko cheerfully, as if she was almost hoping that they would die so she could see the blood stains they left behind. Each team signed the waivers before getting handed a scroll and told which gate they would be starting at. Team 8 got an earth scroll. The genin dispersed, all trying to reach their gates before they run out of time. Team 8 arrived at their gate and waited, knowing the layout of the forest from previous training sessions with Anko. As soon as the gates opened, Hinata activated her Byakugan and started scanning the surrounding areas. Shino sent his Kikai beetles out to find possible locations for traps and ambushes. Naruto made a dozen clones and sent them to find other teams. They made a run for a small area they had seen several times before in the forest. It was an area filled with leeches and other bugs that Shino had befriended. "A team is approaching us rapidly. If we want to trap them with the leeches, then we need to act fast," said Hinata. Naruto just grabbed the supplies of ninja wire and sped around the area, creating a net and stringing it up in the trees, positioned below a large patch of leeches. A team of genin from AIM were jumping through the trees until they found themselves hanging in a net. They were about to start cutting through the wires when the leeches dropped down, covering them in seconds. They screamed for a few seconds before Shino appeared in front of them. "If you give up your scroll, then I will call off the leeches. If you don't, then you will be drained of blood in minutes, then my team will then retrieve the scroll. Take the logical choice," drawled Shino in his monotone voice. The leader of the team fumbled with his pack before retrieving the scroll. He nodded towards a tree and a blur shot forward, collecting the scroll and knocking them out. Once they were knocked out, Shino called off the leeches and released them from the net. Naruto came out holding up an earth scroll. Hinata jumped down and sighed in defeat. They needed a heaven scroll. Line break. The IWA team had just killed a team of older Konoha nin. "Ha, they were pathetic," exclaimed the blonde. "At least they had our scroll, Daichi-kun," said Katamari. The remaining teammate just grunted. Daichi Takamaya was the self-appointed leader of Team IWA. He has a short temper and doesn't like being corrected, and he was also the long-range fighter. Tsuyoshi Nanami was the short-ranged specialist. He had the same short stocky build that his clan was known for. Katamari Wakashima, or Kato-chan to her teammates, was the mid-range and support fighter. She also acted as a scout thanks to her dojutsu. They were the strongest genin from the strongest clans from IWA, personally picked by the Tsuchikage to check if rumors of a Namikaze were correct. So far their suspicions were looking accurate. Now they looked to the center of the forest towards the tower. Should we go to the tower or see if this Naruto kid is really a Namikaze? Asked Tsuyoshi in his gruff voice. Daichi thought for a second before deciding. Tsuyoshi, see if you can locate their approximate location with Doton Ninjutsu, then we'll head towards them, trying to remain hidden. Once we get close to their location we'll follow from a distance using your Kato-chan to keep track without having to get too close. Instructed Daichi. His teammates nodded and Tsuyoshi performed a few hand seals before placing his palms on the ground. Even if Daichi appointed himself leader, he is good at thinking up plans, thought Kato. I have him, said Tsuyoshi before taking off in the direction he indicated, the others following behind. They found their trail fairly quickly. They had found a team of unconscious genin, lacking a scroll, meaning they had been beaten by either the team they were hunting or another passing team. But based off of what looked like leech marks that must have been done by a member of the Aburame clan, and the only Aburame member that was participating was in the team they were after. They all smiled a smile that is often associated with predators. The team took off, now certain that they would be able to find information for their leader. Line break. Team 8 camped next to a small stream. Hinata made a small fire and started preparing a simple meal. Shino sent insects out to scout the area and Naruto sped around the forest setting up traps and snares that would prevent most teams from making it to the camp. When Naruto arrived back, he saw Hinata serving up a large bowl of stew for Shino and herself. Once she was done serving, she passed the pot and a spoon to Naruto, smiling at him the entire time. He grabbed the pot and spoon before and began eating at a pace that only he could, finishing before his teammates. Wow, Hinata-chan. You are the second best cook I know. Only Tsuchikage from the ramen stand can beat you, stated Naruto with sincerity. Hinata blushed and finished her bowl before walking over to Naruto and kissing him on the cheek. Thank you, Naruto-kun. Now I think it's your turn to wash up tonight, she said sweetly. Okay, Hinata-chan. Naruto exclaimed brightly before collecting Hinata and Shino's eating utensils and heading to the stream to begin washing things, using Katan chakra to heat the water. The three of them set up a guard shift and Naruto and Hinata went to sleep in separate tensu pervs. Line break. The next day, Team 8 broke camp before heading out. At about midday, they felt a strange power coming from the forest a distance away. You guys keep heading towards the tower. I'll head over there to check out what's going on. If I'm not back soon, set up camp and then call for me, Hinata-chan, said Naruto, before Hinata or Shino could say anything. He had already run off. Hinata sighed in defeat before nodding to Shino and they took off toward the tower. Naruto was nothing but a blur as he raced through the forest, passing teams that only noticed a gust of wind. Team IWA had decided that Kato was the only one who could hope to catch up with Naruto, so she chased after while the other two followed after Hinata and Shino. Naruto arrived to a strange sight. Kiba, Akamaru and Sakura were unconscious, while Sasuke was on his knees with a strange man standing over him, biting his neck. With a scream of pain, Sasuke collapsed. The man looked ready to leave before he had to jump back, barely avoiding being hit with a punch that was close to breaking the speed of sound. Kukuku, who do we have here? Taunted Orochimaru. I am Naruto Uzumaki, the guy who's going to take you down for trying to hurt my friends, exclaimed Naruto. Orochimaru just smirked before the smirk changed to an expression of horror as he dodged a sword that would have taken his head off. The only thing he had seen was a flash of red. Namikaze, he growled before ducking under another slash. Oh, so you know my bloodline, do you? Stated Naruto as he took off his trench coat. That makes this easier. No holding back. With that, Naruto started flashing around attempting to strike Orochimaru. To Naruto's frustration, none of them landed, although he did manage to steal an earth scroll from his pouch. You are out of your league, Naruto-kun. I am Orochimaru of the Sannin, you'll never beat me, Orochimaru said, although with the speed that Naruto was moving never might have been a little exaggerated. If he had the same stamina as his mother and father, then Orochimaru would be the first to drop from exhaustion. It was at this point that Kato arrived, close enough that she would be away from the battle but still able to see what was happening, when she Naruto teleporting around the clearing and going toe-to-toe with the traitor Sannin. She took off the way she had come, not needing any more evidence and not wanting to die in the crossfire. "Arg, that's it. Shadow Clone Jutsu," called out Naruto as 9 identical copies of him appeared. "Namikaze Dicing Flash Barrage," yelled out all the clones as they flashed to Orochimaru, swords out and ready to be used. For a few swings Orochimaru was fine, until one of the clones seemed to get lucky, his sword poking out of Orochimaru's chest. The clones poofed out of existence and Naruto threw his swords down next to his trench coat. He was about to relax until the body turned to mud. He was surprised at first, but his expression quickly hardened. He spun around to see several head-sized fireballs impacting his chest. With a quick burst of Futon chakra, the fire was put out, but his shirt was already burnt and his skin singed, the damage to his skin already healing. He growled before looking to where the fireballs had originated from. He was about to flash over when he felt a burning sensation in his arm. He looked down to see Orochimaru's neck extended to impossible lengths, his teeth embedded into his arm, a black mark staring to form. Orochimaru pulled his head back in before disappearing into the ground. "You shall be an interesting test subject, Naruto," stated Orochimaru as his presence disappeared from the area. Naruto looked to his arm to a strange black mark starting to form. He shrugged. Hinata would check it out with her Byakugan later. He picked up his trench coat and resealed his swords before walking over to Sakura and waking her. None too gently, I might add. As soon as she woke up, she raced over to Sasuke and started to check him over. Naruto was going to say something until he felt a pull on his mind, signifying that someone was calling him, and seeing as only 2 people currently had a seal to call him, Hinata and the Hokage, it must have been Hinata. He vanished in a red flash, startling Sakura. He appeared in the middle of a clearing, his team's camp already set up, Hinata and Shino looking at him expectantly. Naruto sighed before explaining what happened and went to sit down. Before he could though, Hinata pulled his trench coat off and revealed his shirtless form. She blushed a bit before looking at the black marking on Naruto's arm. From his right shoulder down to his elbow was an intricate tribal tattoo, based around 3 spirals in the middle. Hinata looked at it with her Byakugan and saw a dark chakra that was slowly draining out of his system thanks to his bloodlines. She told him what he saw and he smiled before kissing her forehead. "See, nothing to worry about, my Heim," said Naruto, causing Hinata to blush bright red. He had never called her his princess. Omake. It was the first night in the exams and Team IWA were camping downstream of Team 8. Tsuyoshi walked upstream a bit to clean himself. Even though he primarily used Doton ninjutsu, he hated to stay dirty. He tested the water and found that it was a pleasant temperature. He stripped off and started to wash himself. When he was almost done, the water suddenly became boiling hot, causing his skin to turn bright red and blister from the waist down. He screamed in pain before sprinting back to the camp to get some healing supplies that they had brought with them. Upon arrival, he looked to his teammates. "Where are the burn salves? Guys, I need help," yelled Tsuyoshi. Daichi just laughed and fell over, his face turning blue. Kato wasn't much better, except she had a rather large nosebleed and fell over backwards out cold. It was at this point that Tsuyoshi looked down, suddenly realizing his clothes were back upstream. He sprinted back the way he had come and came back a few minutes later, this time covered. Barely. He rooted around through the packs before finding the salves. He went into his tent and started applying them, grumbling about the forest and his stupid teammates. Back at Team 8's camp, Shino thought he heard a scream but didn't worry about it. It appeared to be getting further away. Chapter 12. No preparations for the prelims. Once Hinata had calmed down from Naruto calling her a princess, Team 8 prepared to leave. With both scrolls, there was nothing stopping them from making a dash for the tower. With shadow clones carrying Hinata and Shino, they could make it to the tower in less than a minute. Until now, there had been no point without the scrolls, but after facing Orochimaru, Naruto wanted to be out of the forest as fast as possible. Upon arrival at the tower, Naruto let his teammates down before dispelling his clones. He watched Hinata as they walked into the tower. He didn't know why he had called her a princess, but he felt that it fit. He didn't realize that Hinata and Shino were talking until they told him to open the scrolls. This snapped him out of his daze. He smiled sheepishly as he pulled out the scrolls and unrolled them on the floor. Inside were a lot of seals. It Naruto a second to realize it was some form of summoning. He had seen them in his father's Fuinjutsu books. In a poof of smoke, Irika appeared. "Hey guys, congratulations. You're the second team to make it here," said Irika. "Hear that, guys, we are awesome," yelled Naruto. "Ah, I missed you, Naruto," stated Irika fondly. "Me too, sensei," said Naruto with a smile. "Now if you'll follow me, I'll show you to your rooms for the duration of the exam," said Irika as he led them up into the tower itself. Line break. At the end of the 5 days, all the genin that passed were called into an arena. They stood in front of a stage with a large statue of 2 hands holding the ram seal. It was obviously an arena. A viewing deck ringed the entire room. "Congratulations to all of you have passed the second stage of the Chunin selection exams," came the booming voice of the Hokage. The Hokage went on to explain how the exams were a replacement for war and helped maintain peace in the elemental nations. He was about to explain that they needed a preliminary fight but was interrupted. "Excuse me, Hokage-sama, cough cough, but may I explain cough this next part?" asked the newcomer. "Of course, Hayate-kun," said the Hokage smiling. Hayate smiled in response before turning to the genin. "Hello, I am Koff Hayate Gecko, proctor of the Koff third exam. The third exam is a tournament in 1 month time. Sadly, cough cough, there are too many of you for it," explained Hayate. "This guy should be in a hospital, not on active duty," thought Naruto and a few others around the room. "What do you mean too many?" asked Ino. "A lot of important people come to see these fights. They only want to see the best of the best and can't stay for a long time, so we try to keep the fights to single digits. So we will have a preliminary round right now. If any of you think you can't fight, then raise your hand now. Don't worry about your teammates. Everything is single from now on," explained Hayate. Kabuto raised his hand. "I don't think I can fight properly. I can't hear anything out of my left ear," said Kabuto. Hayate acknowledged him and signaled to a Chunin to escort him from the room and out of the forest. "Now then, the fights are random and will match you with anyone," explained Hayate as a panel on the wall slid away to reveal a screen. "The first fight will be," started Hayate as names started to flash on the screen, settling on Sasuke Uchiha versus Yoroi Akato. "Everyone except the 2 fighters go up to the viewing platform," instructed Hayate. The fight should have been quick with Sasuke using the Sharingan, but for some reason whenever he used chakra he would grab his neck. Yoroi made things harder by absorbing Sasuke's chakra through touch. Sasuke won the fight using taijutsu moves that were clearly not his own. When the fight was over, Kakashi grabbed Sasuke and body flickered out of the room. Tenten versus Temari of the Desert. Tenten had started strong with her impressive use of ninja tools, but was blocked easily by Temari's use of Futon ninjutsu. Tenten had pulled out her trump card with her twin rising dragons, which was a literal shower of steel. Sadly, Temari stopped it again. She then used a jutsu to launch Tenten into the air before she dropped, landing on top of Temari's battle fan with a sickening crunch. Tenten was carried out on a stretcher. Her sensei and his chibi, known as Lee, watched with concern. Kiba Inuzuka versus Gaara of the Desert. Kiba was about to jump into the ring when Akamaru started to whimper and back away. "What do you mean he smells of blood and death?" questioned Kiba. Akamaru just barked a few times. Kiba paled. "Proctor, we forfeit," yelled Kiba in fear. The proctor nodded and Gaara looked at Kiba in rage but went and stood back with his siblings and sensei, who all moved away a little. Sakura Haruno versus Ino Yamanaka. This fight, while showing potential in the girls, was recorded as the worst fight in the exam's history. The girls spent most of the fight arguing over past grudges and Sasuke. It ended with a double knockout. The girls' senseis shook their heads in shame as they carried them up to the rest of the genin. Shino Aburame versus Misumi Tsurugi. Shino and Misumi stood across from each other, Shino remaining impassive as he observed his opponent. "You should just give up before I kill you," said Misumi. "Begin," shouted Hayate when it became obvious that Shino wasn't going to reply. Misumi instantly shot forward and stretched his limbs out to wrap Shino up, his arms firmly around Shino's neck. "Forfeit or I'll snap your neck," said Misumi with conviction. No response, huh? Oh well. And with that he snapped Shino's neck, or at least that's what he thought. He was quickly brought out of this misconception when he found the body he was holding turn into bugs which quickly latched onto him and started draining his chakra. Soon he looked like a pile of stretched rubber, unable to control his limbs anymore. He was carried out on several stretchers to make sure nothing fell on the floor and get stepped on. Winner Shino Aburame called out, "Hey 8. Shino nodded to the proctor before rejoining his team on the platform. Kankuro of the Desert versus Tsuyoshi Nanami. The two squared stood apart, Kankuro smiling smugly and Tsuyoshi hardened his face, becoming looking like some sort of statue. Hey8 looked between the two of them before raising his hand. "Begin," he called as he dropped his hand. Tsuyoshi flew a short sequence of hand seals and started to speed across the ground. The rocks beneath him were pushing him along. When he got in close, he swung his fist forward in a devastating punch that resembled one of Tsunade's punches. Instead of the sound of breaking bones and the sight of blood, creaking wood could be heard and a cracking as what looked like Kankuro cracked apart to reveal a puppet. The bundle on the puppet's back split open to reveal the real Kankuro. "Phew, glad that wasn't me," said Kankuro as he prepared Crow, the puppet. "Don't worry, I will remedy that mistake," said Tsuyoshi in his gruff manner. Before Tsuyoshi could take a step, the puppet opened its mouth and several small compartments. I want to keep my bones in good condition, thanks," said Kankuro as he twitched his fingers and made the puppet start firing needles dripping with poison. Tsuyoshi dodged as many as he could while doing hand seals. When he was done, he slapped his hands onto the ground. Rocks shot up around him and wrapped him in an armor. "Doton. Rock armor jutsu," he yelled as the remaining needles hit the rocks and bounced off. Kankuro could only watch as Tsuyoshi smashed his puppet with one punch before running straight for him. He tried to use the disconnected parts of Crow, but they bounced off of the still active rock armor. Before he could dodge, he was hit with the powerful punch, feeling his ribs crack and break. He collapsed with a spray of blood from his mouth. "Winner Tsuyoshi Nanami," announced Hey8 as medics carried Kankuro off. Tsuyoshi calmly walked back to his team. Shikamaru Nara versus Katamari Wakashima. Shikamaru looked across at the girl he was supposed to fight. "Troublesome," he muttered as the fight began. He had to dodge quickly as the girl started to throw kunai and shuriken rapidly. Her aim was too accurate. "Her eyes are glowing with chakra. She must have a dojutsu that predicts movement," analyzed Shikamaru in thought, instantly coming up with plans to take her out. "Perfect, he'll land right on the exploding tag I placed with one of my early kunai throws," thought Kato victoriously. "Perfect, the tag will cause enough of a smokescreen," thought Shikamaru. He landed on the tag, which promptly detonated, smoke and dust covering the arena. Kato started to laugh until she realized she couldn't move. She looked down to see a shadow connected to her own coming from the side. She felt her body move against its own will to turn her head to follow the shadow. At the end of the shadow was Shikamaru. His head turned the same as hers. "Shadow possession success," drawled Shikamaru as he looked to her the ground next to Kato. He bent down and mimicked grabbing something. Kato, following his movements, grabbed the kunai. "I suggest forfeiting before I make you start hurting yourself," said Shikamaru as he slid the point of the kunai across her other palm, causing blood to start to pool in her hand. "Proctor, I surrender," she said as she bit down the anger at being beaten by a leaf shinobi. "Winner Shikamaru Nara," yelled Hey8. "Naruto Uzumaki versus Rock Lee. Yash, now I can defend my title as fastest genin," yelled Lee excitedly. Lee then started whispering to his sensei and writing notes in a small book. Naruto wasn't paying attention as he was already waiting in the arena. 1 second he had been in the observation area and then he had been on the floor. "Yash, Naruto-kun, you have already started beating me in speed," yelled Lee, still as excited as ever. "Well, if you want a battle of speed, let's see what you've got," said Naruto as he extended his arm and used the come gesture. Lee smiled brightly, a flash literally sparkling off of his teeth. Then he was gone. a blur of green that launched forward and slammed to a stop on the other side of the arena. Well, you are fast, Lee. But compared to me, you're moving in slow motion, taunted Naruto. Yash, you truly are a great opponent, Naruto-kun, yelled Lee as he shot forward again. Naruto dodged each attack as they came. Lee, take them off, yelled Lee's sensei Might Guy. Are you sure, Guy-sensei? Asked Lee. His only response was a thumbs up and a smile, also known as the nice guy pose. Lee smiled back before jumping back and landing on the top of the hands. He pulled down his leg warmers and revealed weights strapped to each ankle. He took them off and held them up. What difference are a few pounds going to make? Questioned Temari, not believing that he would gain any advantage now. She was shocked when the weights made large craters in the ground, enough to shake the building foundations. Ah, I can move so freely now, called out Lee as he disappeared again. Naruto brought up a block at the last second. Seems I'll have to take you seriously then, stated Naruto as both boys disappeared into blurs. Most of the people present could only hear the sounds of flesh colliding. Kato could make out most of what was happening from where she sat with a bandaged hand. The Hyugas present could see the trail of chakra left in Naruto's wake, but that was it. The experienced Jonin and the Hokage could watch the fight fairly well. Suddenly a crash resounded around the arena as Lee smashed into a wall, his visible skin covered in bruises. Naruto seemed no worse for wear. I'm sorry, Guy-sensei, but I must protect my ninja way, thought Lee as he opened the first gate. Gate of opening release, yelled Lee as chakra started to swirl around him. Front lotus, yelled Lee as he attempted to knock Naruto into the air but wasn't fast enough to catch him. Gate of healing, release. Gate of life, release, yelled Lee as his skin turned red and his eyes turned white. The chakra around him started to crack the ground he was standing on. Reverse lotus, screamed Lee as he attacked Naruto with a reckless abandon, his attacks seeming to land every time, eventually knocking Naruto up to the roof. Once he was high enough, Lee started to pummel him again, appearing and disappearing around him, finishing with a devastating heel drop onto Naruto's stomach. Naruto was sent careening toward the ground. A giant cloud of dust exploded everywhere. Lee fell to the ground, barely able to stand as he waited for the dust to clear. When it did, it revealed Naruto standing perfectly fine. The ground wasn't even damaged. I'm glad I blocked all those hits. If I hadn't, the landing would have been a lot harder to stop, stated Naruto. Lee was at first shocked, then angry that he could be beaten so effortlessly. Then his face changed into one of happiness, albeit also pain. Yash, Naruto-kun, you are truly quite the adversary, he said sedately. I wish to be your eternal rival if it's not too much to ask, asked Lee. Of course, Lee, that was one of my best fights yet, he said while smiling. Lee smiled back before collapsing. Winner Naruto Uzumaki, yelled Hayate. The observation decks were dumbstruck. They couldn't believe the fight they had just seen, or rather hadn't, and some of the moves Naruto had pulled were missed by the Hokage. Choji Akimichi versus Daichi Takamaya. Choji had initially refused to fight until Asuma had offered barbecue for lunch. His eyes had started to burn with the fires of a million barbecues. Before the start of the match, Daichi had just smirked. He thought it was going to be an easy win. Unfortunately, he made the mistake of calling Choji fat. Choji, in his rage, had started to ricochet off the walls in his human boulder form. I was hoping to keep this until the finals, but oh well, said Daichi as what had looked like dark lines on his palms split open to reveal mouths. The lips had been hidden amongst the burns that covered his arms. He reached into his hip pouches and pulled his hands out. The mouths were chewing for a few seconds as Daichi dodged Choji. When the mouths were done, they opened and stuck out their tongues to show small clay spiders. Daichi threw them. They expanded and everyone saw that they weren't perfect. They were slightly lumpy and misshapen, but they did their job, latching onto Choji. Katsu, yelled Daichi as the spiders detonated, sending Choji flying across the room. When the smoke cleared, it revealed Choji in a heap on the floor, his eyes swirling. Winner Daichi Takamaya, yelled out Hayate. Daichi smirked again as he walked back to his teammates. Will the final two competitors please come down to the floor? Called out Hayate. Hinata looked at Niji fearfully. Naruto grabbed her hand and squeezed. "Don't worry. No matter what happens, I believe in you, my Haim," whispered Naruto. Hinata smiled in thanks as she walked down to the arena. "You should give up now, Hinata-sama," Niji said scornfully. Hinata Hyuga versus Niji Hyuga. Hinata looked up to Naruto, who nodded and smiled. She smiled in response before dropping into the Juken stance. Fine. Have it your way," said Niji as he dropped into the same stance. "Begin," yelled Hayate. Niji didn't waste any time as he shot forward, sending blow after blow at Hinata, who dodged as many as she could while also attempting a few strikes of her own. She even had an opportunity to land a killing blow but didn't. She was unable to harm her cousin. After another minute of exchanging blows, Niji jumped back and looked at the small chakra burns on his arms. They were only a nuisance. They weren't stopping his chakra so he could keep fighting. Sadly for Hinata, she wasn't as lucky. Her arms were now completely useless. She looked to the proctor, then to Naruto. He smiled at her, and that was all she needed. She shakily got up and got ready to fight again. "You should stay down, Hinata-sama," he said scornfully. "You cannot hope to defeat me with your pitiful power. I'm not fighting with my power alone. I carry with me the power of those I love and those who love me back," said Hinata. "That must be a short list," scoffed Niji. "It has the one person who counts," said Hinata as she charged in, swinging with palm strikes and punches that were almost nothing thanks to her chakra being blocked off. Up on the observation stand, Naruto had a tear tracing its way down his cheek. Hinata kept trying to fight but knew it was a losing battle. Niji was growing frustrated with the fight, so during his strikes, he aimed one powerful shot to her heart, sending her sliding back and making her cough up blood as she fell to the ground. As Hayate was about to call the match, she got back up. "Why do you continue? You cannot possibly win," said Niji. Hinata smiled faintly. "I won't give up, I won't quit. I won't let you beat me because I quit. That is our ninja way," she exclaimed as she looked to Naruto. Niji scowled before charging forward, a strike aimed directly for Hinata's heart. Before he could hit her, he was restrained by the proctor, his sensei and Hinata's sensei. "Pathetic special privileges for the main house," scoffed Niji. "No protection for my student," said Guy seriously. It was at this point that Niji saw Naruto standing over Hinata, two swords held out in front of him, almost piercing Niji's chest. Naruto sighed in defeat as he sealed his swords away. He turned around and picked Hinata up and carried her toward the medics. He smiled at her and mouthed 3 words that Hinata had always wanted to hear from him. "I love you." Naruto was walking around Konoha. Kurenai was training Shino in Genjutsu to hide his bugs, but the Hokage had apparently set up a teacher for him, a teacher that was nowhere to be found. He was up against Sasuke in his first fight, and while he didn't think that Sasuke himself was a threat, his eyes were. He wanted to learn a few Genjutsu that may be able to fool the legendary Dojutsu or any other technique that would get the job done. Flashback. The winners from each fight were given a number to determine the finals matchups. Sasuke had been assigned the remaining number. Temari 6. Gar 9. Shino 7. Tsuyoshi 2. Shikamaru 5. Naruto 4. Daichi 8. Niji 1. Sasuke 3. Making the first round of fights. Niji versus Tsuyoshi, Naruto versus Sasuke, Shikamaru versus Temari, Shino versus Daichi, and the winner of the last fight would fight Gaara. End flashback. So Naruto needed training for use against the Sharingan. He was confident he could beat Niji, combining his desire for revenge with his bloodlines and months training with Hinata. After that, he was unsure who he would be facing, so just being prepared for anything would be fine. But first he would need this elusive sensei. Just as he was walking past the hot springs, ready to give up, he heard a giggling. His pent-up anger towards this sensei made him snap. Looking around, he spotted an old man with long white hair sitting in a tree, watching the women's area of the hot spring. Upon closer inspection, Naruto saw a small line of blood dribbling down from his nose. Futon. Gale wind palm, Naruto exclaimed as he shot a jet of wind from his palm into the man's back, propelling him over the fence and into the middle of a group of kunoichi. Screams of pervert and the sound of fist colliding with flesh were heard for the next 10 minutes before the women from the hot spring left. The man came crawling out on all fours, covered in bruises and blood. As soon as he saw Naruto standing there waiting for him, he jumped up and looked good as new. "Oigaki, did you see who used that jutsu? I have some retribution to dish out," said the old man. "That would have been me," replied Naruto calmly. "Why would you do that to the great?" the man said as he started to get into a pose. "I did it because you're meant to be training me, Jiraiya," interrupted Naruto, a blank stare adorning his face. "Oh, you know who I am," pouted Jiraiya. "Of course I do. Why wouldn't I know my father's sensei?" asked Naruto. Jiraiya's mouth opened wide. He didn't think Naruto knew who his parents were yet. "I'll have to talk to the Hokage about this. He should have told me that Naruto knew," thought Jiraiya. "So you know about them?" questioned Jiraiya, switching to a more serious demeanor. "I've known about them since I became a genin," said Naruto. "But you weren't meant to know until either you became a chunin or awakened one of your bloodlines," stated Jiraiya, slightly confused. Naruto just smirked before looking around and disappearing in a flash of red. He reappeared a second later to see Jiraiya smiling widely. "That's incredible, Gaki, to think you've awakened it this early. It took Minato 3 years of training to get it to work properly," said Jiraiya. "You can thank my furry friend for that," said Naruto. "His chakra is fire-based, so I have a strong secondary affinity for fire along with my incredibly powerful primary affinity of wind." "Amazing. The Uzumaki bloodline must act like a filter, adding the fire chakra to your own," mused Jiraiya. "Are we going to train or what?" questioned Naruto. "Yeah, sure. We'll start tomorrow, so be at Training Ground 15 tomorrow morning at 7 a.m., said Jiraiya before he used the body flicker to disappear in a swirl of leaves. Training Ground 15 is near a waterfall that some of the civilian girls go to when it's hot. "I live in fire country. It's always hot. Damn that pervert," mused Naruto. An evil smirk then took over his face. He flashed back to his home and made 50 shadow clones, which quickly got to work organizing what would be his first major prank since becoming a genin. While his clones were working, he sat down and started reading more of his father's journal. Reading the notes on Fuinjutsu that had led to the creation of the beacon seals used on his infamous tri-pronged kunai. The notes were interesting and showed Naruto little bits of knowledge that he could use later. It was while he was looking through the notes that he found something that gave him a brilliant idea. Minato had toyed with a few elemental base seals that worked as traps. Charging them with a certain type of chakra and adding a few different seals to the total array caused different reactions. For instance, using some of the seals found on an explosive tag combined with trigger seals based off of chakra locators and then charged with wind chakra created a seal that when someone who wasn't entered into the seal as safe came near, it would explode with gale force winds. Naruto smirked before sending more clones to work on them. Jiraiya may be the one training him for the finals, but that didn't mean he couldn't find some stuff on his own. In IWA, "Sir, reports have come back from the team sent to Konoha," stated a ninja with a blank mask. "And what did they say?" questioned the aging Tsuchikage. "Katamari confirmed that a Namikaze heir is present in Konoha and competing in the exams. 2 of our genin also made it to the finals, sir," said the ninja. "Send a message to every available jonin and chunin. We attack Konoha during the finals," said the Tsuchikage with finality. The ninja nodded before disappearing into the shadows. So the snake was right after all. Looks like IWA and Oto will be invading Konoha together, thought the Tsuchikage. Training Ground 15. The next morning Naruto met Jiraiya in the training ground, a sly smirk barely concealed on his face. "Alright Gaki, I'm going to teach you how to summon the legendary summon clan of the Toads," exclaimed Jiraiya, his excitement showing. Naruto was excited too. He had wanted to sign the same summoning contract as his father, but couldn't without Jiraiya's help, and now was his chance. Jiraiya smiled and bit his thumb before doing a few hand seals. "Kyukyos no Jutsu," exclaimed Jiraiya as a toad appeared holding a large scroll. "Here you go, Jiraiya-sama," said the clone as he handed over the scroll before disappearing in a poof of smoke. "Now brat, I want you to bit your thumb and leave a fingerprint in blood for each finger, preferably the hand you'll use when actually summoning. instructed Jiraiya. Then write your name in blood underneath. Naruto did as instructed and smiled at the previous name in the scroll, his father's name. Seeing it say Minato Namikaze, he decided to sign it with his proper name as well. Naruto Namikaze. Once he was finished signing it, Jiraiya showed him the seals. Now you have to make sure you supply blood and chakra for this to work. The chakra is to call the summon, of course, and bring it here, but the blood is more of a formality. Originally, summons took several people to summon. They would all pour blood into a seal as a sacrifice, then the summon would appear. Explained Jiraiya. Now you try to summon something, start with a small amount of chakra, then increase it for each successful summon. Naruto performed the hand seals and slammed his bloody palm to the floor. Kyukyos no Jutsu, exclaimed Naruto as a small toad appeared in a burst of smoke. All right, first try, shouted Naruto with joy. The toad looked around confused. Hey, I'm Gamakichi. You must be the new summoner, said Gamakichi. If I'm your first try at summoning, then you must be pretty good. It took the old man a day before he could summon an actual toad. That's enough, Kichi, you can go now, said Jiraiya as he tried to save some dignity. Yeah, all right. I'll tell Pops that you're better than the old perv and he'll want to meet you for himself, so work on summoning him. You'll know if you do, he's the biggest toad. Gamabunta, the boss, told himself. And with that, Gamakichi disappeared in a burst of smoke. Now Gaki starts summoning increasingly larger toads, and I'll just be over there surveying the area, said Jiraiya as he got out a telescope and jumped up into a tree that had a straight line of sight to the waterfall. He giggled lecherously at the three girls he saw until a stampede of large men in tight swimming trunks came charging into the clearing and into the water. The entire male population of the Akimichi clan was present, swimming where the girls had once been. Their entire fleshy bodies on view, Jiraiya gagged and fell out of the tree. Naruto paused in the middle of his hand seals and laughed, mentally congratulating his clones. Jiraiya glared at Naruto before sitting down, sighing. Just keep training, you little brat, he said, exasperated. Sure, Ero-sensei, laughed Naruto before he went back to summoning. Jiraiya watched Naruto summoning toads all day. Kurenai's chakra training had done wonders for the boy. He had summoned toads of almost all sizes and got to know many of them, becoming fast friends with most of the Toad clan in just one day. At about 4 in the afternoon, Naruto built up a large amount of chakra and slammed his palm to the ground. A giant burst of smoke filled the whole clearing and Gamabunta appeared out of it in all his glory. Jiraiya, why have you summoned me? He yelled out. Jiraiya jumped in shock. It wasn't me, Bunta. It was my new student, said Jiraiya as he pointed to the boy who was now standing on top of the great toad. Hello, Gamabunta-sama. It's a pleasure to meet you. I am Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze, said Naruto politely with a bow. The pleasure's mine, boy. You remind me so much of your father, it's funny, said Gamabunta. Jiraiya watched in shock. No one got along with Bunta like that straight away. Now, kid, I may like you, but you still gotta do the test to see if you're worthy of summoning me, said Bunta. All right. I can take anything you throw at me, replied Naruto enthusiastically. And there's where his mother's genes come in, muttered Gamabunta. Naruto just smiled in response. Now, kid, you've got to stay on my head until sunset. If you can, then you will be deemed worthy and have to have a drink with me. Then you will be recognized as the next Toad summoner, explained Gamabunta. All right, let's do this, shouted Naruto as he pumped chakra to his feet to hold on. Jiraiya sighed and sat back, knowing that now he just had to wait for either sundown or for Naruto to collapse from exhaustion. He was a little shocked that Naruto had managed to summon something so large on his first day trying, but quickly shook his head. He should have learnt long ago to never underestimate a Namikaze or Uzumaki. The rest of the day was spent with Naruto holding on for dear life whilst the great toad launched himself all over the forest surrounding Konoha. When the sun was setting, Naruto lost his grip and went flying into the air. In a last-ditch effort to make it to sunset, he threw a kunai with a beacon seal on it over Gamabunta. He didn't like his chances here. He hadn't been able to teleport to a moving seal yet, so this was going to be a test of his skills. As the kunai soared over Gamabunta's head, Naruto flashed to it and grabbed it out of the air before falling down onto Gamabunta's back. He grabbed on and watched as the sun finally went below the horizon. As soon as it was he collapsed, falling from Gamabunta's back unconscious. Gamabunta grabbed him with his tongue and brought him back to Jiraiya. "Hey, the kid's good. Guess I'll have to wait for the drink though," said Gamabunta as he disappeared in a burst of smoke just as big as the one that had signaled his appearance. Jiraiya smiled before grabbing Naruto and taking his unconscious body home. Chapter 14, Finals Round 1. "Alright Gaki. Today I'm going to start teaching you a jutsu your father created," said Jiraiya as he held his palm out. "This is the jutsu your father created based off of the tailed beast bomb. It's called Rasengan," he cried out as an orb of rotating chakra appeared in his outstretched hand. He charged forward and slammed it into a tree, punching a hole straight through it. Naruto's jaw was almost reaching the floor. He had heard and read about the Rasengan but had no way to learn it until now. "Alright, Ero-sensei. Teach me. Teach me," Naruto called out excitedly. "Alright Gaki, calm down. This took the Yondaime years to create and master, and it took me 3 months after he taught it to me before I mastered it," explained Jiraiya. When he saw that Naruto's enthusiasm didn't decrease at all, he sighed and pulled 2 water balloons out of a sealing scroll. "This is the first step to learning the Rasengan, alright Naruto. Use your chakra to spin the water in the balloon until it pops like this," Jiraiya explained as he held the balloon in his palm. The balloon started to bulge randomly before exploding into a shower of water and rubber. Naruto watched intently before holding his palm out with the water balloon on it. He focused solely on the balloon and started channeling his chakra to it. The balloon started to wobble and move but didn't bulge randomly like Jiraiya's had. "Kid, you keep working on that while I go talk to the Hokage for a while," Jiraiya said as he body flickered away. Naruto just shrugged before going back to working on the water balloon. Back at the Namikaze compound, hundreds of clones were sitting in and around the library. They all had various books on Fuinjutsu and Minato's notes. They were trying to find a way to properly draw the elemental seals. The main problem was finding a seal that would absorb the chakra and store it until its release. Every now and then when a clone found something interesting or finished what it was reading, it would dispel, and the other clones would get the information. Out in the training field, more clones were sitting with calligraphy kits and sealing tags. They were continually working on seal designs that were relayed to them from dispelling clones. One of them picked up the seal it had just drawn. It wasn't what they were after, but it seemed to be just as useful. The clones smiled in triumph before concentrating and flashing to Naruto's position. The clones could always teleport back to the original because they shared chakra and thus had a link back to the source. Training Ground 15. The clone appeared and handed Naruto the seal it had drawn before dispelling. Naruto looked the seal over for a few minutes before smiling widely. He created a new clone and attached the seal to its back. The clone nodded before it started running. It ran back to the Namikaze compound and then kept running. Running through the forest that bordered the back of the compound. The clone was running so fast by this point that it was just a blur. Naruto went back to trying to burst the water balloon in his hand. Hokage's office. Jiraiya knocked on the Hokage's window and entered before a response was given. "Why didn't you tell me that he knew?" questioned Jiraiya. Hiruzen just smiled his grandfatherly smile. "Because I knew he'd tell you eventually," Hiruzen said, the smile never leaving his face. "Well, now I know why IWA has been freaking out as of late. I would freak out too if I found out that my greatest enemy had a son that was displaying a lot of his traits. Not to mention a bloodline to boot," Jiraiya said. "There isn't much that can be done now. If IWA think they can kill Naruto, then they have another thing coming. He is already frighteningly able with his father's bloodline, and if you add his clones to the mix, an army might just be a minor annoyance," Hiruzen stated, pride leaking into his voice. Jiraiya sighed before getting up to leave. "The brat thinks I'm here with the Hokage. I can get some research in before I go back to him," Jiraiya thought lecherously. Several hours and several beatings by Kunoichi that caught him spying. Later, Jiraiya made his way back to the training ground. He arrived just in time to see Naruto burst the water balloon on his palm. Naruto smiled in triumph before collapsing to the ground, utterly exhausted. Or at least that's what Jiraiya thought. In reality, a faulty seal had just caused a large amount of clones to dispel, and the sudden influx of memories had knocked Naruto out. Jiraiya picked Naruto up and carried him to the Ichiraka ramen stand and waited for him to wake up. After a few minutes, Naruto started to stir. "Hey kid, there's ramen waiting for you," Jiraiya said quietly. Instantly Naruto was wide awake and almost inhaling the bowl of ramen in front of him. Jiraiya chuckled, like mother like son. After several bowls of ramen, Jiraiya paid for the meal, and then the two of them went their separate ways. Naruto headed home and Jiraiya headed towards the bathhouse in hopes of getting some more research in before they closed for the night. The rest of the month was pretty similar, Jiraiya teaching him the Rasengan while his clones worked on seals. It took half of the month for the clones to develop a seal that would absorb and store the chakra, and the other half of the month to find people to fill the seals with elemental chakra. The first and second steps of the Rasengan had been easy for Naruto, but the final step, control, had taken most of the month. He couldn't keep the chakra stable within the balloon without bursting it to pieces. He had to increase his chakra control exponentially with advanced chakra control exercises and a lot of meditation. But at the end of the month, Naruto could hold one hand out in front of himself and summon forth the destructive power of the Rasengan to devastating results. The arena. Naruto arrived on the arena floor 2 hours before the scheduled start. He smirked when he saw it deserted and started working his way through the mock battleground, placing seals in places that he could use later but wouldn't be disturbed in any other fights. Once he was done, he went and waited at the gate for the others to arrive. Everyone but Sasuke made it to the arena on time, and so they went inside and stood in the center of the arena. The proctor looked them over and smiled, giving them all a discreet thumbs up. "Don't look around, guys. You're on show here today, so everybody's watching," he said, although they saw that it was a different proctor from the preliminaries. "What happened to Hey-8?" questioned Naruto. "He couldn't make it today, he's in the hospital. My name is Genma and I'll be the proctor for this portion of the exams," Genma explained. "Now once the Hokage has made his opening speech, can you all make your way through that door over there and up to the observation decks? Neji and Tsuyoshi, please remain here though." Naruto looked at all the assembled Chunin hopefuls and noticed that there was one missing. "Great, Sasuke is running late. He better be here for our fight. I'm not going to miss out on a chance to test my seals against the Sharingan," thought Naruto. Up in the Kage box, Hiruzen looked at the Kazekage as he sat down in the seat prepared for him. "Long trip, Kazekage Dano?" he questioned. "Yes, Hokage Dano. It's a good thing you didn't have to come to Suna though. You might not have made the journey," said the Kazekage. "I'm sure he would have been fine. I made it here after all, and we're the same age," said the Tsuchikage as he walked into the booth. "Ah, Tsuchikage Dano, what a pleasure to see you," said Hiruzen as he eyed Inoki's bodyguards. One a large man and the other a thin girl. "Is that your granddaughter Inoki? She's grown so much." "Yes, that is my little Kuratsuchi," Inoki responded as he lowered himself into his seat, rubbing his back as he did so before whispering, "Oh, my back. All this bloody traveling." Hiruzen smirked before standing up to address the crowd with chakra-reinforced words. "Welcome, esteemed guests and citizens of Konoha, to the Chunin selection exams. I know you have all been waiting for this moment for a month, so here they are. The best of the best that these 3 villages have to offer. Now let the final portion of the exams begin," he yelled. The crowd cheered in excitement as the genin in the arena made their way to the observation decks. "The first fight is between Neji of the Hyuga clan and Tsuyoshi Nanami," said Gunma. He watched as the two got into their respective fighting styles. He jumped out of the way and yelled, "Begin! You should surrender now, IWA scum. You are from a village of failures. Your fate is already decided. I will be victorious." Neji scoffed. Tsuyoshi just narrowed his eyes as he performed a series of hand seals. "Doton, rock spear jutsu," he called out. A spear of rock launched out of the ground towards Neji. He just activated his Byakugan and knocked the spear out of the air with a quick Juken strike. Neji scoffed before launching forward and engaging Tsuyoshi in taijutsu, or attempting to. Tsuyoshi launched himself backwards and out of Neji's reach as he started doing hand seals. Upon landing on the ground, he yelled out, "Doton, stone armor." The earth answered his call and coated him in a layer of thick stone. "Are you really so arrogant to believe that reusing tricks from the preliminaries will work on me?" questioned Neji. "I only have to hit you once. The new stuff can wait for a harder opponent. Grunted Tsuyoshi. That was a foolish move, said Niji as he crouched down. You are within my range of divination. Jukin. 8 trigrams, 64 palms. He yelled as he suddenly started lashing out with his fingers. Each strike perfectly aimed and perfectly timed to hit cracks in Tsuyoshi's stone armor and the tenketsu beneath. Each strike caused pieces of stone and dirt to fly away, leaving vulnerable flesh. When he was done, Tsuyoshi was left without his armor but still able to control his chakra. He went through a series of hand seals before sinking into the ground. Niji just watched the ground with his Byakugan, waiting for his chance. He suddenly sent a chakra-laced palm strike into the dirt beneath him. Muffled screams were heard as the ground shook slightly. Niji started walking away until the ground ruptured and Tsuyoshi launched out, his eyes gleaming with madness. A large chakra burn was visible on his cheek, and with a defiant laugh he started a series of hand seals. Doton. Earthen murder. He screamed as the earth started to heave and contort. Hands made of stone and dirt launched at Niji, who just looked on in shock. As the hands came close, he hardened his expression before starting to spin. Kaiten, he called as a dome of chakra blasted the hands away. Once they had stopped, Niji launched out of the chakra dome with glowing fingertips. He struck mercilessly at Tsuyoshi, each strike landing with deadly efficiency, ending with an almost lethal strike to the lung. Tsuyoshi was unconscious before he hit the ground. The crowd exploded into cheers for Niji. The Hyuga section stared in shock. Niji had casually displayed 2 of their most prized techniques that he had taught himself without so much as batting an eye. Maybe it's time I tell him about his father, thought Hayashi. Winner Niji Hyuga, called Gunma as Niji walked back to the competitor's booth. Tsuyoshi was taken out by medics. Will Naruto Uzumaki and Sasuke Uchiha please report to the arena? Yelled Genma. Naruto appeared in a blur of speed. Sasuke was nowhere to be seen. If Sasuke Uchiha hasn't arrived in 5 minutes, he will be disqualified from the Chunin selection exams. Genma yelled when it became apparent Sasuke hadn't arrived yet. Naruto sat down under a tree as they waited. The crowd started to get restless until, with only 30 seconds left, Kakashi and Sasuke appeared in a body flicker. Hihi. Sorry, are we late? Kakashi asked. Genma glared at him. Kakashi scratched the back of his head before body flickering up to the stands. Naruto Uzumaki of Konoha versus Sasuke Uchiha of Konoha. Begin, yelled Genma as he jumped away. Naruto yawned as Sasuke glared at him. Give up, Dobe, with my Sharingan you have no hope of winning this match. Sasuke gloated. That is until Naruto appeared behind him and delivered a brutal kick to the side of his ribs. Maybe I should give up. Your Sharingan is so powerful I won't even land a hit on you. Naruto mocked. Oh wait. Sasuke glared at Naruto and activated his Sharingan. Forgoing any more insults, Sasuke launched himself at Naruto, hoping to catch him off guard. He thought he had gotten lucky when he felt his fist collide with something, only to be disappointed to see a log where Naruto had been. One thing about those eyes of yours that I really hate, I can't use jutsu for fear you'll steal them. So I came up with something better to keep your Sharingan at bay. Naruto smirked before putting his hands in the ram seal. A sealing tag appeared on the log that was now resting on the floor. The tag lit up with the kanji for wind before Sasuke was sent flying towards the wall of the arena, his back and arms littered with small cuts. Before he hit the wall, Sasuke spun around, landing with his feet on the wall, held there by chakra. Sasuke sped through a sequence of hand seals before breathing in deep. Katan Grand Fireball Jutsu, he called as a fireball easily the height of a man launched towards Naruto. Naruto sighed before performing the same hand seals. A fireball half the size of Sasuke's shot forwards twice as fast. Sasuke scoffed until the fireballs collided, canceling each other out. Sasuke's eyes narrowed before. Naruto smirked before putting his hands in the ram seal again. Sasuke jumped away from the wall in the nick of time as a seal burst to life, sending shards of stone flying in all directions. This is becoming boring, Dobe. Sasuke scoffed as he started charging his chakra. I agree, laughed Naruto. Chidori, screamed Sasuke as lightning burst to life in his palm. The sound of thousands of chirping birds filled the arena. Naruto watched him come. When Sasuke got close to Naruto, he was stopped dead. His body was being pushed back by a violent wind that appeared out of nowhere. The lightning chakra in his palm simply dissipated. "How are you doing this, Dobe? You didn't use a jutsu or a seal. I demand you tell me," screamed Sasuke. Naruto, Kakashi, Kurenai, and the Hokage all sighed. "If you really must know, Sasuke team, my mastery of the wind element grants me almost perfect control of wind without the use of a jutsu. It is a bit chakra-consuming, but I've never had a real problem with chakra," Naruto explained. Sasuke struggled but couldn't move at all. "Now, Sasuke, I suggest you surrender. There is a lightning-based seal on the ground beneath you. With a small bit of chakra, you're going to find yourself on the receiving end of a serious shock," Naruto said. Sasuke looked down to see the seal glowing brightly. He struggled even more, pumping chakra to every part of his body he could think of. Sighing in defeat, he looked to the proctor. "I surrender," he growled. "The winner is Naruto Uzumaki Gunma called." Naruto dropped the wind, allowing Sasuke to move again. As soon as Naruto turned around to walk up towards the competitor's booth, Sasuke pulled a kunai from his pouch and launched it at the blonde-haired genin. Naruto heard it coming and stopped it dead with a burst of wind chakra, without pausing his stride. Sasuke found himself restrained by ANBU members and being whisked away. "Such a waste of potential," sighed the Hokage up in the booth. The Tsuchikage just narrowed his eyes as he watched the replica Yondaime walk away. Naruto took his time walking up to the booth, making a quick stop at a food stall to eat a quick snack with Hinata. By the time he made it to the booth, Shikamaru had already given up on his match, even though he had all but won it. And the fight was the same as canon. He used the hole left by Tsuyoshi. Tamari was not happy with the outcome. Even though she had won, it meant she had to endure the ridicule that this lazy brat had let her win, because he saw it as too troublesome to continue. Winner Tamari of the Desert. Will Shino Aburame of Konoha and Daichi Takamaya of IWA please report to the arena? Called Genma. The two genin faced off with each other before Genma called begin. "You should give up now. I have you beaten," said Daichi. "Giving up before I have attempted to wipe the floor with you would be illogical," replied Shino in a monotone. "Yeah, you tell him, Shino," yelled Naruto from the stands. Daichi just shrugged before reaching into the pouches at his sides. The mouths on his hands spat out lumps of spider-shaped clay which he threw towards Shino. "Katsu!" he screamed as they detonated. Shino, though, had already substituted. The following few minutes consisted of Shino dodging explosions and attempting to catch Daichi with his beetles. Neither tried to engage in taijutsu as they both knew it would be potential suicide getting that close to the other's abilities. Suddenly Shino stopped running and held his arms out. Daichi watched as beetles started crawling out from seemingly nowhere. Alarmed, he flared his chakra to clear away the genjutsu that had hidden them from his view. Shino had spent the entire time he was dodging laying down beetles under a genjutsu to hide them. "You think this is supposed to scare me?" Daichi screamed. "You obviously haven't seen what happens to beetles in an explosion." He laughed as he started throwing lumps of clay into the encroaching mass of beetles. The resulting explosions wiped out a large chunk of Shino's colony. "Proctor, my hive has succumbed too many casualties. It appears I will have to withdraw from this conflict," Shino said calmly, although inside he was seething. "Winner Daichi!" yelled Gunma. "We will allow Daichi a 15-minute break to rest before he fights with Gaara of the Desert. Use these 15 minutes to get refreshments and use the restrooms provided. Please enjoy, and we will be right back." Chapter 15, Final Round. Fight. Will Daichi Takamaya and Gaara of the Desert make their way to the arena floor? Yelled Genma as the 15-minute break ended. Daichi came down with a swagger in his step. His victory in his first fight had inflated his ego greatly. Gaara appeared in a swirl of sand standing across from him, his eyes shining with barely restrained bloodlust. "Give up now, freak. When I'm done with you, they'll be scraping you off the walls," Daichi said confidently. "Mother wants your blood," Gaara said monotonously. "Begin," yelled Genma as he jumped as far back as possible. As soon as Genma had said begin, the cork from the top of Gaara's gourd launched at Daichi's face. "Ow, what the fuck?" exclaimed Daichi as he jumped backwards and put his hands inside the equipment pouches at his sides. Gaara watched impassively as Daichi pulled out spiders made of clay. Daichi threw the spiders and fed them chakra, causing them to grow and charge at Gaara. When they got close, they jumped up and tried to latch onto Gaara, but his sand moved by itself and blocked the spiders and the following explosions. Gaara watched impassively as small clay birds continually slammed into his sand and detonated. His sand had formed a full dome around him now. He was unconcerned though. Gaara raised his hand and suddenly tendrils of sand launched forward, attempting to catch Daichi. Each time a tendril got close, he threw a clay figure at it to stop it in its tracks. He kept dodging and destroying the tendrils for a few minutes until, reaching into his pouches, he found that he was running low on clay. His eyes hardened as he pulled out a pre-made sculpture of a bird, but this one was different to the others. With a quick hand seal, the bird grew large enough to hold him. Standing atop the bird, he charged forward, intent on breaking through Gaara's shield, while most of his sand was scattered around the arena thanks to his explosives. Daichi smirked in triumph. There was no way Gaara would be able to prevent being flattened by his bird. Daichi was sadly mistaken. By simply raising his hand again, the sand on the floor of the arena formed into a large hand which grabbed both Daichi and his bird out of the air. Daichi screamed in pain and outrage as the sand started crushing him. Reaching into his pouches, he pulled out the rest of his clay and in a last-ditch effort made 2 centipedes which burrowed into the sand. He hoped they were far enough away to blow the sand away without injuring himself. Katsu! He screamed as the centipedes detonated. Sadly, the centipedes had barely managed to dig into the sand and were trapped mere inches from Daichi's hands. The centipedes detonating did more than Daichi was bargaining for, but he would never know that. The exploding centipedes triggered the bird that was still struggling in the sand. Daichi's prediction at the start of the match had been close, because the next 10 minutes were spent scraping him off of the walls. "Winner Gaara of the desert," Genma said, slightly quieter than usual. Up in the crowd, mothers covered their children's eyes. People turned away in disgust and no one clapped. Not a sound was heard throughout the arena as the few people still watching stared open-mouthed at the destruction that the genin had brought on himself. "Oh Daichi, you idiot! Always biting off more than you could chew and then forgetting some of the most vital things." Inoki whispered quietly in the Kage booth as he rested his head on his palm. In the stands, Katamari Wakashima watched in shock as her teammate had blown himself to smithereens. She knew he was as good as dead the second the sand had caught him. From what she had seen during the battle, Gaara's control would ensure his death. But to see him destroyed by his own explosives was almost too much to bear. He may have been an ass, but he had saved the team more times than she could count. Now one of her teammates was dead and the other had a permanently damaged chakra point in his head, rendering him almost insane. She hung her head in shame before walking out of the arena. The next few minutes the battlefield was fixed by a team of Chunin on standby, and Daichi had been cleaned up by the medics and a few helpful Chunin who looked a little green afterwards. Once that was all done, Genma stood in the middle of the field, and once he got the nod from the Chunins, the medics and the Hokage, he prepared to start the next match. "Will Naruto Uzumaki of Konoha and Niji Hyuga of Konoha please come down to the arena floor?" he yelled. A blur streaked across the floor as Naruto came to a stop in his position. Niji arrived a minute later, like Daichi, confident in his abilities, although he was foreseeing a better outcome. "As I told the IWA scum, surrender now Uzumaki. Like Hinata-sama, you are a failure. Dead last in the academy and on a team of failures. Fate has already declared me the victor." Niji sneered. "Trust me, if fate was real, this village would not be standing right now. Now let's see if you can touch me," Naruto said calmly, although he was steaming inside. This pathetic excuse for a human had hurt his Hinata-chan, and that was unforgivable. Anyone that hurt his precious people was going to get hurt, and badly. "Begin!" yelled Genma as he jumped back. Niji wasted no time as he launched forward, attempting to hit Naruto with a number of powerful Juken strikes. Naruto dodged each one with no trouble. Niji was begging to get frustrated. He had spent the entire month training his speed so that he could destroy Naruto in this fight, but Naruto dodged each strike. "Come on, Niji. Hit me!" Naruto yelled as he kept dodging. Niji screamed in rage as his Byakugan flared to life, finally taking it seriously. Niji lashed out with strike after strike, and not a single one connected. Naruto's laugh echoed around the arena as he kept dodging each and every attack that Niji attempted. Neji screamed in outrage as he attacked faster and faster until Naruto's laugh stopped. You know, I thought that since you had been trained by the same sensei as Lee that you would be as fast as him, but now I see you're truly pathetic. Now it's my turn, Naruto said as he stopped dodging and lashed out with a series of powerful punches aimed at vital points on Neji's chest. Neji was sent flying back as he felt his ribs crack and his internal organs bruise. He snapped out of his shock as he realized he could see Naruto. He found out why when a second later he received a brutal punch in his blind spot. Another cracking of bones. Getting up off of the ground where he had landed, Neji looked up at Naruto. How? He groaned. You idiot, I've trained with Hinata for months. I know all the strengths and weakness of the Byakugan. Now get up. I know your little obsession with fate and your victim syndrome will keep you going. Oh poor me, I have a seal on my head, so now I must show everyone that I'm so great, Naruto mocked. Neji gradually stood up and got into a fighting stance. You know nothing of the pain of living under a seal, Neji yelled. A stain on your very being that will never go away. Naruto just laughed, the laugh tinged with equal mocking and pain. It matter not, you are within my field of divination Jukin. 8 trigrams 64 palms. Neji screamed as he launched forward to attack Naruto. Naruto watched as Neji got closer, the world moving in slow motion. Naruto unsealed one of his swords and used it to block all of Neji's attacks. Once Neji had called the final palm strike, Naruto kicked him hard in the chest, launching him back and into the wall of the arena. In the blink of an eye, Naruto was holding Neji to the wall with one arm while the other arm held his sword to Neji's throat. Yield, Neji Hyuga. Fate may have declared you the victor, but I just kicked fate's ass. And your own, Naruto said, laughing. But Neji looked into Naruto's eyes and saw a dark gleam that promised pain if he didn't back down. Pain as retribution for how he had hurt Hinata. I surrender, Proctor. I have been beaten. Neji sighed in defeat. In an instant, the pressure holding him to the wall vanished and he collapsed to the ground. Winner Naruto Uzumaki. Genma yelled. He was met with a stunned silence until up in the crowd's Kiba started clapping. Then the other genin started clapping. Then the Jonin senseis started clapping, and like a toppling domino the rest of the crowd followed. Clapping and screaming echoed around the entire arena as the crowd cheered for Naruto. Neji was being gently picked up by the medics when Naruto walked over to him and whispered in his ear. Neji, fate doesn't control what happens in our lives. I would have been dead a long time ago if it did. Never stop fighting for what you believe in. If you believe your clan can become united as Hinata does, then you should fight with her, not against her. Fight until you can bring about change, fight until you can't anymore, and then keep fighting. If you're determined enough, you could change your clan forever. And then Naruto walked off, content that he had avenged Hinata and sowed the seeds of change and salvation in Neji. Will Gaara of the desert and Temari of the desert please come down? Genma called. Proctor, I forfeit, yelled Temari from the stands. After seeing the carnage left by Gaara and Daichi from before, the crowd agreed with her decision. Okay, then we will have a half-hour break for Naruto to rest, and then we will have the final round of the Chunin selection exams. Genma yelled. The crowd cheered as they slowly dispersed to get whatever they wanted for the final round. Some were betting. Some bought food and others just got up to have a quick stretch. Naruto spent the half-hour sitting with Hinata as she helped ease his aching muscles. The devastating attacks he had landed on Neji had had some backlash, and he was feeling it now that the adrenaline from the fight was gone. I think I'm going to have to go all out in this fight, Hinataheim. Naruto whispered. Hinata knew what that meant. He would use any jutsu at his disposal and try his hardest to survive. Don't worry, Naruto-kun, I believe in you, Hinata whispered back. Thank you, Naruto whispered, his smile stretching from ear to ear. Will Naruto Uzumaki of Konoha and Gaara of the desert please report to the arena? Yelled Genma as he prepared for the final battle. Gaara and Naruto appeared at the same time, facing each other. Naruto with a face of grim determination and Gaara with bloodlust showing in every feature of his face. Mother will have your blood, Uzumaki. You will prove my existence, Gaara said with a maniacal glee. Tell your mother she can't have it. I'm using it, Naruto answered back. Begin, yelled Genma as he got out of the way. Gaara didn't waste any time, his sand exploding around him into tendrils that tried to grab Naruto. Naruto unsealed his swords, started swinging them at every single tendril that got too close. Time to go on the offensive. Shadow Clone Jutsu, yelled Naruto as 10 clones appeared. They started slashing through the sand, clearing a path between Naruto and Gaara. Gaara watched as his sand was shooting up all around him in random places as Naruto tried to outrun it. His attacks were met with the same sandy resistance each time. Naruto paused for a second and built up a load of wind chakra. In a burst of speed, Naruto appeared in front of Gaara and landed a heavy punch to his face, sending him flying back. Gaara laughed as he stood up from where he landed, a web of cracks across his face. A second shield of sand. Naruto mused, "Katan, mythical phoenix fire." Naruto yelled as he blasted out a series of small fireballs. Each fireball was blocked by the sand, snuffed out. "Fine if fire won't work, Futon. Beast wave palm." Naruto yelled as a blade of wind shot towards Gaara. The wind struck the sand shield and almost broke through, but it still didn't make it. "I'm tired of this, mother will have your blood now," Gaara said as dome of sand surrounded him. Naruto could feel demonic chakra building up within the orb and knew had to stop it. But from what he'd seen, his jutsu didn't have enough effect. He could try a Rasengan, but the sand would just fly around him and no real damage would occur to the dome. Fire didn't work before and neither did wind. What if I put them together? He thought as he jumped back and started gathering chakra. The crowd watched with bated breath as Naruto suddenly bolted upright and started doing hand seals. "Shikutten, piercing heat," he cried as a beam of light shot out of his hand. As it hit the sand dome, it slowly started turning it to glass. The sand shinobi present watched in shock as an extinct bloodline from their village was being used to break an unbreakable defense from their village. Once Naruto could see through the dome, he held his palm out in front of him and started creating a Rasengan. Now every shinobi in the audience was amazed. That jutsu was world famous and for good reason. Naruto charged forward and slammed the fully formed Rasengan into the glass section of the dome and kept funneling more chakra into it as it shattered the glass and slammed into Gaara's stomach. Gaara started screaming as the pain from the Rasengan racked his body. For a second his sand held him in place as the orb of chakra ground further into his flesh. But the sand gave way and Gaara was sent flying out of the orb and into the wall of the arena. His stomach was riddled with chakra burns and cuts where the Rasengan had been grinding. "What is this feeling? Is this pain, mother? Is that my blood? Mother, what is happening?" cried Gaara as he felt the wounds on his stomach. His head shot up and his eyes focused on Naruto. "You did this. I will not let you erase my existence," Gaara screamed. As Gaara got up, his sand swirled around him, solidifying into the body of a tanuki from the waist up. His sand claw shot forward trying to catch Naruto, but he couldn't get a hold on him. Naruto dodged the sand arm and slashed it off with his sword. The arm just grew back almost instantly. Gaara started laughing maniacally. "Mother will have your blood soon," screamed Gaara as a tail of sand formed behind him, his eyes now glowing with insanity. "Time to step this up a notch," thought Naruto as he performed a quick set of hand seals and launched a fireball at Gaara. The fireball didn't do anything to the demonically powered genin, but it created a smokescreen. As the smoke was dying down, a sand arm shot out and grabbed Naruto, crushing him slowly. "I've got you now, Uzumaki. Once I'm done with you, I'm going to kill everyone here," laughed Gaara until the Naruto in his hand exploded into smoke. "Rasengan," cried the real Naruto as he slammed the powerful technique into the base of Gaara's tail. For a second the sand seemed to start falling away until Gaara started doing some hand seals. Around the arena, several hidden Suna and Oto shinobi looked up to the Kazekage for the signal to attack, but it didn't come. "Play possum jutsu," yelled Gaara as he suddenly slouched. Naruto watched in shock as all the sand in the arena swirled around Gaara, clumping around him, forming the giant shape of the Ichibi no Tanuki, Shikaku the sand spirit. Naruto looked up to the Kage booth and saw the Hokage nod slightly to him. All around the arena, ANBU were preparing to intervene. "Do not interfere yet," yelled the Hokage. The crowd was shocked that the Hokage would order that. "I'm free. Look, a snack," screamed the insane Tanuki. Naruto looked at the giant form of the Ichibi and saw Gaara sleeping on the forehead of the beast. "So I gotta wake him up," thought Naruto. "Come here, little shinobi. "I'm hungry," called Shikaku as swung a giant hand made of sand down at Naruto. The hand was blown apart, revealing Naruto with a slight red glow around him holding his sword in the air. "You want to dance, Sandy? Then let's dance," yelled Naruto as he created an army of shadow clones. The clones started running up Shikaku's legs using wind chakra-powered slashes to distract Shikaku. While they were doing that, the real Naruto had pulled a strange-shaped kunai out of a seal in his sleeve. In the audience, a few more perceptive shinobi saw the three-pronged kunai held in Naruto's hand and gasped in shock. He wasn't about to do what they thought he was he? Their question was answered as Naruto got a clear shot straight up and launched the kunai up above Gaara, using wind chakra to propel it. "Flying fire god!" screamed Naruto, loud enough to be able to be heard over the fight. "Huh? Drilling wind bullet!" yelled Shikaku as he slammed his fist onto his stomach and blasted a bullet of air at Naruto, but was shocked, as was everyone else, as Naruto disappeared in a flash of red and appeared above. Naruto screamed as he slammed his fist into Gaara's chin. Gaara's eyes snapped open and the sand started collapsing around the two of them. "No, I just got out. No fair," screamed Shikaku as his consciousness was sucked back into his seal. Gaara plummeted to the ground. Naruto threw the kunai back down to the ground, faster than Gaara was falling. Arriving in a flash on the ground, Naruto looked up and caught Gaara before he could slam into the ground. "Why? How?" groaned Gaara. "I saved you because we are alike. Both children of Kages resigned to the life of a monster, because of the demons we contain. I was hated like you, and would have ended up like you if it hadn't been for a few precious people that saw me for who I was and not what I held. I grew strong because I vowed to protect them, and they love this village, so I protect this village even if they want me dead. True strength doesn't come from confirming your existence or killing. Strength comes from protecting those precious to you," Naruto explained as he placed Gaara down on the ground. Gaara looked confused, but the words had seemed to have taken hold. He smiled before slouching and beckoning to Ganma. Genma prepared to call the fight in Naruto's favor when he was beaten to it by the Hokage himself. The winner of the Chunin selection exam's final portion, Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze. He yelled as the crowd erupted into cheers and cries for forgiveness. "Is that enough evidence for you, Inoki?" the Kazekage said out of nowhere. "Yes, it is. Keep up your end of the bargain, Snake," Inoki replied. A genjutsu suddenly dropped on the cheering crowd, causing the civilians to lose consciousness and some of the weaker ninja as well. Hiruzen found himself dragged up to the roof by the Kazekage as Inoki floated out over the walls of Konoha. Waiting for him was an army of shinobi, the likes of which hadn't been seen since the last great ninja war. Chapter 16: Birth of a Legend. Naruto's victory was cut short as explosions rocked the walls of the village. He watched as people in the stands dropped unconscious from a wide-range genjutsu. As he started to feel drowsy, he pulsed his chakra, snapping him awake again. Across the arena, Temari and Kankuro appeared next to Gaara, picking him up. "We're leaving," Gaara said monotonously. "But the plan?" questioned Temari. "The plan will fail. We are returning home. I have a lot to think about," Gaara said calmly. His siblings nodded before darting out of the arena and away from Konoha. Naruto watched them go before joining the fight, fighting alongside Jonin ninja and keeping pace, his swords leaving a trail of blood and death. As he quickly killed another Odo ninja, he felt a sudden pull. Knowing what it signified, he signaled Ganma that he was going. Ganma nodded as Naruto disappeared in a red flash. Naruto looked at what was in front of him and gasped. Turning around, he saw Hinata clutching a broken arm with several small children behind her. Among the children were the Konohamaru Corps. "Naruto-kun, I was escorting these guys to the shelter when we were attacked by that," Hinata said quietly. Naruto looked at the attacking thing. It resembled a man but had what looked like rocky outcroppings bulging from his body. His face was a mask of rage and bloodlust. The back of his arm pulsed with jets of chakra as he launched forward and put his fist directly through the chest of a Konoha Jonin. Naruto breathed in deeply as he dropped his coat to the floor. Holding his swords in hand, he darted towards the enemy and swung both his swords in a quick but powerful double slash down his opponent's chest. The result was the boy screaming for a second as the wounds healed. "Hell, looks like this might be a challenge," stated Naruto. "More like a bloodbath," screamed the monster as he charged at Naruto, only to miss as Naruto appeared behind him in a flash. Outside the walls, Kabuto slowly rose from the ground next to Inoki. Yugo has attacked the Namikaze. It won't be long before he is dead and your men will be free to attack, Kabuto stated with a malicious smirk. As I told the snake, keep up your end and we keep up ours, Inoki replied. Behind him the IWA shinobi began preparing themselves for the fight. With Hiruzen. So Orochimaru, you have really stooped so low, Hiruzen said calmly as the Kazekage removed his robes to reveal Orochimaru. Kukoku-sensei, it's time for me to destroy this pathetic village and take my prize, Orochimaru said. Then it is also time for me to correct my biggest mistake. I hope you have made your peace with Kami as I plan to kill you before this day is through, Hiruzen replied. Orochimaru smirked as he started doing hand seals. He slammed his palm onto the floor and 3 coffins appeared. They had the kanji for first, second, and fourth on them. Shuriken Shadow Clone, yelled Hiruzen as he launched a single shuriken that multiplied into 50. He succeeded in only stopping the coffin labeled fourth. No matter. These 2 should be more than enough to defeat you, Orochimaru smirked as the lids of the coffins dropped, revealing the revived forms of the first 2 Hokages, the Senju brothers. With Naruto. Naruto could hear the sound of distant battles as he struggled to continue dodging the superpowered strikes the Yugo was launching his way. Stop running and fight me, coward! Screamed Yugo as he started drawing in more nature chakra, causing his transformation to increase. Naruto was worried he couldn't engage in taijutsu as the brute strength was enough to demolish buildings. He couldn't perform too many of his ninjutsu as the children and Hinata were still behind him and could get caught in the crossfire. Genjutsu was definitely out. That left just his kenjutsu, and sadly that had proved ineffective as well. Naruto grit his teeth as he went on the offensive, appearing behind his opponent and slashing with his swords before teleporting again and slashing again. Yugo was stuck spinning on the spot trying to find his elusive foe. The repetitive strikes were beginning to annoy him, but he was still healing rapidly. You wouldn't mind giving me a clue as to how I'm supposed to beat you? Questioned Naruto as he dodged a fist that was now occupying the space his head had been. I'll take that as a no. Take it as a death wish, screamed Yugo. Naruto went back to dodging as Yugo started moving faster, still not as fast as him but fast nonetheless. Naruto looked into his equipment pouch for a second and saw something he had forgotten about, a seal that his shadow clone had been charging all month. Pulling it out, he wrapped it around his hand before charging towards Yugo. Yugo smirked as his prey came running to meet his doom. He was shocked when Naruto appeared in front of him and landed a punch that sent him flying backwards. His chest caved completely in. Kinetic energy storage and release seal was definitely a good idea, Naruto thought. Naruto was cut out of his musing when a monstrous hand clasped his arm. With a gasp, Naruto felt something happen, a link between the 2 of them. Looking to where he was grabbed, he saw that the monstrous hand was now normal and the curse seal on his own arm was glowing slightly. Yugo watched as slowly his arm, and then his chest and slowly the rest of him turned back to normal. When it was done, he sat down and looked at himself in amazement. You stopped it, you absorbed all its chakra, gasped Yugo in amazement. That shouldn't be possible, unless, is that from Orochimaru? Naruto could only nod dumbly as his enemy suddenly stopped attacking and started talking. I must thank you. Not many people can stop me when I am in that state. I am truly sorry for attacking you. Yugo started walking away. What? Questioned Naruto. Yugo looked at him and smiled before he walked away and towards the gate. Well, that was strange, Naruto said as he looked over at Hinata. She was obviously in pain. Crossing his fingers, a group of shadow clones appeared. Each clone grabbed one of the children with Hinata and dashed towards the shelters. Naruto himself grabbed Hinata and in a flash of red they were standing in the hospital. Naruto kissed her on the forehead before placing her down and into the care of a shocked nurse. Be careful, Naruto-kun, Hinata said. Of course, Haim. Nothing is going to stop me from coming back to you, he said sincerely. In a flash he was gone, back to join the fight. He appeared on the walls of the village next to Jiraiya. 3 giant toads were fighting against a large 8-headed snake. Hey Ero-sensei. I was just attacked by some crazy guy. He touched the curse seal on my arm and his power got absorbed. Naruto said. Jiraiya looked away from the battle and grabbed Naruto's arm. When did you get the curse seal? Why didn't you tell me? Could be extremely damaging. Jiraiya gasped in alarm. Nah, it's fine, my bloodlines filtered out the negative chakra when he bit me. I was just curious why it absorbed that guy's power. Naruto said. Jiraiya cautiously traced his finger over the swirling design in Naruto's arm. With a small application of chakra, he suddenly tapped into a chakra supply that shouldn't have been possible without Naruto being either a toad or a statue of one. I'll have to confer with the toads, but I think it's nothing to worry about. I still don't trust that seal though, so don't draw from the power there, alright. Jiraiya said. Naruto nodded. He was about to join the fight here when an alarm sounded from the other side of the village. Go. They need you more there than I need you here. Jiraiya said. Naruto nodded before sprinting along the wall. With no seals to flash to, he would have to take the long way around. When Naruto arrived, he saw a large army marching towards the walls. They were being led by the Tsuchikage himself. Impossible. Nothing can defeat Yugo in his awakened state, Kabuto exclaimed. Inoki narrowed his eyes. It looks like we'll have to do it ourselves then, Inoki said as he signaled to his men to charge. Tsuchikage, I am giving you and your men one chance to surrender and leave without casualties. I don't care about a grudge you have against my father. He may have killed your shinobi, but he is dead now. Your little revenge scheme is pointless and will cause more casualties than you can hope to deal with. Naruto yelled calmly. You don't scare us, boy. You will pay for your father's crimes against the people of Iwa, yelled Inoki in response. How many of Konoha's people did you kill, Tsuchikage? How many people did your army slaughter before my father took it upon himself to stop you? He was not in the wrong. He was protecting his home as I am doing now, Naruto yelled. You don't stand a chance, little brat. These are my elite forces. Nothing you could hope to accomplish will stop us from killing you and destroying your home, Inoki yelled. You've made 3 mistakes today, Tsuchikage. Number 1. Attacking even after seeing that I can use my father's jutsus. Number 2. Not bringing your Jinchuriki. Number 3. Thinking that I would ever allow you to attack my home and leave here in one piece. So again, I'm giving you this final opportunity to leave and live to see another day, Naruto yelled as he started to glow with an orange light. If any of you run away, I'll kill you myself, Inoki growled, his voice amplified by chakra. His men gulped. Have it your way, old man. Shadow Clone Jutsu, Naruto yelled. The other Konoha ninja present could only watch in utter shock as an army of Narutos appeared. Each Naruto pulled out a 3-pronged kunai. Shadow Clone Namikaze Flash Barrage, screamed Naruto as each clone threw their kunai into the enemy army. As the kunai landed, each Naruto clone charged a Rasengan. This was followed by an explosion of red light that completely encompassed the battlefield. When the flash died down, it revealed Naruto standing on the wall calmly and smoke covering the ground. Futon. Gale wind palm, Naruto said calmly as a veritable hurricane of QB-powered wind blew the smoke away. Inoki could only gasp in shock. The ground was littered with the bodies of his army. Many were still alive, but none were conscious. They all had chakra burns and broken bones, the trademark of the Rasengan. This is your last chance, old man. Take your surviving men and flee back to your village. My father may have been strong, but with his jutsu and my 9-tailed tenant, you have no chance to survive this fight, Naruto said. Inoki looked at his remaining men, or rather Akatsuchi and Kuratsuchi. Begin gathering the surviving men. I will take care of this brat personally, Inoki said calmly. His bodyguards began to protest, but a quick glance told them to drop it. Inoki floated up to hover in front of Naruto. My men will leave, but right here, right now, you and I will fight. My son died because of your father. Now I expect to collect a debt owed to me, Inoki said. Naruto's eyes hardened. You are a sad old man, clinging to a self-inflicted pain and expecting the world to repay you for it. You caused your own suffering by starting the war in the first place, Naruto said calmly. Jin-tun, Inoki said as a cube of light appeared in his hands. The cube surrounded Naruto and in seconds started to compress. It is done. Nothing can escape my jutsu, and all that will be left of your cursed family with be microscopic particles. Inoki said smugly. To the onlookers it looked like Naruto simply disintegrated, causing Inoki to laugh maniacally, until a cheer sounded from the Konoha shinobi. He heard someone clear their throat as he felt cold steel press against his throat. I can teleport. Breaking down to molecules is child's play for the Namikaze clan, Naruto said calmly. Inoki slowly turned around and saw Naruto floating in the air behind him. The air under Naruto's feet was a visible platform as his chakra worked to condense it into a physical platform. Your jutsu are ineffective against me, and if you choose to continue fighting I'll show you why my mother was known as the Red Death, Naruto said, the swords in his hands glowing with chakra. I yield, grunted Inoki. Now Tsuchikage, take your men and leave. If I see you anywhere near Konoha with ill intentions again, I won't hesitate to slaughter your entire shinobi force, Naruto stated calmly. Inoki looked into the boy's eyes and saw a steely determination there. This boy may not like to kill, but if it meant defending his homeland then he would do it in a heartbeat. As he was looking into the boy's eyes they turned blood red and slitted. And I have the power to stop you even if you bring backup, Naruto said menacingly. Inoki knew the might of a Jinchuriki, and if what he said about holding the Kyuubi was true then even if he brought his own Jinchuriki they would do little good against him. Inoki narrowed his eyes before slowly backing away to the surviving members of his army. Are we fleeing Jiji? Questioned Kuratsuchi. Yes we are, for now we run. But soon revenge will be ours. We just need some reinforcements, Inoki said evilly. The IWA troops slowly began the process of escaping. With Hiruzen was struggling. The fight had been hard from the start. He was no longer in his prime, but the other Hokages had been resurrected at their very best. Orochimaru with his cursed technique had retained his own youthful power as well. But despite the being stacked heavily against him, he was still managing to hold his own. But that was beginning to change, his chakra was running low and his body was starting to lose function. He had a shadow clone fighting each of the resurrected Hokages and he was personally fighting Orochimaru. The fight seemed to be fairly even, the Kusanagi against the adamantine staff, Sannin against Kage. Suddenly Enma's arm sprouted from the side of the staff, grabbing Orochimaru's sword and throwing it away. Hiruzen smirked as he swung his staff at Orochimaru, who used his flexibility to dodge the swing. When he was standing upright again he smirked. Hiruzen's eyes widened as suddenly the Kusanagi had sprouted from his stomach. Coughing up blood, Hiruzen could only watch as his shadow clones poofed out of existence. His former teachers now focusing on his prone form. It's over now, sensei. The village may still stand, but you will not survive this, he stated calmly. Nodding grimly, Hiruzen reached into his equipment pouch and dropped a kunai to the ground. In a flash of red, Naruto appeared, and Oto Nin still impaled on his sword. Said Oto Nin was flung into the purple barrier, the body burnt to a crisp in seconds. So the Hibi team is back for more, Naruto taunted calmly. You again, snarled Orochimaru. Kill him, he yelled to his undead soldiers. The two Hokages charged at Naruto, both preparing to use their expansive collection of powerful jutsu. Naruto looked between the two men. Realizing who they were, he jumped back. A wooden dragon and a water dragon collided together, exploding into splinters and vapor. This may be a little tougher than anticipated, Naruto said with a grim smile on his face. He created a single shadow clone that grabbed Hiruzen and flashed away to the hospital. Now I can go all out without having to worry about the old man, he said. Naruto sat in a meditative position for a few seconds as the Hokages dashed towards him, preparing to strike him down. Naruto vanished in a flash, kicked Tobirama in the back, launching him into his brother. The two were quick though. Reacting with precision and skill, Hashirama caught his brother and launched him back towards Naruto. Seeing his chance, Naruto swung his sword, bisecting the resurrected ninja. He watched as the two halves walked their way back together again. Kukuku, it will take more than just your speed to beat these opponents, Naruto-kun. Orochimaru smirked. He was certain he was about to be rid of a nuisance. I don't care, Hibi team. Nothing will stop me from finishing what Jiji started, Naruto exclaimed. Suddenly wooden hands launched out of the roof under Naruto and tried to wrap around him. only his bloodline allowed to escape in time. Shadow clone Jutsu, Naruto cried as a group of clones appeared behind him. The clones started running through seals. Katan, Grand Fireball Jutsu, yelled the clones. Naruto held his hand up as the fireballs shot past him. A concentrated blast of wind chakra shot forward. The wind collided with the wall of fireballs and turned it into a moving inferno. Futon Katan, Infernal Tsunami, the original Naruto yelled as the wall of superheated fire collided with the two Hokages, or rather almost collide with them. When the fire died down, two domes were visible. One was a boiling dome of water that looked as if it had almost given out, and the other was a burning, blackened dome of wood. Oh please Naruto-kun. These are two of the strongest ninja this village has ever seen. A genin such as you has no hope, Orochimaru taunted. I don't care how strong they are. I won't let you turn them on the home they once loved. They strive to build this village, and now I will kill them to see their dreams live on to shape this village for further generations. Naruto yelled. Inwardly he was worried. He knew he couldn't win this fight. Not without help, he just couldn't stop them. Take my chakra. Show this snake why foxes reign supreme, yelled the Kyuubi from within his prison. Trying to help me by your own choice for once fur ball? Questioned Naruto. If you die, the resurrected Hokage will enslave me. The snake bastard with control of my power. I would rather stay imprisoned here in this sewer. Kyuubi said. Naruto smirked as he allowed the passage of chakra. It's over, Orochimaru. I may be as strong as a low-level jonin normally, but with help I'm unstoppable. Naruto said as red chakra exploded out of his navel, covering him in a fox-shaped cloak, two tails waving behind him. Suddenly Naruto disappeared and slammed a bone-shattering punch into Hashirama's stomach. Before he could even react, Tobirama received the same treatment. Sadly, they didn't stay down long. You'll have to do better than that, Naruto-kun, taunted Orochimaru. I'm just getting warmed up, snake breath, Naruto growled. Tobirama and Hashirama surged forward and dived towards Naruto, kunai in hand. When they got close, a shockwave of red chakra exploded outwards. The chakra around Naruto faded as he had expelled it all in that shockwave. Naruto stood up and dusted himself off. Sadly, the Hokages weren't as lucky. The shockwave had launched them directly into the barrier, and in seconds the control kunai within their heads were incinerated and their bodies followed shortly after. Now it's just you and me, Orochimaru, Naruto said. Wrong, it's just me. He screamed in anger as he surged forward with Kusanagi. Naruto launched a kunai at the deranged Sannin. Orochimaru merely moved his head to the side, letting it sail by harmlessly. At least it was harmless until Naruto suddenly appeared above him in a flash of red. Rasengan, Naruto yelled as he slammed the spiraling ball of chakra into Orochimaru's back. The force of the jutsu slammed Orochimaru into the ground with such force that he bounced back up again. As he was suspended in the air, Naruto flashed as far away as he could and launched himself forward. Behind Naruto, wind chakra was being expelled from his body so forcefully that the roof was being shredded in his wake. Orochimaru managed to bring his arms up in front of him. Suddenly he felt searing pain in his arms, and a second later heard the unmistakable sound of a sonic boom. Orochimaru flew backwards and would have slammed into the barrier himself had the sound for not dropped the barrier and rushed to catch their master. Orochimaru-sama, we must flee, said one of the hooded figures. Orochimaru made to push the four ninja off of him until he realized that his arms weren't moving. Within his arms, every bone, every muscle, every tendon, everything had been decimated by the punch. Orochimaru stared at his arms in horror as his ninja created a smokescreen and fled. ANBU flooded onto the destroyed roof as Naruto suddenly dropped unconscious. One of the ANBU grabbed him as the others took off after Orochimaru. The ANBU holding Naruto looked down proudly as he carried him to the hospital. Even though he was unconscious, people clapped as the ANBU walked down the street with Naruto. After placing Naruto in the care of the nurses, the ANBU walked away. Reaching up, he tucked a single lock of red hair back behind his mask. Chapter 17, A Call for Help. Naruto's eyes opened slowly. Looking up, he saw the sterile white roof he would always associate with hospitals. Groaning, he managed to sit up and look around. He was in a hospital room and had countless machines hooked up to him. Jiraiya was asleep in a chair in the corner of the room. In his hand was his notebook. Futon. Gale wind palm, Naruto whispered as he sent a rush of wind into Jiraiya's face. Jiraiya's nose twitched a few times before he sneezed violently. That is not a nice way to wake up your godfather. Jiraiya deadpanned. A large bump had formed on the back of his head, where he had managed to slam it into the wall during his sneeze. It's by far the funniest way though, Ero-sensei. Naruto laughed, still grinning at Jiraiya's expense. Naruto began looking for a call button. Once he had found it, he pushed the button and waited. A nurse appeared in the doorway soon after. Hey, I'm feeling fine, so can you unplug me so I can get going? Naruto asked. Of course, Namike-sama. The nurse said, smiling widely. Naruto just sighed as she began removing wires and needles from all over his body. Naruto found himself blushing a few times while she was doing it, though the nurse was more than happy, enthusiastic really, to be doing it. Jiraiya, meanwhile, was scribbling furiously in his notebook. Thanks. So Jiraiya, how long have I been here? Naruto asked. The nurse left with a slight blush on her face at what she had just done. You've been out cold for a week, Gaki. You had some serious chakra exhaustion. Jiraiya said. Naruto's only response was a whistle. Now, come on, someone wants to see you. Naruto nodded as he pulled his outfit out of drawer next to the bed. In a blur of motion, he was changed and ready to go. Now, Naruto, the person we are going to see is not in the best condition right now, so keep that in mind. Jiraiya said seriously as they walked down the hallway of the intensive care unit of the Konoha hospital. Naruto nodded as Jiraiya pushed open a door surrounded by ANBU units. A single bed was in the middle of the room. A figure was in the bed, hooked up to more machines than Naruto had been. Jiji! Yelled Naruto when he saw who was in the bed. Naruto was suddenly by Hiruzen's side, holding his hand. Now that he was up close, he saw just how bad his condition really was. The skin spreading out from the wound on his stomach was a sickening green and seemed to be deteriorating rapidly. If it wasn't for the steady beep of the heart monitor, Naruto would have thought the skin was on a corpse. Naruto-kun, cough cough, it's so good to see you again. I never got a chance to thank you for your exceptional work during the invasion. Hiruzen said. Naruto started to cry slightly. What did this to you, Jiji? Naruto questioned as he surveyed the Hokage's condition. Orochimaru's sword was coated in poison. And before you ask, no, the doctors couldn't do anything. We have no record of the poison, and our one expert on poisons no longer resides in the village. Then I'll go get them. The village needs you, Jiji. Jiraiya smiled behind Naruto. He didn't even have to ask. That's one of the reasons I wanted to see you, Naruto-kun, other than you being as close to me as a grandson. I want you and Jiraiya to go and retrieve Tsunade Senju to both heal me, and to take my place as the Hokage of Konoha. Hiruzen said seriously before he suddenly burst into a coughing fit. The machines around him burst into life as alarms started to blare in the room. Jiraiya and Naruto were quickly pushed out of the room by a horde of doctors and nurses. Would I be right in guessing Tsunade doesn't want to return, Jiraiya-sensei? Naruto questioned quietly. He looked shocked. No, she doesn't, Naruto. It's our job to convince her to both come back and heal Sensei and remain as Hokage. Which sounds like the hardest mission of my life, and I have fought unbeatable opponents. Jiraiya stated seriously. Naruto nodded before disappearing in a flash of red. A piece of paper dropped to the ground where he was standing before. Dear Sensei, I have gone to pack and tell my team. See you back here in an hour. That little brat. Does he want me to just wait for him? Jiraiya read aloud. He was going to go give Naruto a piece of his mind until a Busta nurse walked past him and made every single thought leave his mind. Tucking the note into his jacket, he pulled out his notebook and started following the nurse. Never even noticing the note was written on the back of a marker seal. Across Konoha, there were a group of Narutos performing simple tasks. A group was sealing mission gear and training materials into scrolls. 2 clones were searching for Kurenai and Shino, and Naruto himself was standing out the front of the Hyuga clan compound. I will inform Hayashi-sama that you wish to talk to Hinata-sama, said the guard. Wouldn't it be quicker to just tell Hinata that I want to talk to her? Naruto questioned. The guard glared at him with narrowed eyes. Hayashi-sama will want to know that something like you will be talking to Hinata-sama, the guard said. Now was Naruto's turn to narrow his eyes. Excuse me? What did you just say to the Yandame's heir? Said a voice from behind the guard. Hayashi-sama. I was just coming to tell you that this thing was at the gates. The guard said. Hayashi raised his hands into a seal, and suddenly the guard screamed in pain, clutching his forehead, as the seal hidden behind his headband suddenly activated. I am sorry you had to witness this, Naruto-san. Some people have to be taught the hard way that some opinions are not welcome, Hayashi said calmly. Let him up, Hayashi-sama. I understand it might take a while for some people to accept me for who I am and not what I contain, Naruto said. That is admirable, but he was still incredibly inconsiderate to my dearest daughter's teammate and boyfriend, Hayashi said calmly. Naruto gulped when Hayashi said this. Now you better come and sit down inside, Naruto-san. Hayashi released the guard and walked towards the main building in the compound. The guard picked himself, and while grimacing in pain, he ran ahead of Hayashi and opened the door for him. Naruto followed silently. He was not looking forward to this conversation. Once inside, Hayashi issued him into a sitting room. Naruto sat down and was soon sitting across from Hayashi. Hayashi gestured towards one of the doors, and suddenly a female branch member stepped through. Yes, Hayashi-sama. How can I be of service? Questioned the woman. Please bring Hinata here for me. Of course, Hayashi-sama. And with that, the woman left. I have had 3 great regrets in my life, Naruto-san. Can you guess them? No, of course you can't. My first regret has always been not being the father that Hinata and Hanabi needed. I was just never cut out for it. My second regret was the untimely passing of my brother, and my final regret has always been how I have never helped one of my best friend's child all these years. Admittedly, the council did prohibit most of my interactions with you, but that shouldn't have stopped me entirely. I guess I was still in denial that they were both gone, Hayashi explained. And why are you telling me this, Hayashi-sama? Naruto asked warily. Because, Naruto-san, the night of the Kyuubi attack I lost one of my best friends. Minato had been the best man at my wedding and had been the one to convince me to tell my beloved Hitomi how I felt, and I think Kushina was the one that convinced Hitomi that I wasn't as bad as she thought I was. If the council hadn't feared your tenant, you probably would have been raised here alongside Hinata and Hanabi, Hayashi explained. And if you don't mind me asking again, Hayashi-sama, but why are you telling me this? Questioned Naruto. Because, Naruto, I think you are afraid that I will prohibit or interfere with your relationship with my precious Hinata. I merely wish to tell you that it would be my greatest honor to be the father-in-law of Minato's son, Hayashi explained with a straight face. Naruto, on the other hand, suddenly blushed bright red, as did a very startled Hinata who had just walked through the door and promptly fainted. That's a little further ahead than we had planned at this point, Naruto stuttered out as he rushed to Hinata's side. I'll leave you two here. I assume you are here to tell Hinata about your mission with Jiraiya-sama, Hayashi said as he stood up and left the room. An hour later, the group of Naruto clones all met in the Namikaze compound. They looked at each other and saw that the original was still missing, and a collective smirk spread across their faces. In a giant explosion of smoke, all that remained was a small sealing scroll on the floor. Next door in the Hyuga compound, Naruto had to pull away from Hinata's lips as a splitting headache and an influx of memories slammed into him. Stupid baka clones, he muttered as he rubbed his head. Hinata giggled slightly as she stood up and dragged Naruto with her. Come on, Naruto-kun, you need to get your stuff and go meet with Jiraiya-sama, and then I'll walk with you to the gate to see you off, Hinata said with authority. Naruto just nodded and followed behind. After collecting the scroll from his compound, he grabbed Hinata and started running. Usually he would have flashed, but he enjoyed the feeling of Hinata holding tightly onto him as he ran with the full force of his bloodline. When they arrived back at the hospital, Jiraiya was nowhere to be seen. Give me a second to get Ero-sensei, Naruto said as a clone appeared and flashed to the seal in Jiraiya's jacket. Another flash appeared as the clone returned with a drooling Jiraiya still holding his notebook. The drooling quickly became an annoyed expression. Come on, Ero-sensei, we should get going, Naruto said with a small laugh. Jiraiya nodded and started walking towards the gates of the village. Naruto followed behind with Hinata. As they walked, Hinata received countless jealous stares and heated glares, but she remained oblivious. Naruto, on the other hand, did notice. A slight frown appeared on his face as he grabbed Hinata's hand in his own. Keep safe while I'm gone, Haim. Keep your necklace with you always, Naruto said seriously. Hinata giggled before placing her hand on the small kunai. I never take it off, Naruto-kun, she replied, causing Naruto to smile. Alright Gaki, we gotta go. Hokage-sama isn't getting any better while we wait around here, Jiraiya said as he watched the two embrace. With a final kiss, the two broke apart, and with a longing glance Naruto followed Jiraiya out of the village gates and into Fire Country. In IWA, the Tsuchikage was looking through a series of files. Each one contained the information on the current generation of Genin and Chunin as well as 3 Jonin. Summon the last of the Flash Killers. I am reinstating the program and want a new batch ready in 3 years at the most, Inoki yelled to Kuratsuchi. But GG, that program didn't work the first time and it left the few survivors with no real emotions or unique thought. They're killers that I can't condone Genin being turned into, she cried in shock. It matters not if you condone it. I am the Tsuchikage and my word is law, he yelled as Kuratsuchi straightened up. Of course, Tsuchikage-sama, she said with thinly veiled anger. Taking the files, she got up and left his office. Chapter 18, The Retrieval begins. Jiraiya and Naruto had stopped for the evening in a small clearing. After setting up a small campfire and tents, Jiraiya began digging around in the pockets of his kimono until he pulled out a scroll. Whatcha got there, Ero-sensei? Naruto questioned as he idly spun a tri-pronged kunai around his finger. This scroll was written by your mother, explained Jiraiya. It has instructions on how to use the Uzumaki bloodline in reverse. Why would I want to separate secondary elemental chakra back into its original components? Questioned a confused Naruto. Baka, your mother became famous using this technique to separate her normal chakra into yin and yang. She could use the pure yin chakra to create almost unbreakable genjutsu, and her yang chakra was able to create completely solid objects, mostly giant chains, Jiraiya said as he pulled open the scroll to show a few diagrams. Oh, so why are you getting the scroll out? You can't do any of those jutsu? Naruto said, trailing off at the end. If I have to call you a baka one more time, I will send you back to Konoha minus a few fingers, Jiraiya growled. I have the scroll out because you'll be training along the way. Sarutobi would be furious if I let one of his shinobi get stagnant while in my care. Hey, I am not stagnant, Naruto cried as he sniffed his armpit. Jiraiya's eye twitched as he pulled a kunai from seemingly nowhere. Naruto laughed as Jiraiya slowly walked towards him. With a wink, Naruto flashed into the trees on the edge of the clearing. You can't catch me, you old perv. Naruto laughed until he noticed Jiraiya wasn't in the clearing. With a gulp, he turned around just in time to see a fist flying towards him. Another quick flash and Naruto shrieked as he saw Jiraiya in front of him again. It wasn't until half an hour later that Naruto collapsed in front of the campfire, his body covered in bruises that were healing slowly. I trained your father. I am the only person alive with more experience with that jutsu than you do. While most would find you unpredictable, I trained with your mother, the most unpredictable kunoichi I've met, and your father, the fastest man, period. I thought combining the two into one would make it harder to predict and fight, but it seems I was wrong, Jiraiya said with a laugh. Naruto groaned on the floor in response. Placing his palms on the ground, Naruto started to lift himself up only for a scroll to collide with his head, knocking him back down. Hee, I want you to read that scroll tonight, and tomorrow while we're walking I want you to describe the basic theory behind what you've read. If you have remembered a sufficient amount of information, I'll let you begin training with it, Jiraiya said as he placed a sealing tag on the ground which glowed and spread a seal around the entire campsite which glowed with a faint light. With a satisfied nod, Jiraiya climbed into his tent. Naruto got up and inspected the seals that were now glowing on the ground. Barrier seal, detection seal, and yikes lightning discharge seal. That is some serious protections, Naruto muttered as he climbed into his tent and unrolled the scroll. The next day, Jiraiya woke with a groan. Climbing out of his tent and stretching his aching back, he couldn't help but think that maybe he should stop sleeping in tents if he wanted to still be able to walk properly. Wake up, Naruto, Jiraiya yelled. He was surprised when Naruto's head poked out of the tent immediately. Oh hey Ero-sensei. Before you ask, no, I did not spend all night reading the scroll, but I woke up early this morning from a rabbit getting fried by your seal, so decided to read through it again, Naruto explained as he got out and began packing up the campsite with the help of some clones. It wasn't long before they were on their way again, but it was a long time before Jiraiya asked Naruto what he had been waiting for all morning. While they were eating lunch during a stop in a small town that had shown no signs of Tsunade, Jiraiya sighed before addressing Naruto. "Alright Gaki, tell me the basics of chakra separation," Jiraiya said, trying to suppress his amusement at Naruto's impatience. "Finally! Well, the basics are pretty simple. You begin by forcing your chakra circulatory system to flow backwards for a few seconds at a time, making sure to focus the chakra into the end of the mixing zones within the chakra points. As the yin and yang chakra begins to build up, you have to keep a tight hold on it to prevent it from mixing back together. The scroll says that's the hardest part, but it doesn't sound too hard. Once you have enough yin or yang chakra, you can then use it for jutsu. The scroll said the easiest form of using yin chakra is through genjutsu, as the pure spiritual chakra can invade the mind and body of a target much easier than the mixed chakra, but it can also be used for similar jutsu to the Yamanaka clan's mind jutsus. The yang chakra is more versatile as it can be used to form almost fully corporeal objects out of pure chakra, although it is very taxing on the user. Pure yang chakra can also be converted into medical chakra using the mystic palm technique. This medical chakra is theorized to be able to even regenerate lost limbs if enough yang chakra can be added without mixing in any yin. Naruto explained. Jiraiya looked gobsmacked. "Alright, I get it, you memorized the whole damn scroll. You could have stopped before you got into the jutsus and all that shit. When we continue walking, I want you to work on separating your chakra and then letting it mix together again. Only when I'm confident you can do it on the fly without having to stop and concentrate will you begin training to channel the separate chakras." "Okay," Jiraiya explained. Naruto reluctantly nodded as he got up ready to leave. "Baka, at least let me finish my lunch," Jiraiya yelled as his student was already heading for the door. With a sigh, Jiraiya downed the last of his meal before handing the owner of the restaurant the money owed for the meal. When he got outside, he saw Naruto impatiently tapping his foot against the curb. "Come on, Ero-sensei, we need to hurry up if we're gonna catch Tsunade," Naruto exclaimed. "Yeah, sure, you have like a training fetish or some shit like that. Also, no shadow clones for this. Separating the chakras in a shadow clone could make it explode. Trust me, Kushina liked to send me clones ready to blow with messages. My front door had to be replaced almost monthly," Jiraiya warned. With a nod, Naruto began trying to separate the chakra as they walked. In Konoha, two individuals wearing black cloaks with red clouds sat in a tea shop. Large hats sat on their heads, small paper tassels covering their faces from view. Kakashi, Asuma, and Kurenai were idly talking as they walked past the tea shop. The two experienced jonin noticed the incredibly large chakra supply of the large one, and Kakashi recognized the chakra of Itachi immediately. "Hey Kurenai, how do you think your team will do promotion-wise?" Asuma asked suddenly. "Well, poor Hinata didn't get into the finals, but we've began a new training regimen to improve her chances next time. Shino's chances don't look too good either. While he showed promise and skill, he just didn't have enough chances to show off his full range of skill. His choice of opponent was unlucky for him. But at this point, with what Naruto did in his matches and in the ensuing invasion, I wouldn't be surprised if he skips Chunin altogether and jumps straight to Special Jonin," Kurenai explained. She noticed the suspicious ninja now, as she saw them visibly react to Naruto's name during her explanation. The other two noticed this as well. "Well, we'd really like to see your teams progress, since they obviously didn't show everything in the exam," Kakashi asked innocently. "Well, Hinata and Shino are training with their clans today, but I can take you to see Naruto's training," Kurenai suggested, which Asuma and Kakashi quickly agreed to. A small group of people walked between the jonin and black-cloaked men, and suddenly both groups were gone. Kakashi, Kurenai, and Asuma appeared standing in the middle of a small river, the black-cloaked men standing on the far bank. "So you saw through us, Kakashi-senpai?" questioned Itachi as he pushed the brim of his hat back to reveal his onyx black eyes. His partner pushed his hat back to reveal a grinning blue face with sharp, shark-like teeth. "So what is the traitor Uchiha and the monster of the hidden mist doing in Konoha?" Asuma asked as he pulled out his trench knives and coated them with wind chakra. Kakashi immediately lifted his headband and Kurenai began channeling her chakra for a genjutsu. "We do not wish to fight. Merely give us Naruto and we will leave peacefully," Itachi said calmly. "Speak for yourself. These punks want to fight, then I'll just have to tear them apart," Kisame said with a feral grin. "It doesn't matter what either of you want, we will take you down," Kakashi said with conviction. Itachi sighed as he closed his eyes and rubbed the bridge of his nose. When he opened his eyes, they were the burning red of the Sharingan. Kakashi moved to engage Itachi, but was forced to dodge as a large bandaged sword swung past his face. He looked to Asuma and both nodded before Asuma dashed in with his knives at the ready. Kisame smirked when he saw the chakra covering Asuma's knives get absorbed by Samahata, his sword, and pumped into him. "You'll have to do better than that," he taunted. He felt like taunting them more but realized that he had lost sight of Kakashi while engaging Asuma. He grunted as a kick slammed into his back, sending him flying forward into a cloud of ash that Asuma had just exhaled. "Katan!" Burning ash, Asuma cried as he jumped back while striking his trench knives together to create a spark to ignite the ash. Asuma allowed himself a second to celebrate his apparent success until the smoke started to clear and Kisame was shown to be perfectly fine with a thin water shield around himself. "This may be more difficult than we originally thought," Kakashi said offhandedly. "That's an understatement," Asuma deadpanned. Meanwhile, Kurenai pulled out a kunai and stared down the traitor in front of her. She had never really met the man before he left the village, but he had been a sort of target for herself. He was widely recognized as one of the true masters of genjutsu, and she had strived to be better than him when she was a chunin while he was already an ANBU. Without looking into his eyes, Kurenai prepared her own genjutsu. Demonic illusion. Tree binding death, Kurenai exclaimed as a tree seemed to sprout up around Itachi. Kurenai appeared out of the trunk of the tree holding her kunai to Itachi's throat. "If you would just tell us where Naruto was, this would be so much easier on yourself," Itachi said calmly despite having a blade held to his throat. "You are in no place to ask anything of me," Kurenai exclaimed as she slammed the kunai into Itachi's throat only for him to explode into crows and the tree's branches to suddenly wrap around Kurenai's torso. "Now please tell me where Naruto is. I would hate to have to hurt you," Itachi said quietly. "You can search the village forever. You won't find him," she exclaimed. Itachi smirked and Kurenai immediately realized her mistake. "Thank you, Kurenai-chan," Itachi said as he slammed the butt of his kunai into the side of her head, knocking her out. "Kisame, let's go. I have all the information we will need," Itachi called out as he started to walk away. Kisame sighed before, with a mocking wave, he dashed over to Itachi. "I won't let you leave that easily," cried Kakashi as he appeared in front of Itachi. Asuma dashed over to the unconscious form of Kurenai and prepared to defend her or jump in and help Kakashi depending on which was needed most. "If you really insist on getting in my way so frequently, I believe this is my only option," Itachi said quietly. "Tsukumi?" Itachi whispered as his Sharingan turned into its Manjikyu state. Kakashi dropped to the ground barely conscious. A grunt of pain, all he could manage to utter before blacking out. Kisame laughed before trying to kick Kakashi in the stomach. He never got the chance as Guy appeared, grabbing Kakashi and depositing him on the far bank of the river. Before Kisame could even comment on it, Guy appeared in his face again and slammed a powerful punch into his blue-skinned stomach. "I shall not allow my eternal rival to be touched by such unyouthful tactics," cried Guy as he stood tall. "Come, Kisame, we must leave. The ANBU won't be far behind," Itachi said to his partner. "Have fine. I'll face you again sometime, you weirdo. And next time it will be you that's left in pain. That is if I leave any of you intact," Kisame said with an insane giggle before both Itachi and Kisame disappeared into a flock of crows. "Guy, we need to get these two to the hospital. I know you want to chase after them, but look what Itachi did to these two. We need to regroup and then go after them," Asuma said seriously. "Anyway, they're after Naruto and he's with Jiraiya-sama." "Your suggestion sounds most youthful, Asuma-san. We will take these two to the hospital, and when we are there you can inform your father of this attack," Guy said with his patented nice guy pose, complete with thumbs up, cheesy smile and a flash of light off of his teeth. Asuma grimaced before nodding and picking up Kurenai. Guy picked up Kakashi and then both of them dashed off to the hospital. Sasuke stared down at the river. He had been too stunned at the sight of Itachi to even react to his presence, but now he knew where he was going and he vowed not to hesitate this time. With a glance around himself, Sasuke dashed towards the gates of Konoha. When he was forced to sign out by the ninja on guard duty, he signed his reason as being to kill the traitor. before running off as fast as he could go. It wasn't until half an hour later that Kotetsu and Izumo noticed what he had written and quickly sent a message to the Hokage. "That boy is going to get himself killed," Kotetsu said as he watched the messenger hawk he sent head towards the Hokage tower. He never even realized that the hawk wouldn't get to the Hokage until someone checked Sarutobi's office. Chapter 19 Tsunade. Jiraiya stretched his arms above his head, yawning in the process. It was nearing sunset and he would have to find a place for him and his new apprentice of sorts to stay. Gaki stopped practicing for a bit. It's rude to go around practically glowing with chakra in a civilian town. Jiraiya growled. If he was honest with himself, he was quite impressed with Naruto's work ethic. He had only had his mother's scroll for 3 days, yet he was making great progress with separating the yin and yang chakra, although he hadn't had any luck with keeping them separate. Before he could even begin molding the chakra how he wanted it, it would flow back through the chakra point and combine back together. But I am so close to being able to use the chakra, I can draw it back through the chakra point almost effortlessly. I just need some more time to learn how to channel it properly. Naruto said, exasperated with his own lack of success. Look, how about we check into that hotel there, Jiraiya said, gesturing to a decent-looking building to the side of the road. And then you can practice in the room while I give the town a once-over. Naruto agreed with the idea and was soon sitting on one of the 2 beds in the room. His chakra was visibly swirling around him as he struggled to form something from yang chakra. Whenever something started to take shape, he would either lose the chakra back into his system or it would randomly overpower and start turning purple, causing him to immediately shut off the jutsu to prevent the Kyuubi's chakra from messing with his results. A knocking at the door broke his concentration. "All right, Ero-sensei. Geez, did you forget your key or something?" Naruto yelled as he walked to the door. Upon opening, he saw the imposing form of Kisame behind the calmer visage of Itachi Uchiha. "Hello, Naruto-kun. We would like you to come with us," Itachi said without any malice. "Yeah, not gonna happen," Naruto said as his face dropped into a serious expression, all trace of good nature gone. In a blur of speed, Naruto was wielding his swords and ready to strike at Itachi. Itachi ducked under the strike and stepped out of the way for Kisame to attack with his own sword. "I love it when they fight back," Kisame said with a malicious smirk. "Itachi!" screamed a new voice as Sasuke came around the corner, his Sharingan spinning wildly. "Hey Itachi, that kid looks like you?" Kisame said, slightly confused as he blocked a strike from Naruto, and then ducked under the follow-up swing of Naruto's second katana. "He's my little brother, the only one I left alive," Itachi said solemnly. "I'll kill you, Itachi. Chidori!" Sasuke screamed as he charged forward. Itachi sighed before grabbing Sasuke's wrist and plunged his lightning-coated hand deep into the wall. "It seems you need a reminder of what I did so long ago, Tsukuyami," Itachi said as his Sharingan activated and transformed into its Manjikyu form. Sasuke grunted and collapsed to the ground unconscious. "The guy talks about killing you all the time and you take him out in one go," Naruto deadpanned as he ducked under another of Kisame's devastating swings. "Can I call a timeout?" Kisame stopped mid-swing, looked to Itachi questioningly. "Why do you want a timeout?" Itachi asked. "I just wanted to know. What do you think your chances are of beating myself and Jiraiya-sensei?" Naruto asked. "Well, I think Jiraiya could prove to be a challenge at the very least," Itachi answered honestly. "Perfect," Naruto said with a smile before disappearing in a flash of red and reappearing with Jiraiya in tow. "If you want to run, now's your chance." "Kisame, retreat now?" Itachi said, incredibly concerned. Kisame just nodded dumbly. His target looked to be a bigger challenge than originally thought. "You're not going anywhere," Jiraiya said as he slammed his hand into the ground, causing it to become a fleshy pink substance. Itachi and Kisame took off down the hallway and around the corner. "It's no use. No one can escape the stomach of the mountain toad," Jiraiya said confidently until they rounded the corner to see the wall burning with black flames. "Well shit." Naruto agreed with Jiraiya's statement and watched in fascination as Jiraiya pulled out a scroll and quickly painted a complicated seal that absorbed the black flames into the scroll. "Come on, let's go check on Sasuke," Jiraiya said, slightly annoyed that 2 Akatsuki members had escaped him. Upon arriving where Sasuke had been left, Jiraiya tried to think of a way to get the kid back to Konoha. Dynamic entry, yelled the voice of Might Guy as he kicked Jiraiya in the face and sent him bouncing into the wall behind him. Oh Jiraiya-sama, I am so sorry. I thought you were Itachi's fearsome partner. He was Blue Guy. Jiraiya deadpanned. I was looking around the corner with my forehead protector. It is a little scratched and so the image was not that great, Guy said with a shrug. Whatever. Think you could take this kid back to the village for me? Jiraiya asked. Of course, Jiraiya-sama. It will be my punishment for assaulting a hero such as yourself. And if I do not return Sasuke-kun to Konoha before sun sets this evening, I shall run 500 laps around Konoha on my hands whilst carrying a boulder with my feet. And if I cannot do that, I will scale the Hokage monument using only my teeth. And if I cannot do that, I will. Alright Guy, enough. We get it. Just take Sasuke and leave. Jiraiya interrupted. Guy saluted before picking Sasuke up and racing away. He has a few problems. Up here, I mean. Naruto said as he gestured to his own head. Jiraiya nodded before entering the hotel room and sitting on the edge of his bed. And to think those two bastards ruined some perfectly good research time. Jiraiya moaned before dropping backwards onto the bed. Naruto looked at his sensei and sighed before sitting on his own bed and began trying to manifest a chain made of chakra with varying levels of success. A few days later. Welcome to Tenzaka Town, a town known mostly for their gambling halls and Tenzaku Castle that overlooks the town. Jiraiya said grandiosely. Shouldn't we be able to see a castle then? You haven't gotten us lost, have you, sensei? Naruto asked. No, we're in Tenzaku, but you're right, the castle should be right there. Jiraiya said as he pointed to a giant pile of rubble. How about we find somewhere to eat, and then I'll check out the rubble while you find us a hotel room? Sure thing. Should we eat over there then? Naruto questioned as he pointed to a random tavern. Whatever. Let's hope the waitresses are busty, Jiraiya said with a perverted grin. His grin grew further when they entered and the waitresses were indeed quite busty, but suddenly his grin was wiped off his face and replaced with a bland look. Ero-sensei? You all right? Naruto asked, slightly concerned at seeing his sensei put on a no-nonsense business face. But suddenly Jiraiya's face split into a wide smile, seemingly forced. Tsunade, it's great to see you. He yelled to a woman sitting in the corner with a young woman beside her holding onto a small pig. Jiraiya, what are you doing here, you old toad? Tsunade said as she put down her sake saucer. And who's the kid? I thought you weren't taking on any more students after Minato. Well, I couldn't exactly turn down sensei asking me to train Minato's son. Plus, he's proved to be quite the capable ninja. Jiraiya said conversationally, intentionally avoiding her original question. And how are you, Shizune? You seem to have matured greatly since I last saw you. I am quite well, Jiraiya-sama, Shizune answered. Jiraiya, you still haven't told me why you're here. It can't be coincidence running into both teammates today, Tsunade said. So the castle was you and Orochimaru then, Jiraiya stated. What did Snake Face want? I'm not answering until you tell me why you're here, Tsunade said with a slight drunken slur. What, I can't track down my old teammate for a nice drink, Jiraiya said, but the glare he received from Tsunade made him drop the joking facade and get down to business. Fine. Orochimaru attacked Konoha along with Suna and Iwa and his own personal village. Sensei was stabbed by Orochimaru's blade and is slowly being consumed by poison. We were tasked to bring you back to help heal the old man and hopefully convince you to take the position of Hokage. So that's how Orochimaru's arms got so badly destroyed. Anyway, not gonna happen. The position of Hokage is cursed. If Sensei is dying, that's sad, but he had it coming as soon as he took the position. Tsunade said. Only an idiot would take the role of Hokage. Are you calling my father an idiot? Are you calling my dream idiotic? Naruto asked quietly. If you want to be Hokage, then yes, I am. Only a fool would want something like that. Tsunade scoffed. That's it. You, me, outside now, Naruto said as he got up. Tsunade laughed but followed him outside. Look kid, I could use a bit of a stretch, so I'll humor you. But I won't need more than one finger to beat you, Tsunade said as she suddenly sobered up with a flare of medical chakra. I wouldn't underestimate him, Tsunade. He has mastered his father's bloodline, even replicating Minato's marker seals based on your granduncle's attempt at recreating the flash step, and is well on the way to mastering his mother's signature technique. Jiraiya warned. Tsunade looked ready to laugh out loud at that assertion. Plus, Sensei wasn't the one to injure Orochimaru. Naruto did that. Tsunade looked at Naruto in a new light as she prepared to defend herself against the young shinobi. Naruto looked at Tsunade and couldn't help but feel slightly disgusted that she was who the Hokage chose for a replacement. Naruto crouched down slightly before, in a blur of pure speed, he struck at Tsunade, but she didn't let the shock of his speed get to her. With just her finger she flicked him and sent him careening backwards. Well, that was annoying, Naruto said as he picked himself up off the ground. Take two. Naruto held his hand out and a Rasengan formed rapidly. Pulling a tri-pronged kunai out of his kunai pouch, he threw it at Tsunade and prepared to flash to Tsunade. But recognizing the technique, Tsunade caught the kunai on the tip of her finger and threw it up into the air the second Naruto flashed to it, resulting in Naruto falling to the ground, where Tsunade then struck the ground and cracked open a fissure. I'll give you one more try before I finish this, Tsunade said. I won't lose to you, Naruto growled as he pulled himself from the fissure. For a second, his fiery determination caused Tsunade to remember her brother Nawaki and her lover Dan. Naruto grit his teeth and concentrated, forming a chain from chakra. Grinning at his apparent success, he launched the chain towards Tsunade before following it up with dashing forward and attempting a punch to Tsunade's solar plexus. Tsunade blocked the punch with a single finger again, but the chain impacted her shoulder, except it merely dissipated into the air. Tsunade flicked Naruto in the forehead, sending him flying back again. Strike 3, kid, you're out. But you know what, I'll make a bet with you. Master making those chains before the end of the week and I'll come back to Konoha. I'll even offer this necklace as incentive to win, Tsunade said as she held up her grandfather's necklace. Tsunade-sama, you can't offer your grandfather's necklace, it's the one thing you never wager, Shizen said, shocked. Just you wait. I'll win that damn necklace and make you heal old man Hokage, Naruto snarled as he stormed off, although the second he turned around he smirked wide. The easiest way to manipulate a gambler is dragging them into a bet. Just so you know, Tsunade, the kid held back and baited you into a trap, Jiraiya said later whilst having a drink with Tsunade. Yeah, right. The brat couldn't even put up a fight against me, Tsunade countered. He let you win. The kid can travel faster than the speed of sound without using the final stage of his bloodline. If you hit him, it's cause he let you, Jiraiya said. Tsunade paused before growling and slumping to the bar in defeat. Am I really that easy to manipulate? Tsunade asked. Jiraiya laughed as a waitress brought them a new bottle of sake.